So as you can tell, I've made a lot of progress unpacking the studio. Hi, ugly. It's me, Pussy, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today's the big day, or depending on when you're watching this, probably a couple of days after the big day. The cast of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15 has finally been announced. So in today's video, we'll be meeting the 16 new queens from this season, diving into their Instagrams to see what we can find, and breaking down their racing-themed promo looks. Plus, we'll also be discussing some other new exciting Drag Race announcements concerning a new global All-Stars and more international spin-offs. That's right, Drag Race is going even more global, and RuPaul is recruiting every man, woman, child, and non-binary individual to become a drag queen. Thank God. Now let's put on our seatbelts and get ready to watch some music television, I guess. Because with the new cast announcement of Drag Race Season 15, we also have news of the franchise moving its main season to MTV. And if you'll remember, this is the second big move in the franchise's history. Back in 2017, they moved from Logo to VH1, which was a pretty big production value increase when it happened. But I'm really not sure what's to actually be gained from switching to another popular network, I think as popular as VH1, like MTV. I mean, what else can the show really do at this point to go bigger? I mean, they've already had Nikki and Gaga as guest judges, and they even had the Pork Chop Lounge. Remember that? What's left to do? I suppose they could add more episodes than we had last season. Maybe 32? Can you imagine? It's week 27 of RuPaul's Drag Race. The queens have run out of makeup. Their heels are broken from the constant lip syncing, and RuPaul knocks on their doors every night dressed as the Babydoll to see if he can stir up any more trauma for the Emmys. That's a season I'd watch, actually. I would enjoy that. But yeah, I really don't think we as viewers are actually going to see a major difference between MTV and VH1. I mean, both of these networks are owned by the same parent company, Paramount Global. And if I had to guess, I'd say this switch had more to do with some sort of behind the scenes stuff that we'll never actually see manifest in front of our eyes as viewers. But I could be wrong. The winner of the season will get a cash prize of $200,000, which is pretty huge, up 50 from last year and double what pretty much every other winner has received. And these promo shots do look pretty good, so who knows? And the other big announcement we have is that Paramount Plus is going to be adding a global All-Stars to the streaming platform, in addition to the already existing All-Stars version. They're also adding new spin-offs in Brazil, Germany, Mexico, and renewing RuPaul's Secret Celebrity Drag Race. Thank God. And the additional spin-offs, yes, I expected, but the new global All-Stars really did catch me off guard because we've kind of already been doing global All-Stars in different countries. UK versus the world, Canada versus the world, and I just assumed they were going to continue this like Olympics style thing in every country that they've done a spin-off in. And they haven't said they aren't, but I can't imagine that they would keep doing those in addition to a US-based All-Stars and a global All-Stars. But assuming they don't do any more versus the world spin-offs, the global All-Stars does make a lot more sense because then RuPaul can be the main guest judge for the series, and with Paramount backing them, they probably will have a bigger budget to do a fuller set of episodes. Plus on the Paramount platform, the queens that go on Global All-Stars will get a bigger exposure overall than the various versus the world spin-offs in the other countries, which is only ultimately positive for everybody involved. Plus the UK girls will get to finally earn some money. Queens everywhere, queens everywhere, queens everywhere, queens everywhere. Now, let's meet our season 15 queens, who, as I said in this promo, look phenomenal. Absolutely loved they went back to the season 1 racing theme, and everyone just looks so damn good, expensive, cohesive. And because everybody looks so good in these promos, we'll be doing flame ratings today, so you can check those out in the bottom corner of their photos while I go through their promo materials. And with that said, let's pop some hoods and take a peek inside. First up, we've got Amethyst, who's from West Hartford, Connecticut, and she's not shy to call herself a comedy queen off the bat, going into this bit about how she's named herself Amethyst because it's got this long, complicated, multi-layered story, with the punchline being that Amethyst was actually just her birthstone, which is actually where I got my drag name from too. You never seen a bussy stone? Trust me, you don't want to. Overall, it seems like this queen had a really good head on her shoulders, was confident, genuine, calm, and I enjoyed that she didn't take herself so seriously, talking about how her big nose was a part of her drag. And if you have some free time and want to get to know her better, I would recommend looking at her TikTok. She records her drag performances. They're interesting little modern pieces that very much reflect the online culture that we all live in today, and they're pretty funny. And her look in the promo, like her TikToks, is also very trendy. It feels very reflective of that alternative dolls kill Ravy girl fashion that has been popular for several years now. And I really enjoy the flame cutout details with the multi-layered colors, like giving all that dimension in there on her chest. The one critique I would have for this look is I don't feel like the hair is super matching the look, and it might have been a little more effective with just the buns. Next up, she's a sinner, but says that she has a heart and good conscience. Aw, it's Anetra. In her Meet the Queens interview, she says her main talents are sewing her clothes and performing. Quintessential drag queen skills. But overall, this queen came off very fierce and sweet, and she's actually someone who I followed on Instagram for years. Her drag is very Vegas, flashy, dancey, plus the little skin cutout peekaboos and hair that you can flip. And her look in the promo is exactly what I just said. This is very on brand for her. And I like that she kept the colors simple, yellow, black, and white. It's kind of evoking a Kill Bill fantasy for me a little bit. She's got that femme fatale thing going on. And her chaps doubling as boot covers for the black pleasers. Functional and fashionable. Side note, we do have a testimony from Cornbread about Anetra. She said, I'm gonna just tell y'all now, when my tour first started, I stopped in Vegas for a show, had a gig with Anetra, watched her from the wings, and decided to cancel my plans at home just to stay an extra day to see her perform. She's a beast, and I don't think y'all are ready. There you have it. Next up, do not adjust your screens. The beauty is all real. And no, I'm not talking about me this time. It's Mayari. She describes herself as our Filipino moon goddess from Nashville, Tennessee, and says that in her drag, she brings in hip hop, musical theater, dancing, and comedy? Question mark background. I mean, she's laughing at least at herself, and hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, then how the hell are you gonna laugh at anybody else? And looking through her Instagram, I noticed there wasn't a ton of posts on her page, but the recent looks that are there are really stunning. She's got a very sleek, edgy, and fashionable take in her drag, and that face is absolutely stunning. The canvas that she paints on, wow. And concerning her promo look, this one was a wow for me. I love the drama of the cape and those chaps. They're so cool. The print, I don't even know what that print is. It looks like some kind of mechanical machine work with Drag Race 15 even printed on, I don't know, is that like the thing that picks the things up? It's like a crane? I don't know. But it's a super fresh feeling look, and I love that it kind of also says drag pageant in the year 3300. Next up, teleport me to Mars. It's Irene Dubois. Dubois or not? Dubois? That's the question. And Miss Irene, although she describes herself as an alien queen, is actually from Seattle. She says she tries to keep her aesthetic unique by looking more towards references in the fantasy realm like Star Wars rather than looking for references in other drag queens. And apparently she's also Bosco's drag sister. Going through Irene's Instagram, she has tons of really sickeningly creative looks. Very alien elfy, demons, gods, and monsters, but also all very draggy, very high draggy. And I like that combination of the two worlds. And Irene carries her carefully curated aesthetic into this promo look as well. The first thing I notice is the hair. That hair is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And I love that she took it to the next level, not only with her crazy makeup, as she is apparently known for, but also the little like salad finger alien hands. And yes, that was my second salad fingers reference on this channel this week. You're welcome. Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to quickly remind y'all, the icons that you're seeing on these looks are my patrons at my hottest hot tier who voted for this look as their favorite of the week. And you too can get this benefit of the hottest hot tier and tons of other exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server by clicking the link in the description of this video to join my Patreon today. See you there. Next up, let's get jaxed together. And Jax, we learn, is from New York. And we also learn she's 5'3" and has a background as a competitive cheerleader. And as far as who this queen is in drag, she seems to do a lot of blue looks on her Instagram, which is interesting. And it could be fun to see her pull this out for a runway. I don't think we've had a queen paint herself blue since like Alaska on All Stars 2. And her look here in this promo is very dancey. I really like the boots specifically. It kind of looks like a banana being unpeeled. And the Madonna cone bra pieces were a unique amongst this cast detail to have on her bodysuit. And her hair and makeup is flawless. Everyone's makeup in this season is actually really good. Maybe a little too uniform across the cast. I would say there's not so many uniquely painted faces in this cast, but everyone looks very pretty. If you're not a professional makeup artist, you're not doing drag. Next up, Lucy LaDuca, I'm home. And Miss Lucy Goosey had one of the best Meet the Queens interviews of this whole cast. I was entertained. She's comfortable on camera, can crack some jokes, and interestingly says that she is a drag queen by night, construction worker by day. And she even poured some concrete last week. Imagine you drive by a construction site and you see Loosey LaDuca in full drag just pouring concrete. And this queen, in her interview and from her Instagram, we see as this kind of bright, bubbly, sweet natured type of person, but says that they really like horror movies and even has a tattoo of the Jason mask. And she does have one little fun like Elvira look and another kind of spooky look, but most of her drag is pretty blonde and clean. It might be fun, I think, to see her look into those horror interests and do some alternative drag on the show. For her promo look today though, she's got a big wrench, and you know what they say about big wrenches? Big nuts and bolts. And you know, this look isn't my favorite stylistically speaking, but it's put together. It makes sense for her. And I think it's not the different pink tone pieces that are throwing me off, but that white meshy fabric that's supposed to be like illusion for her skin tone, totally not matching her actual skin tone. I wish they had just done white or pink with that to make everything match a bit better. Next up, Luxx Noir London, aka Black Luxury. So Luxx is another queen that I have been following on Instagram for years. She is so talented, beautiful, and it's also been fun watching her drag grow and evolve from when she started. She's so gorgeous, so good at makeup, such a good performer, and also has music on Spotify. I also loved how chaotic her interview was. She's like telling the story about how when she was a kid, she liked to look at the Guinness Book of World Records and find world records to break. I'm just like really obsessed with world records right now. And her promo look is so cool. Probably the coolest look in this set, I would say. It feels very fashion forward, and it is mostly just different colored seat belts, complemented with some like yellow and black gloves. But it is also a super unique look in this set of kind of at times homogenous group of outfits tonight. The white hair being soft, sculpted, and curvy, and also spiky at the same time, matching the stark white eyebrows. Like there are so many great details on this look that really make it memorable and enjoyable. Next up, London, Paris, Milan, Malaysia, Babydoll Foxx. So Malaysia was a queen who immediately got me excited. She was very energetic, congenial to the camera, and you're like, this person has great energy. And she's from Miami and works as a professional hair and makeup artist. And she's a queen who, if you look through her social media, you might think, oh, kind of pageant-y focused. But she clarifies in her interview that she's not a pageant queen. Although she might have done a million of them, she likes to break the rules and has only won a couple of them. It was also great to hear her not take herself too seriously. She said the strangest thing about herself, and I lost it at this, was that she's the type of person who will let a fart out, silent and deadly, into the crowd and then blame it on somebody else. And in her look today, my favorite part is the hair. Those two little black tendrils coming out in the front as bangs are really beautiful in the yellow. Plus this look is visually interesting because she's got what kind of appears to be a Hot Wheels track getting wrapped all around her body, as well as a cape. And next up, Marcia. God, RuPaul is gonna love this queen. Because if you didn't know or didn't remember, RuPaul is in the Brady Bunch movie, which is a parody of the original TV sitcom. And Marcia is like an iconic quote from the original TV show. And I expect that she'll be a tough cookie to crack. She's also a New York queen. Girl, you know those New York queens. They can do it all. They can sing, they can dance, they can act. And in her interview, we learned that some of her favorite things are Hannah Montana, the original drag queen, and SpongeBob. She was giving me very wild card vibes. I could see her going all the way to the finale or like out the first week. And overall, looking through her Instagram, she has a very clear aesthetic on what her drag is and looks like. And it seems like she makes all of her looks. She posted this one video saying she made over 40 looks last year. And her promo look today is stunning. It's really, really a gorgeous play of that bright yellow, I think it's a velvet fabric maybe, on top of the edgier black latex, with my favorite detail being that really, really well done black and white checkered piping all along the look. It's really, really cool. Smart too. And next up, Mistress Isabelle Brooks from Houston, Texas. Howdy, y'all. And like, yeah, if I didn't hear that she was from Houston, Texas, I probably could have guessed by the hair. You know what they say, the higher your hair, the closer you are to God. Mistress Isabelle has a great sense of humor, great camera presence, and she says she's not nervous about being there on Drag Race competing because she's got what it takes to go all the way to the end. Her drag is larger than life silhouettes, huge hair, feathers, jewels, great costuming, really cool materials used in these very different aesthetically looks across her Instagram. And overall, she just does a great job, I think, of presenting a look, at least from what we see here and in the promo. She looks classy, sophisticated, and also kind of sensual. I like the geometric line work on the bodysuit piece, contrasting with the flowiness of the cape. This is a really pretty look, absolutely gorgeous. Next up, Princess Poppy, who is maybe not related to Poppy, the not princess. And Princess Poppy lets us know her drag name came from the desire to have alliteration in her name and liking the initials PP. Poignant. And we learn in her interview that she is from San Francisco, where there are a lot of earthquakes, but she's the biggest disaster there. Also, there was apparently some drama with this. Another queen from San Francisco, Loma Prieta, was calling her out for stealing this tagline. Here's some clips from her being called out.
Not Princess Poppy fully stealing my biggest disaster in San Francisco line that I've used since literally the first gig that I've ever done. It was in my audition tape. It's in my Instagram bio. It's what people say on the mic when I ask them to introduce me. That's a pretty massive up, and I do not think that that was cool to do.
But will PP apologize, clap back, or even care? Find out next time on Hot or Rot. So PP, I was pretty excited for. It seems like she's going to be a funny queen. She says she does stand up, and she also knows how to put a look together. She's got these really beautiful monochromatic looks all over her Instagram that are very like ethereal fairy, and this look is also monochromatic. I guess that is what we're gonna be getting from her a lot. And I really love this look because it is giving that padded kind of motocross body armor stuff that you would wear, but make it a bug glamazon from outer space. It's very Glamtron from the planet Pink. And next up, Trend Alert, the third queen from Connecticut, which has to be a record of some kind, I'm sure, Robin Fierce. And another Trend Alert, mentioning Raven in your Meet the Queens interview. She was either the second or third person to do that, and she says that Raven was actually the queen who inspired her name. You know, Raven being a bird, she named herself Robin. And for a reality TV competition show, Miss Robin was an unexpectedly calming, relaxing, and peaceful presence. She was kind of giving me the energy that if there were a fight going on, she might bake the cake made of rainbows and smiles. She professes is not a comedian, but I'm sure anything she could do would be funnier than last season's Snatch game. So, you know, they really did set that bar pretty low for them. Her look also kind of has a futuristic spin to it. She's giving me Chromatica, but if it were a ball gown. It's a gorgeous look that definitely matches her classy, confident energy. And girl, you know those extra long gloves. She's ready. Next up, Salina EsTities. I'm gonna have to say that name weird all season. I just don't know if the algorithm is gonna like that word that is part of her name. Shh. And Miss Salina's interview, well girl, that'll wake you right up. I mean, I would have guessed that it was intentional on the side of the producers to go from Robin's calm energy to Salina's very energetic energy. But the fact that the interviews were just alphabetical made this even funnier. And she's talking about how she wants to get all the Emmys, EGOTs, and Grammys from Drag Race and wants to be the first EGOT queen or something. And I was like, wow, she really is in her fantasy. And I'm sure her boisterous personality won't be everyone's cup of tea, but I really appreciated that she was just unapologetically and 100% herself. And her promo look reflects that as well. I love those colors of pink and green, almost looking like camo, but not. Almost looks like it's like melting down her body. And the heels that look kind of like Converse. I mean, come on, this look is great. And next up, Legends Only. It's Sasha Colby. But just who is Sasha Colby, you ask? Well, to start, she does car commercials in Japan. Her hair is insured for $10,000, and one time she punched me in the face. It was awesome. But to be a little more serious, she's a famous drag queen that's been in the scene for quite a while and is someone who has collected the respect of all of the top names in the industry. Oh, and she also is the 2012 Miss Continental title holder. And in her interview, you can easily see why everyone loves her so much. She's professional, congenial, funny, humble. And she talks about the art of drag being her therapist and the love of her life. She loves this as an art form and it shows through in what she does. And fun fact, she is Carrie Colby's drag mother. And as for her promo look, I've never wanted to be a carhead so badly. She's got a really confident and sexy presentation of her drag that in this look absolutely shows through. I love the strappiness from the little crown piece in her head going all the way down to her heels. And she's got these really fun little XV Roman numeral details for 15 on her bicep and in the hair too. And finally, shake the sugar and throw the spice at Brooklyn Heights. It's sugar and spice. And what these two have done for their drag careers is really insane. And I don't mean going on Drag Race, I just mean what they have built outside of the show for themselves as content creators. They have like over 7 million followers on TikTok and millions of regular viewers. They are a content creation factory. And it's easy to see why. They've got a bit. They're an airheaded duo, and the way they look is completely insane. They are Bratz dolls come to life. That's their aesthetic. And yes, they are twins. That is really the part that I think gets everybody. They came to the show with a huge following and a really interesting shtick that this show is already having fun with and playing with, and will definitely be using to their advantage to create drama and storyline points. Like, are we really expecting to see twins cast and not ultimately have RuPaul make them lip sync against each other? I don't think so. Spice has a more punky, alternative, edgy aesthetic she goes for in her Bratz doll fantasy. She's, you know, not like the other girls. And that all comes through beautifully in this promo shot. This is one of my favorites of the group. I love an alternative look. I do. All black, the white braids, and that awesome hair, she got me. And Sugar's aesthetic, while similarly revealing, we'll say, is a little sweeter, but not nicer. Sugar, as a drag character, is often quite mean to her twin Spice in these videos. Like, Sugar's the more popular, more pretty one, like yada yada yada. It's part of the bid. And their looks, together and separate, are really great looks. And like, aesthetically, they have got it figured out. And in content creation, they certainly have figured it out. But the obvious concern is these two have built this brand and drag persona as a duo. How will they fare when they're split up and challenged to be individuals? You could almost see in their individual Meet the Queens interviews where they maybe were looking for or hoping to hear some feedback from their twin. But yeah, I don't know, maybe these two are the source of the drama everyone's talking about. I guess we'll see. So those are our 16 season 15 queens. Let me know what you're thinking down in the comments below. My observation of all of these looks and interviews and stuff was, oh my god, there's so many queens, it's hard for my brain to like keep track of everyone. And everyone looks so good and homogenized by these very carefully styled and put together looks, very on theme with a great theme. It's like one giant drag queen megazord. And you know, that is all good and bad, I think, because it meant the promo was great and probably will go down as one of the best in Drag Race history. But finding those individual qualities within each queen was a little more difficult this time around. And I'm excited, I think, to get to know them a little more personally and see the individualistic aspects of each queen's drag in the competition. And as for hottest hots today, I'm going to give mine to Spice. And I also asked my patrons over at patreon.com/bussyqueen to vote for their hottest hot, and they've given it to Spice as well. See y'all later, love you, bye. Well, I promised I'd be back, but I never promised you a good time. Hi, ugly. It's me, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing the double premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. Side note, can y'all believe it? This is the 4th US season of RuPaul's Drag Race that I will review in my RuPaul's Drag Race reviewing career. Time really does fly when you're staring at yourself in the viewfinder of your camera. Anywho, Drag Race Season 15. Let's talk about it. We met our 16 new queens split into 2 groups of 8, and that was just episode 1. And then we watched them perform in the one night only talent show and walk the runway for the first time. Category was, who is she? Question I ask myself every day. Now, let's double our dosages of Drag Race. First up, and in the order they performed in the talent show, Malaysia Babydoll Foxx. And in the talent show, she's a queen, she's a queen, she's a queen. She lets us know she is a queen. She's got money falling down during the middle of this bitch track. Her last name Foxx written across her garment, and then at the end of the track has Bryce, one of the pit crew members, place a crown on top of her head. And this is a talent show number that I enjoyed. I think the track that she played for us and lip synced to was maybe more interesting than the actual physical performance of what she was doing. She was, I think, to fairly critique, mostly standing and only using one part of the stage, and didn't show off too many dance moves like some of her peers tonight. So while maybe a little more va-va-voom might have served her well here, I think this was just enough to be a very safe from me. One thing's for sure though, she is a queen, and she proves that on the runway. She's in this gorgeous rhinestoned and white netted gown that, oh my god, is just flawlessly beautiful. This is seriously a perfect look for me head to toe. She's got the big, gorgeous pageant hair, and I did also love the contrast of her sort of rejecting this pageant queen title, which we heard her do in this episode, as well as in the Meet the Queens a couple of weeks ago. Yet here she is looking like a full pageantry queen, giving all the pageantry drama with that silhouette and gorgeousness and the rhinestones and it all. If this runway were a pageant, she'd win. This look is hot. Side note, y'all, this wig is like 3 wigs. I am so hot. Next up, shake the dice and spill the spice. It's Spice. And she starts off her talent show number by rising out of a coffin, which had what to do with her talent show number I don't know, and gives us the irreverent phrase, "Ugh, I'm bored." With her performance though, I wasn't bored. She had just enough strange things going on that it kept me interested in what she was doing, because at the end of the day, this was a song about where her dingaling go, a question scientists have been asking drag queens for years. And overall, I'd say for a self-branded drag race track, this was modern and fresh, and not too focused on lifting herself up or exalting herself as this queen or title holder or someone that's gonna snatch the crown. The obvious critiques though that I do have to give this performance were she very clearly is a social media star. She focused her performance on rising out of the coffin, standing right in that same spot on the stage for the entire performance, and stumbled in her heels. So while the physicality of what she was doing could have used some work, I think she absolutely laid this talent show to rest. I'd give this a hot. And over on the runway, you want thingamabobs? Too bad. She's only got ding-a-ling-a-bing-a-bobs. I tried. So she comes out on the runway in, very obviously, an Ariel from the Little Mermaid inspired look. And I will say, she looks gorgeous, duh. But this look did confuse me a bit because I'm not totally sure how it fit the brief of who is she? A brief I was understanding to mean, let's get to know these queens and figure out their personalities and true drag aesthetics. She's giving beautiful princess, and that's amazing, but it is totally different from that gothier darkness that she was projecting in the talent show and we saw in like her Ruveal and promo looks. But I think it's a beautiful look and absolutely hot. Next up, let's go round and round with Luxx, Noir, London, Paris, France. In the talent show, she performed her song, Round and Round, which I was absolutely tickled by considering I just brought up the music that she had on Spotify prior to even going on Drag Race. She's a great singer with amazing vocal prowess. And while she didn't perform this track live, she did absolutely perform the house down, boots down, yes, down, yes, down, yes, down, yes, down, yes, God, in her dancing. Her body is right, her lip syncing is tight, and girl, if I was watching this from the side of the stage over there, I would be really, really nervous to ever have to lip sync against somebody like Luxx Noir. She is a performer. This was hot. And over on the runway, who is she? Because I'm obsessed. This look is absolutely gorgeous, and I think a really fun departure from the strappy and kind of revealing looks that we've seen her in so far. She's got a hat, she's got a cape, she is absolutely prepared for anything in this look. Rain, sunshine, lunch in Paris, tea in London, you know, all of the things. She looks rich, she looks expensive, she looks Luxx. This look is hot. Next up, the Mistress, Isabelle Brooks, who in the talent show starts off in the corner of the ring. She's got a little boxer fantasy going on. $1 Million Mistress, the sequel to $1 Million Baby, with hopefully a happier ending, my God. And her performance, I think, is meant to showcase her immense confidence in being big. Love that little breakdown and the peaks and valleys that her performance brought us through, because she's giving us intensity in the dancing and the lip syncing, but then pauses to have a little joke with the Rupaul chocolate bar. Y'all thought there was gonna be no Rupaul chocolate bars this time around, huh? We were wrong. Mistress is a really funny queen who proved that in her Meet the Queens video and throughout this episode, but that was a great touch in her song and was that extra layer of personality that she absolutely needed to bundle in this talent show number, and she ended with a running split. Love that. Ding, 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 ding. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, yeehaw, Mother Tucker. Girl, she brought the Texas State Fair to the runway. She is the whole show. She is the drag, she is the drama, and she is beaded within an inch of her life. I love the cowboy hat, the chaps, everything about this is so Texas, so yee, and I really, really love the personality that she is showing off here. Also, another monochromatic look. Trend alert, this look is hot. Next up, I love Loosey, but did not love this talent show. Girl, this was, in a word, rough. And it is tough, I think, to watch somebody go into something so confidently and really flop so hard. Because to have the confidence to sing live on TV like this, I mean, she must be a good singer in her own right. But hey, live singing fiascos can happen to even the best of artists. And I think she deserves a few snaps for at least being brave enough to try live singing on international television like RuPaul's Drag Race. I think the issue that she mainly suffered with though was not only was she pitchy on the track, but it seemed like she was singing over a backing track that was slightly off sync. And so there was also this echo effect happening in addition to the not great vocals. This performance was a rot, but one thing's for certain, it was truly unforgettable. And on Drag Race, that means a lot more sometimes than just being safe. And on the runway, I was so excited to see her come out in this look. She is giving an homage to Britney Spears from the Toxic music video where she's the flight attendant on the plane. You know, one of the most iconic scenes in music video history that also was probably one of the times I realized I was gay in my young life. Anyway, Loosey nailed this homage, but more importantly, really made it into her own and gave this drag pageantry element to it, which was very elevated. The rhinestones and that silhouette, va va boom. Girl, classic drag mixed with a Britney reference like this on the runway. I love it. This look was absolutely hot. Next up, Marcia, who in the talent show professes her love for the hilarious Ross Matthews. She is giving this like nerdy 80s nightgown kid in a bed fantasy, does a little bit of ballet, some interpretive dance, and then, yes, as I mentioned, reveals that the thing under the giant blanket on the stage is a picture of Ross Matthews. And I absolutely loved this talent show because it focused on two things, primarily a talent, dancing, ballet, and secondly, this performance had the bonus layer of showing off a really great sense of humor. This performance was absolutely hot. The one thing I would have changed about this look, which is also a critique that ties into her runway for me tonight, is her look in it. I think that she, with that really natural looking makeup she does, is going to struggle with standing out in the looks department because she's beautiful, but I want something visually with the makeup or the hair to latch on to in a cast of 16 queens. Anyways, her actual look on the runway, she is giving us, as she says, some style references to Audrey Hepburn, Cher Horowitz from Clueless, and Chanel, all of which I can absolutely see here. But something about this look isn't my favorite aesthetically. She looks so young, and this look and her talent show look both just made her look like a baby. Because let's contrast this with the Cher Horowitz reference that she was talking about, you know, the iconic yellow plaid look, and you'll see that the character Cher here was looking more mature and put together than her peers. Whereas Marcia here, instead of looking mature and classier than her peers, is just looking a little too fresh-faced and like take your daughter to work day. So for me, this look is gonna be a soft rock. Next up, Robin, fierce. And she absolutely is in this talent show. She had a plainer set arrangement than some of the other queens, but she's got her name in lights. She is telling everyone, I'm a star, watch me dance. And dance she did. This talent show number was all about the dancing. Like, the actual performance aspect of what she did here was phenomenal. Again, another queen I'd be really scared to go against in a lip sync, but I do want to contrast her performance with some other numbers, like let's say Luxx's. But where Robin could have improved this talent show performance, I think, is in the personal branding area, or adding that extra layer of personality like we've been talking about some of the other queens doing tonight. I didn't really get to know Robin from this performance as much as I had hoped I would. But for the performance chops alone, yes, I would give this talent show a hot. And over on the runway, I did kind of have the same problem that I had with Robin's talent show. This is a gorgeous look, and she looks flawless. She's giving me a little bit of Elsa, Do You Want to Build a Snow Queen? Now that she shows versatility on the runway, giving us some gown moments, transforming into performance moments. She's simple, elegant, icy, spicy. Wait, that's another queen. And my God, this queen is absolutely gorgeous. Seriously, her face has to be, I think, one of the prettiest faces that has ever graced this television screen. But the question remains, who is she? Who is Robin Fierce? Beyond beautiful, beyond resting on pretty. Like me. Just kidding, I'm a haggard old witch. This look is hot. Next up, Dubois or not Dubois? It's Irene. And firstly, I want to say about Miss Irene, she was an excellent talking head this episode. She had something to say about everything from the minute she walked into the workroom. I mean, she immediately went in on Luxx Noir's 40 inches of hair. Was it 22? Was it 40? I don't know. Both sizes are too large for me and my dainty head. But she was also playing around with Mistress, and in general had a lot of great confessional moments. She was giving main character of RuPaul's Drag Race. But it was this unshakable confidence, dare I say cockiness, that I think got her into a little bit of trouble in her talent show. Her talent was to demonstrate how to make a glass of water. honestly very funny when you just say it out loud, but it was just dry. Kind of like your... It was almost like she thought of the concept, laughed, and then decided that would be enough, and forgot to actually audience test it at this length at least. She says it has had better reception at the bars back home when it's longer, but where were the jokes? This was absolutely a rat. But on the runway, she did look gorgeous. She says this is inspired by Geiger and the Xenomorph from the Alien franchise, and also apparently her drag sister Bosco's entire catalog of bra and pansy looks. They really are sisters. But while I'd say the basic pieces that make up this outfit are relatively simple, it's those accessory pieces that might be 3D printed, I don't know, with those tendrily elements that really elevate this look and do give her the alien aesthetic. And that hair and mug, oh my god, immaculate. This look is hot. Next up, 6 letters, 3 vowels, and 3 consonants. It's Anetra. And in the talent show, she absolutely nailed this. This is what you want to do for the premiere of a new season of Drag Race. She was funny, showed that she can dance, the house down Butcha's god, and gave us the unexpected at every turn. From walking the duck and voguing to shablams, to karate chopping pieces of plywood held by the pit crew. This was a truly gag-worthy performance that had me on the edge of my seat. She was exciting, she was fresh, and did I mention funny? Anetra is a TP, a total package. The Vegas girls do it differently, okay? Anetra, this performance was hot. And over on the runway, she is giving us a little alien fantasy. She says is sewn by hers truly. She's got spikes in her ears and a shiny little helmet atop her head. How's your head? And this look absolutely achieves that showgirls yet futuristic and personally branded style that I think this brief was demanding. This look is hot. Next up, we've had our spice, now it's time for a little sugar. And Sugar's performance, I'll say, was a little dulled, I think, by already having seen Spice's. They had almost the exact same talent show numbers, just one was in a coffin and the other in a bed. And in the same way that Spice's talent show relied on the really funny lyrics and silly dance moves, albeit all done in one spot, Sugar's did the same with lines like, just kidding, a bimbo never dies. And she too, like Spice, kind of failed to really utilize the greater part of the stage. Sugar was sweet, and I would definitely give her a safe hot, but seeing these two performances from the twins, I think really does emphasize the importance of personal branding, because yes, they have absolutely achieved an excellent branding aesthetic together, but separately, can they, in RuPaul's Drag Race, be more than two sides of the same coin? I guess we'll see. And over on the runway, again, two sides of the same coin. We've got another princess runway. This is Belle from Beauty and the Beast. And again, oh my god, she looks gorgeous, just like Spice does. But these looks, even more than their talent show numbers, I think were a little too similar. Either Spice or Sugar could have worn these two looks, and I just wanted something to set these two looks apart a little bit more. Because again, who is she, not who is they? But could she look more beautiful on the runway in this look? No, she looks flawless. This look is hot. Next up, Princess Poppy, who in the challenge is doing this pseudo ventriloquist number. I mean, it is kind of a ventriloquist number. It's just being lip synced, which kind of ruins the element of ventriloquism, right? Because the exciting part of having a puppet or a sidekick that you are moving the mouth for is that you're also doing the voice for. And here she's really just lip syncing the puppet's mouth over the backing track, which is cool. But it's like, wait, what? I was just kind of asking myself, is what she's doing really a talent? I'm not so sure. I mean, lip syncing, yes, she was tight on the lip sync both for herself and her tumor sister. And the content of the song was funny. But I'm not sure I got a lot out of this performance. Like, who is Princess Poppy? Why is she doing this? Give me the backstory. Give me the motive. What was the motive? I didn't love it. This was a And over on the runway, she says she is giving Princess of Candyland and doing a pun of rainbows because she's wearing bows. And this look, like her performance, just had me asking questions. What was going on with that nude piece of fabric on the front part of the bodice? Why are the panties that are showing in the back so ill-fitting? And really, what is the point of this look? It's like cute, and I guess like the silhouette I think was done well, but it lacks a personal identity, a reason, a motive. And for those reasons, I would give this look a very soft rot. But I will say, to be fair, my perception of what was going on with Princess Poppy this episode, I think was a little distorted by her lack of presence in the episode. Like, she was almost not there. Next up, Salina EsTities. If that becomes her official name, RuPaul, why? Why? It is funny though. And Salina EsTities in the challenge was kind of a mixed bag for me. I think she nailed the personal branding and definitely brought the attitude to this talent show number. She made it clear, if she's on stage, if she's in the room, you're gonna be looking at her and listening to what she's saying, because you can't hear anything else. And I was having fun with her lyrics and performance in the first half, but when this song transitions into the part where she's saying, make sure you look good, make sure you look right, she is not looking so good or so right. She's done a tear away from the dress she was wearing, and something about the fit is just a little bit off. I think there's like also some corsetry that is showing from underneath, and that nude illusion is just not illusioning. Like stylistically, this was just a weird choice for me. So for me, this performance was a but on the runway, I think she hit a really sweet spot between showcasing her own individual brand and giving something palatable for a wide audience. She says she's in a head-to-toe denim look that she has made herself and is, quote, serving West Coast Cholo. This look is so much fun. I love the hat, bootcut jeans, and jacket, and I love mostly, though, that this look really stands out amongst this cast of queens. There's a lot of them going for the, you know, sort of Y2K era style right now. And more importantly, I love this look because she stands out amongst this cast of 16 queens. This is something memorable, fun, fresh, yet referential. Who is she? Personality, attitude, and confidence. And that's clear. This look is hot. Next up, has anyone seen her baby? It's Amethyst. She's looking for her baby, I'm looking for the baby, found the baby, and she still keeps going with the number. But really, I don't think seeing the baby that early in the performance was, as the judges were saying, the problem with what she did. The problem for me more so was the jeans and sneakers on the runway while she's lip syncing this song that is really just confusing. This was similar for me to Irene's performance, where it was like she thought about that initial concept, but then forgot to really flesh it out and remember that the performance needed to be more than an initial goop. This was but I'm keeping the baby. And over on the runway, she is serving a look that, for some reason to me, seems so familiar, but I can't place it. The only style reference I can really think of for this is like Ashniko, My Little Pony, Rainbow Bright. What's the reference? Y'all help me out. Anyways, silhouette, yes. Look, executed, yes. Brief, who is she? I don't think this says a lot specifically about who Amethyst is. I think the looks department, she's gonna have to reach for something a little more unique to Amethyst to continue to stand out. But this look is serviceable, so I'll give it a safe hot. Definitely, as the judges pointed out, could have used a little bit of padding. And the thing is, I know that's sort of a contentious point in the drag race community, but personally, I don't care specifically about padding as much as I care about giving proportions. Next up, her aura is showing. It's Aura Mayari. And in the challenge, her aura is giving hip-hop dance performance to Blackpink's Kill This Love. Where are my K-pop fans at? Anyway, I enjoyed the performance from Aura to this song. However, it really was not layered in the way I think it needed to be. She gave one note throughout the entire thing, just a solid, consistent, and decent dance performance to this song. But this deep into the talent show, and this isn't her fault, you need more than just dancing. You need more than just I look pretty, and dancing not even in heels, no less. But also, that may have not totally been all her fault. Apparently, she said on Twitter that she was recovering from an injury which may have prevented her from doing some crazier dancing or wearing heels or whatnot. I would give this performance a warming And over on the runway, she says she is giving us Moon Goddess Warrior with some more slicked back platinum hair. She is definitely branded on that slicked back hair and shiny black garments. She loves a little matrixy fantasy. She's giving me witch, she's giving me don't f with me fellas, she is giving me mother. I see this look though, and I'm not particularly excited about what she's doing. It's a great look, she's very pretty, and I think it is branded. I just maybe want something a little more exciting here. But I would give this look a safe hot. Next up, Legends Only. It's Sasha Colby, who, I don't know what I expected from Sasha, but I don't think I could have ever expected this. She gave a lip sync to Zombie by the Cranberries, RIP to their vocalist who passed a couple years ago, and I would say what she did here was technically proficient. She vibed the hell out of that song. Like, I believed every second of it. She gave the drag and the drama to this really dark song. I don't think there's anything more that she could have done with this specific performance to sell it any harder. But what was missing here was the stamp of Sasha Colby. Why was this performance unique to Sasha and a talent only she could have done, and not any queen with a really proficient lip sync ability? One more layer, and again, this I think could have been a perfect performance, but let me know what y'all are thinking. I'd give this a hot. But over on the runway, girl, this should have been her talent show. Like, if she had just walked out in this look for the talent, I would have been gooped and gagged. Literally, like, no lip syncing, no words, just like no music even. She just walks out in this look, poses, turns, walks off. Someone's gonna steal that idea. You're welcome. Anyway, yes, I love this look. And I love the backstory behind it, being the dress that she wore 10 years ago when she was crowned Miss Continental. You can't get more who is she than that. And aesthetically, oh my god, I love that it's giving me Jennifer Lopez in the Cell vibes. Like the movie poster, if you turned it into a gown, that's what I am getting. And I'm gagging. This look is hot. And finally, we've got Just Jax, lip syncing to a song by like Haley47, a fun, high energy rapper. Definitely recommend her music. And Jax's number was the perfect way to close out this talent show. She gave us the energy, attitude, and drama that this song demanded and the talent show needed. Yes, she lip synced to the song, but she had the pigtail jump rope, the crazy dance moves, and then finish it all off with a triple backflip, sow cow helicopter into a worm kind of move. And that was unique. Girl, the competitive cheerleader jumped out. Bring it on. This was hot. Side note, I feel like we've seen a lot of gymnast or acrobatic style routines over the years on Drag Race, but Jax had to have had one of the smoothest transitions between moves and jumps and flips that I have ever seen. Like butter. I hardly know her. On the runway though, I wasn't really cheering for more. This look has some pros and cons to me. I love the jacket and boots, the print of that like 80s color blocking and the 90s graphic shapes on the fabric, absolutely phenomenal. But there was just something about that zebra catsuit thing underneath these two excellent pieces that just didn't tie in together very well for me. And then she was doing the thing with the camera and that just kind of confused me. This look was a rot. So, tops and bottoms, let's break it down. Our winner of the one night only talent show is Anetra, a winner who I absolutely agree with. And she was in the top 3 with Jax and Marcia, both, again, queens who I thought did excellently this episode, but Anetra really had that one extra layer that clearly deserved the win, no competition across the board. In the bottom 3 tonight, we have Loosey, LaDuca, Amethyst, and Irene Dubois. And I think among all 16 of these talent show performances, the many 16 talent show performances that we watch, these 3 do stand out to me as the worst, yes. But I do think there was maybe a storyline edit for a couple of those other performances to maybe interchange here and there with these bottom 3. Loosey, though, at the last minute, kind of saves herself while she's talking to the judges from the bottom 2. She shows Rue some Emmy-worthy vulnerability with the tears on the runway because she knows how bad she messed up and knows how good that she actually can be. Of course, anybody would be upset to be in that position. What was special with what she did, though, was she also made Rupaul laugh. She made some jokes there about the padding comments they had made to other queens. And my god, she's standing there looking that gorgeous and that high drag, like you can't put her in the bottom. You can't. Plus, I'd argue her performance was much more thought out and it was just that execution that missed. Whereas the other 2, Irene and Amethyst, who do end up in the bottom 2, did not plan their performances very well. In addition to not having that execution component of what they did. Well, I mean, they did execute those performances all right. Dead. And concerning their lip sync to 7 Rings by Ariana Grande, I did react to that over on my Patreon at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my members only website where my Patreon family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and access to exclusive content. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See there? But the outcome of this lip sync from the outset gagged me. I did not think that Amethyst was going to be able to beat Irene Dubois, but oh did she beat her. I mean, Amethyst was really turning out this, I would say, difficult to perform mid-tempo song and varied up her dance moves, had the lyrics down, and at every turn was just outperforming Irene. It was almost like Irene at this point had either accepted her fate and was not giving it her all, or perhaps it was just that she thought she didn't need to do very much in this lip sync because of all that confidence, which I do think got in her way a lot this episode. Confidence is key, but cockiness will lead to rockiness. I'm Bussy Queen and I approve this message. So Irene is sent home, and again, this was really surprising to me because of the main character energy that she was exhibiting throughout the episode. It felt like she could easily be the villain of the season, as well as a fierce competitor and maybe even finalist. I mean, her drag is polished, but that was evidently not in the cards. And finally, for our hottest hots this episode, in the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Anetra, and on the runway, Sasha Colby. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and we are in agreement. This was a pretty cut and dry episode, but wow, was it a great time. I really loved these queens. The competition from the outset, as I see it, feels very fair. It feels fresh. It feels like a new chapter in the Drag Race era. And there's nobody I'm looking at as like, oh, they're obviously going to win. There are so many potentials. But let me know what y'all are thinking after this crazy talent show. Who do you think is going to make it into the final 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever the hell they do this season? See you later. Love ya. Bye. I mean, it's not that bad, is it? It's kind of bad, but we're just gonna call it an homage to Bob's iconic roller skating look. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bus Queen, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today, we'll be reviewing episode 3 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. Our 15 remaining queens were split into 3 groups and challenged to create infomercials advertising gay heaven, something I'm praying doesn't exist. And the runway category was Metallica, duh. So we'll be breaking all that down queen by queen, as well as looking at some of the Twitter drama that was bubbling up between Amethyst and Robin Fierce this week concerning their past relationship. And then at the end of today's video, we'll be taking a look at what the cast and fans like yourself are saying about the shortness of the episodes from this season. And spoiler alert, it doesn't seem like anyone's too happy about it. Anyways, let's rock and roll. First up, Anetra from Team Anetra, who was given the privilege of being team captain as a reward for winning last week's challenge. But girl, not only was she team captain, she got to choose her entire team before the other team captain, Amethyst, got to pick a single teammate. She picked bigger personalities to complement her quieter demeanor, and it worked out so well in her favor. But really what was so great about this team was how well everyone worked together, and each had their own moments to shine. Plus the writing I'm assuming she did here was really funny. I too dream of doing absolutely nothing. Oh wait, Captain Anetra, this performance was hot. And over on the runway, Anetra says she is giving us some Charlize Theron meets Gaga Chromatica vibes, and maybe also a little Jamie Lee Curtis tease. The Chromatica references I definitely got with those sharp lines on that black bodice that she's wearing in the silver chrome. And overall, I'd say this look is successful. It has that Anetra stamp of being performable, flashy, with a cape and big shoulders. The one critique though that I have on this look is gonna be the hair. It's really not my favorite. I do like that it's off the shoulders because she has so much going on up there. Overall though, Anetra is just one of those queens that radiates confidence on the runway, and she could come out wearing a diaper and we'd probably still love it. This look is hot. Next up, I guess God really is a woman. It's Sasha Colby, who in the challenge plays the role of God. She's the through line for this sketch, demoing the different areas of gay heaven and all of its delights or tortures that it has to offer. A really stupidly funny thing that Sasha did in this sketch was cracking her neck each time there was a transition between scenes. And it was cool to see this really goofy side of Sasha come out in this sketch. You could tell that she was having a lot of fun with it. And it was lines like Palm Springs, where drag queens go to die, that really got me. Obviously, this performance was hot. Side note, I also want to commend Sasha on persevering through that Michelle massage directing today. She literally told Sasha, I know you can do this better. And like, that was the note. But what do I know? I've never directed a thing in my life besides all this. And if that challenge didn't convince you that God is Sasha Colby, then this runway will. She says she's giving a Silver Phoenix Miss Universe, going out like a bird of prey. And she's right, this look is Miss Universe ready. She's giving us high pageantry here. She's giving us after a long night of hook. Trey didn't like the session, but now she's crystallized and she's a glamazon ready for the runway. It's very carnival, it's very over the top, it's a lot of fun, and this look is hot. Next up, Luxx apparently, who in the challenge gave a great licensed therapist with air quotes around that. And overall, I would say did a great job of transforming herself into a unique and very different character for her while still keeping her radiant confidence about her. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, she's giving girl on fire, but all gold. I love the drama of that layered flame detail on the bodice and that amazingly long flowy cape. This is tailored within an inch of Luxx's life. She's cinch, she's pinched, and those legs, they go on for days, months, years. And the nails, Luxx did bring the nails. She looks gorgeous. She really, really has been bringing it to the runway, and I'm so excited for Luxx. This look is hot. Next up, Salina EsTities, who in the challenge was basically getting a tour of gay heaven from Sasha Colby. And Miss Salina is somebody who is not camera shy, at all. She knows how to grab focus, and I think she did a great job with physical comedy throughout the sketch, and did a really good job of acting out this incredulity with this gay heaven she was being presented with. Like the juxtaposition of how boisterous her character was, with her also being the one that's like, what's going on here, was really funny to watch, and smart. This performance was hot. But on the runway, I saw the sign. All 10 of them. I opened up my eyes, I saw the signs. Wow. Girl, if y'all were looking for a sign, here it is. She is the lamppost, she is the street sign, she is the iconic places from LA that have made up who Salina is, according to what she said on Twitter. And this look certainly is interesting. I think it's also very utilitarian. It's something you could throw on and never get lost in. But the truth is, and I don't think I am the only one thinking this look is a little too much. I don't love looks that you have to read, much less looks that you have to literally spend an entire afternoon reading. Plus, with all this signage, you do start to lose the actual brief of the runway, which was Metallica. And none of what I've said has even covered what's going on with her hair, which you see is connected by like chain links into different braid pieces when she turns around. She threw every sign she could find on this look except the one she needed to, which was stop. This look is a rat. Next up, Marcia, who in the challenge is both a patient to Luxx's therapist and also a doctor right after. And she did a great job in both of these instances, really playing completely different characters. I think she's a good little actor and definitely one that understands comedic timing, theater. Marcia was funny. This performance was hot. But over on the runway, did she get those false eyelashes that Rupaul was suggesting someone lend her? Y'all, Ru just gets more and more unhinged with every season of Drag Race, and I live. Anywho, Marcia's look is an homage to the Tin Man. Appropriate, I think, for the Metallica runway brief. Let's read what she had to say about it on Twitter. I love this look. I designed it, made it, and hand-painted the rust myself. I figured most of the girls would go shiny, but metal ages and rusts, and I think there's beauty in that. I think that's where the story is. I think Marcia's right, that's where the story is. Technically speaking, you can see the craftsmanship that went into this, the hard work that went into creating this very tailored silhouette with great detail pieces like the little smoke coming out of her fascinator. And I think in the right setting, this look would be amazing. It would be great on an acting stage in the theater, but not so much, I think, on the RuPaul's Drag Race runway stage. And because the design of it is so stage theater-esque, we do again lose the element of Marcia, like who is Marcia? And again, this look is cute, it's just not for me. I'm gonna give it a rat. And next up from Team Amethyst, our other team captain this episode. And I'll say, when she had her team lineup there, I was really excited for what they could do. But unlike Anetra, Amethyst couldn't direct her team into a coherency that made any sense. It just felt like this team got a little too focused on getting out these dirty jokes, rather than advertising in infomercial style what gay heaven is or would be in their ideal fantasy. And the thing is, I don't think that their jokes were totally unfunny. I just think that they weren't delivered properly within the context of what they were supposed to do, and Amethyst, as team leader, really should have noticed when Michelle Visage was giving her those faces during the directing session. So yeah, she gets a rat here from me. But over on the runway, she looks gorgeous. But something about it, to me, was feeling a little less custom. It's just missing some kind of personal branding element or personality that screams Amethyst. She's having an issue similar to Marcia, I think, where on the runway, she's having trouble showing us how and why she's different from some of the other cast. Besides being simple though, the only critique I would give this look is the boots don't really match for me with the rest of it, but I would give this look overall a very safe hot. Also, Irene Dubois tweeted out a shady little photo set where she said, get the look, and posted pieces of Amethyst's outfit that she found on online retailers, or at least pieces that looked very similar to what she was wearing. But girl, I'm not that mad at a queen on a budget. Looks in the mirror. Next up, Loosey, you've got some splaining to do. I think that's how that goes. Girl, I never watched that show. But really, you've got some splaining to do. Because on Twitter this week, she tweeted this: "What you see isn't always the truth." Which of course quotes the iconic Tatiana All-Stars 2 talent show, but hints that maybe, just maybe, something, if you believe in conspiracy theories, was not as it seems with her challenge. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into a tweet. Highly possible. Anywho, in the challenge this week, I think she definitely redeemed what we saw as our truth happen on our TV screens last week. It's just a shame that her team used her Dolly Parton impersonation in the way they did, because at first it was confusing when we hear this like kind of baby voice happening at the beginning of their sketch, but we don't actually see that it's supposed to be Dolly Parton saying those things until the very end of it, which really just highlights this team was lacking a through line and a proper utilization of each queen's talents throughout what they did. Dolly found a new 9 to 5 in heaven this week. This was hot. And over on the runway, we see a really excellent look from Miss Lucy LaDuca. She got these emerald cut rubies. Is that a proper description of what's going on with the stones here? I don't know, but it's what I'm gonna call them, all over her look. And I love the different armor pieces complementing her body and giving, as Lucy always does in her looks, a gorgeous silhouette. This look is hot. Next up, Mayari, who in the challenge this week, I almost forgot was even there. She had, by my count, like 2 lines. And other than that, she was just kind of in the background making these crazy like smiley faces and dancing around the other queens. I don't think this was her fault per se. It was more of a collapse of the entire team structure, but there just wasn't a lot to go off of here, but what was there was okay. So I'll give her a warming up. But over on the runway, woo! Teleport me to the moon, Mayari. She's giving ET extraterrestrial in this monochromatic emerald green bunny bee fly original. She, by the way, is the queen who competed on Drag Race Thailand and is very well known now in the Drag Race community for creating these melty armor piece extravaganza looks. They're gorgeous. The one thing, of course, I would have done to improve this look is maybe do a matching heel or just a boot cover or something to make it complete from head to toe, but this looks absolutely hot. Next up, roll the dice and shake the spice. And Spice, I think, did a really great job adding some much needed flavor to this team's composition, but there was no counterweight on her team to balance out her high energy and irreverent delivery of her lines. So everything she was saying just kind of fell flat against the dirty joke barrage that Poppy and Amethyst were giving us in every other scene. So I guess I'd give her like a warming up here. But over on the runway, she's bringing techno back. Techno, the robo pup that she literally carried onto the runway. I loved that. And I also loved that she is way too young to ever have had a robo pup. But is she like 12? I'm teasing, of course. And I love that she's celebrating millennial culture on the runway. And on a serious note, her look is great. This is an excellent display of that Bratz doll stamp that the twins have on their drag. And I love how she's modernized this idea of Judy Jetson Hooker from the future, but in the year 2000. So yes, I'm saying I think she looks like a Judy Jetson Hooker. And that's a compliment. This look is hot. I also enjoyed her tweet about the episode this week. One of the most fascinating things about watching this season back is you can visibly see how much more fun Sugar and I are having compared to some of the other girls. That's all tea and all shade. Next up, Princess Poppy, or Poopy, as she apparently wants her legacy to be known. So in the challenge, she's picked last by Amethyst and sort of curses her own place in the competition when she says, "Sorry losers" to the leftovers, and then Rupaul goes, "Those words may haunt you." Woo! Spooky. And look, the crazy thing is, I actually think Poppy had some very clever writing and funny jokes by the time we got to the sketch. While they sounded like they would be funny, just kind of ended up being dirty with no payoff. And they really failed to tie everything back into a true, memorable, and quick, funny infomercial. So this was a rot from Poppy. And over on the runway, this is just very simple, I think, for Drag Race. At this point, at RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. And I don't think anything technically is really wrong here. She met the brief, and the proportions of her hair and the way the bodice is cut like fit and everything looks right. It's just not enough. And the overall effect is just that it feels incomplete when she's in the lineup against her peers. This look made a poopy. It was a rat. And finally we get into Team 3, the leftovers. So we'll start with Jax, who became the de facto team leader of the leftovers, or maybe we should say self-nominated team leader when she gets fed up with Sugar making making too many suggestions in the workroom for what they should do as a team. And hey, in Jax's defense, I will say you really do need a team lead, I think, in situations like this where you have to plan out an entire sketch yourself. But it's also obvious that this self-nomination did kind of shut Sugar down a bit. And obviously, it's probably not a good idea to shut down opinions and ideas from the person on the team who's like potentially best at creating viral, funny online content like they're supposed to be making. It's also clear Jax feels the same way in retrospect. She did tweet out this week when the episode was airing, absolutely never overlooking Sugar or Spice. They are geniuses, period. So that's that. And just remember, as fans, it's our job to support the queens and not to send them any hate for like little minor things that might be happening in the workroom. So don't do that. Anywho, Jax certainly did not lead this team to victory and was so concerned with, I think, some of the minor details that she kind of ended up writing herself out of the sketch. Yeah, this performance was a but over on the runway, we at least got to have a little fun with her. She's paying homage to her namesake Jax from Mortal Kombat. Finish her! I'm an MK girly and I always have been. I mean, Katana and Melina did throw the first brick at Stonewall after all. Wait. No, that was Derek Barry, sorry. I do see where she was hitting at that metallic brief with the chrome arm pieces, and I love the detail of the silver name tags that she has fashioned into a kind of belt around her waist, but I will also say this look was a little literally lackluster for me. It just didn't achieve the shininess that I think the brief of metallic demands. But at the same time, I enjoy this look for what it is, and I really liked the reference, so I'm gonna give this a warming up. Next up, Malaysia, Babydoll, Foxx. And in the challenge this week, she plays the role of God similar to what Sasha was doing in their sketch. And in doing that, Malaysia had the second biggest part in this group behind Sugar. And what Malaysia did here, I think, was funny. She delivered her lines well, had comedic timing, and understood the assignment, if you will. So I would leave what she did here with a very safe hot. And over on the runway, body Audie, she looks good. This is someone who knows and understands every curve and swerve of her drag figure. She is so silhouetted, proportioned, and absolutely gorgeous. She looks stunning. I love that monochromatic white and the way that she played with those hard, heavy metal chains around her body, contrasting the soft pearlescent details on the bodice. She should change her name to Malaysia Babydoll Foxy, because this look is hottie. And next up, the Mistress herself. And she gave some very sage advice this week. The first little tidbit she said was, smile, even though you can't stand these bitches. And then later in Untucked, she was giving some really great drag mom-esque advice to Sugar. In regards to Jax kind of shutting Sugar down when she took over as leader, she said, don't let anyone ever take advantage of you. If you give someone the opportunity, they will. Not just in drag, but every aspect of your life. Before this week's challenge, really the only note I have here is she looked good, and it was funny when she said proportionizing. She was really, I just think, a victim of this team's inability to properly give equal camera time to each queen. So for what she did, I would give a safe hot. But on the runway, girl, 24 karat gold. Wow. I love the drama she brings to the runway. The big hair, the big shoulders, the big chains. Girl, she's literally walking a big gold chain down the runway. Her makeup, hair, and costume are so consistently well thought out, proportionized, and just good drag. Good classic drag, but at the same time uniquely branded as Mistress, and I love that. This look is hot. Next up, Robin Fierce, who on Twitter this week brought up the relationship drama that was discussed a little bit between Amethyst and Robin in the workroom. We hear about their past relationship, and then in a confessional, we see Amethyst say that she's the one who decided to end things. The only other bit of information we get about this past relationship from Robin is in her confessional, where she says that that chapter is closed. But cut to the Twitter exchange. We have Robin tweeting, watches sneak peek for next episode. Watches a girl lie on national TV, ... on the words of the great Nicki Minaj, child? Anyways. And then we see Amethyst respond to that saying, I mean, didn't you lie too when you said this chapter was closed? Cause I'm not the one reopening it and subtweeting my friend. To which Robin says, to respond to something that was said publicly isn't reopening a chapter. It's clarifying if there was confusion. And girl, the tea is... might be kind of hot. We also saw Luxx chime in here and she said, now kiss. Robin said, I'm good. And then another person to Robin said, spill. And she said, if Amethyst would like to tell y'all the truth, that's on her. That was a funny Twitter exchange. Thank y'all for the entertainment. Robin, this week in the challenge, I would say is gonna get the same critique for me as I had for like Jax and Mistress. She just kind of was MIA in the background. And she was even in like a lip sync battle portion of their challenge and kind of still didn't totally stand out. So I guess I would leave what she did with like a warming up. But over on the runway, wow, I could not be more excited about how beautiful this womana looks. She's giving Wonder Woman meets Xena, the warrior princess, in 24 karat gold. And a detail of this look that I absolutely have to call out is that hair is phenomenal. I love the gold hoop rings that are connecting the different pieces of it. And now she has perfectly put together these hard armor pieces with flowy Grecian goddessy elements. This look is hot, and shout out to her co-drag parents who created it. And finally, something sweet for your nerves, sugar. So, in the challenge, I think she did a good job, but there was a little too much sugar in this challenge compared to what the other queens were giving. And at first I thought she was just kind of like a steen sealer because she was saying so much, but then we realized as we watched the episode that it maybe was more of the other queens just weren't stepping up to say enough. And her team overall was missing a counterbalance to those irreverent lines, similar to how Spice's team was missing theirs. When she said things like, "I love the BLT community," I could almost hear in my head Spice looking at her and going, "Sugar, the BLT community, that's a sandwich." So because of the effort, I would give this a safe hot. And over on the runway, she is giving us a little sugary pink pop star perfection. This look is also a little chromatica, but rewounds to the year 2000. Again, the twins have their aesthetic perfectly nailed. And I love the homage to trip pants that she gave. Very unexpected, but fun and interesting. The only critique I would give this look is that it's very clear Sugar and Spice made these looks together, and that is not necessarily a bad thing, but in a competition where they kind of are asking the judges and ultimately audience members as well to judge them as individuals, it does start to make them blend together a little bit. But they are twins, so kind of is, you know, what it is. But this look is like totally hot. Overall, I'd say Team 3 was better than Team 2, but still not as good as Team 1. It was interesting though to watch this cast kind of make something from nothing. They picked their own teams, wrote their own lines, and were just sort of thrown into the fire. And that in and of itself is always fun to watch. And the winner this week is Sasha Colby. There was no other choice. And the bottom two are Poppy and Amethyst. I did react to this lip sync and the runways over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And truthfully, my patrons make my channel possible by financially supporting me every single month, so I want to give them a huge thank you and also let you know you can join my Patreon by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. My thoughts on this lip sync were confusion. The edit was kind of focusing on Poppy. She was getting a winner's edit. Or so I thought. And I thought everything she was doing was really funny. I loved the little meet and greet thing, as it was called, Poppy did during her lip sync, for example. Amethyst was giving a more serious take on this Diana Ross song, but similarly to Poppy, doing a great job. I enjoyed the lip sync. I thought they both did good, but how you feel about that probably will depend on how seriously you take your Diana Ross songs. Interestingly, Poppy did think that her lip sync was, quote, horrendous on Twitter. However, we do get some really interesting information in Untucked that maybe clues us into why Poppy ultimately was the one who was sent home this episode. She basically tells the rest of the cast that she would be totally fine with going home because getting on Drag Race and not going home first was essentially her last Hail Mary into the art of drag before quitting last year. But I think as soon as you say something like that, you kind of manifest going home. Like, it's even almost as if she wrapped up her own storyline in a nice little bow for the producers to just give her the boot. Meanwhile, we've got this unresolved drama with Amethyst and Robin, plus the potential to turn Amethyst into an underdog if she can turn around her 2 bottoms in a row now. But those are just my thoughts with my producer hat on. Let's talk about the short episode. I didn't really notice how short the episodes were when they put 1 and 2 together for the premiere, but this week I really did. We missed like the judges' critiques, the runways were just a blip, there was no mini challenge. I mean, it really felt like boom, quick, go, bam, when we're so used to these longer story-driven episodes of Drag Race. And indeed, many of the queens are feeling the same way. On Twitter, Irene wrote, "Wow, y'all really hated how short that episode was. Looking back, we need more time for character development." And Salina wrote, "We worked too hard and invested too much money," good point, "for a 45-minute edit." Aura responded, "Yeah, that was a fast one. So this is every Friday, huh?" Which she later followed up saying, "So many stories told, unheard." And y'all are feeling it too, apparently. I was curious and asked y'all in a YouTube YouTube poll, are the Drag Race Season 15 episodes too short? And as of right now, 81% of y'all said yes. But what are we going to do about it? Nothing! And finally, let's talk hottest hot on the runway. This week, I'm gonna give it to Sasha Colby. It really was her week. Oh my God. And I also asked my patrons over on patreon.com/BussyQueen to vote for their hottest hot, and they too have chosen Sasha Colby. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. And now for my Snatch Game performance. Ugh, I'm bored. Thank you. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bustina, and welcome back to Hot or Hot, the show that's now over half as long as the actual TV show that it's reviewing. These sure are some crazy times we live in. Anywho, today we'll be reviewing episode 4 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. Our 14 remaining contestants were split into 2 groups, down the middle, for a double dose of Snatch Game. And the runway category was Beautiful Nightmare. So we'll be breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, and going through some of the Twitter drama that was percolating up on the Twitter webs as the episode aired. We've got Spice versus Marcia, what apparently was cut from that lip sync, public apologies from some of the queens for their performances, and we'll also be taking a look at some tweets from celebrities who acknowledged their impersonations on this episode. Now, we've got a lot to cover today, so buckle up. First up, Marcia, who in Snatch Game impersonated Tim Gunn. Make it work. And Tim Gunn, if you don't know, is a famous American personality known for his takes on fashion and also appearance on fashion-based shows like Project Runway. We saw 5 responses from Marcia in this Snatch Game, and about 4.5 of those I'd say were received as funny by Ru. And honestly, when I was watching through this the first time, I was actually so gooped by her illusion that I didn't know who the hell this was. And this, I think, was both good for Marcia because it proved how great at makeup and illusion and characterization and acting she can truly be, but also bad because, again, I'm just not totally sure who Marcia is yet, besides a great actor. But she definitely made it work. This was hot. However, over on the runway, Marcia. Category is Beautiful Nightmare, but I think she forgot the beautiful part. She's giving the little girl from Finding Nemo in the dentist's office who's like tapping on the fish tank, Piranha. It's like that meets arts and crafts class after school special. And to her credit, she did tweet out an explanation for what was, or I should say what wasn't going on here, and she said, "That was not the vision I had for that runway in the slightest. That was an incredibly simplified version I had to throw together 24 hours before I left because a designer flaked on me." So sure, I'd like to see the fully realized version of whatever the hell this was supposed to be, but as presented, it's a Next up, don't we all wish we were Amanda Lepore? Well, I guess we can keep dreaming because Luxx is Amanda Lepore in this Snatch Game. The illusion, fabulous. She did an excellent job, firstly I have to say, on the prosthetics and commitment to makeup and illusion that Amanda Lepore has. She, if you don't know, is an NYC nightlife legend. Also, fun fact, her birth certificate was apparently lost in a hospital fire and nobody knows how old she is. Not even her. So I was pretty goofed when Luxx this episode calls out Trinity's prior impersonation of Amanda Lepore as not being that good. And this, it seems, did not go unnoticed by Miss Trinity the Tuck. Luxx, while the episode was airing, tweeted, "Liking and laughing at tweets about how my Snatch Game was horrible and how I'm arrogant and delusional won't make yours any more memorable or funnier, because it wasn't, LOL." Luxx was seemingly here referencing the fact that Trinity had liked some tweets on Twitter, like this one, which said, "Crazy for Luxx to say that Trinity the Tuck bombed her first Snatch Game when she didn't even give us any jokes. You gotta pay respect to the queens who paved the way first before being that annoyingly arrogant." And finally, Trinity the Tuck clapped back on Twitter writing, "11 wins, ... still waiting for at least one. Done with this conversation. Mind you, I didn't throw the first punch, but I'm no punk. Y'all already know. You talk you get a reply." Like, there is one thing about Luxx that has been true episode to episode, and that is that she has and radiates confidence in everything she does. But that confidence didn't translate to a larger than life Snatch Game performance. She was almost dead in the eyes, and the vocals she was giving were very muted. We saw 3 responses from Luxx as Amanda, and one of which was received well by the judges. And confidence, I think, will take Luxx far in this competition, but she'll need to start putting some money where her mouth is. This Snatch Game was a rat. On the runway, though, it's hard to give somebody so beautiful any notes. She says she's giving bride whose husband threw in the river and drowned her. A tale as old as time. She literally looks like she has just crawled up from the bottom of a lake and is dragging a cinder block tied onto a rope down the runway. And fun fact, she let us know on Twitter that she actually made her runway from top to bottom, and her parents made the cinder block. She did acknowledge that the tights could definitely have been more gray, but she had to spray paint ones on set last minute because oddly enough, I couldn't find a pair of gray tights anywhere. She's looking like a drowned, harassed rat, and she couldn't look better. This look is hot. Next up, Malaysia Babydoll Foxx, who this weekend Snatch game gives us a little saucy Santana impersonation. And saucy Santana, if you don't know, is quite the saucy character. He actually first came to notoriety as the City Girls makeup artist, but now makes his own music and is famous for the Material Girl song that was going viral on TikTok. And saucy, I think, was a really bold choice for Malaysia, who I do kind of see as a more demure, sweet, calmer type of personality. So I think she definitely gave herself a challenge, but we really didn't get to see a lot of what she gave. We were shown only 2 responses from her saucy, one of which was received well, the intro where she taught Ru the phrase gummy, which of course is self-explanatory. No teeth. And it's not really her fault we didn't get to see all of her material, girl. So I'd give this Snatch game performance a warming up. And over on the runway, she says she is giving us living, walking, beauty, dead fantasy. Literally beautiful nightmare, but if you looked up those 2 words in a thesaurus and we're trying to make the word count. And that's not a knock, I'm just laughing at how she described her look. She's in this gorgeous monochromatic lavender, I think the color is. I'm a little colorblind, the runway lights really mess with my cones and rods. But my god, does she look absolutely gorgeous. She's giving a perfectly proportionized silhouette, and I love those feathers all around her body, the hair sculpted. The nightmare component of this brief though, I think she kind of skimped out on. That half of what this runway should be is really only present in her makeup. I think she could have pushed the boundary a little bit further and brought some of those nightmarish elements into the actual costuming, but the actual presentation of what she's wearing is drop dead gorgeous. This look is hot. What happens in Vegas apparently dies there. Next up, breaking news, we've got a new mommy. She told us on Instagram last week that she has apparently adopted the twins into her drag house. Writing, getting the opportunity to expand my drag family has been the greatest unexpected blessing to come from my time on RuPaul's Drag Race. You all know what drag family means to me, so just know I don't play when it comes to my daughters. I love you both, Sugar and Spice, and I'm so proud of all your accomplishments and that I get to experience this moment in time with you both. The family that drags together stays together. Oh, and my producers are telling me Hallmark just bought the rights to the movie. Anyways, in Snatch Game, Mistress did Rosie O'Donnell. Kind of. She also kind of turned this Rosie into part Abby Lee Miller, part lost Jersey City sister of Michelle Visage. And from Miss Rosie Lee Miller, we saw 6 responses, all 6 of which were received well by the judges. And even though Mistress's character was kind of all over the place, it was one of my favorites tonight because we got to watch her evolve this character as the Snatch Game progressed, all the while taking no prisoners and letting the other contestants have it! For example, when she slips up about the tax evasion response and says she was thinking about Abby Lee Miller instead of Rosie O'Donnell, she then takes the opportunity to leverage that slip up into a dig at Saucy Santana. And I want to take this opportunity to compare Mistress's Rosie with Marcia's Tim Gunn. Marcia's Tim Gunn was clean cut, perfect in every way in characterization, but lacked that Marcia stamp. While Mistress's Rosie wasn't perfect, it 100% felt like an original and authentic branded performance. Anyway, the views, great from here. This performance was hot. And over on the runway, I particularly enjoyed Mistress's explanation of what was going on. They say we eat 6 spiders a year in our sleep. Those spiders laid eggs and busted through and there's webs all over me. Sure, I guess. Why the hell not? Honestly, though, I'm not even sure she bought that explanation. And without it, I wouldn't know what the hell was going on with this runway. But her proportions with that cage skirt on top of that gorgeous gown are amazing. The hair, the mug, everything about Mistress on the runway is perfectly polished. I wish she had a stronger concept, but this look is absolutely hot. And next up, Anetra, who in the Snatch Game did Gordinia Ramsey, a completely made up character. This person does not exist. So what we get from Anetra here is really just complete stupidity. And I think a great example of Anetra's sense of humor. She likes doing things just because they're dumb. And because RuPaul is screaming in laughter at these like 2 responses that we see from Gordinia, I was also laughing. Even if absent RuPaul's laughter, this Snatch Game really wasn't a lot to eat. So I'll be fair here and give her a warming up. And over on the runway, spiders, they're everywhere! And this itsy bitsy spider had an excellent execution on the beautiful nightmare concept. She is very obviously a femme fatale Black Widow. The gown she's wearing is gorgeous, the shape is beautiful. And all this, she tried something new with her hair and makeup and overall gave us a new silhouette and type of look. My small critiques here are, I would love to see the gown touch the floor in the back at least, and something about the proportions of the spider's abdomen seemed a little off compared with her voluptuous body, but the silliness of it all is also why I liked the look, so I'd give this look a hot. And next up, we're all going to hell and Salina EsTities is leading the parade. Thank God. She, in Snatch Game, gave us the Virgin Mary, BC, or maybe we should say WC with Christ. She was pregnant in the Snatch Game. And Mary, if you somehow don't know, is Jesus's mother from the Bible. That Mary. And from Miss Salina, we saw 4 responses, 1.5 of which I'd say was received by Rupaul well. And Salina's Virgin Mary was very interesting to me because she was, to her credit, very committed. And she, as I've commended her on in my previous videos, is great at commanding camera presence. Like, even though her bits and gag of her pregnant belly weren't landing as funny, what she was doing still wasn't ultimately as cringy as some of the other bad performances we saw tonight. As we saw it, I would give this a rat. A holy moly rat. And over on the runway, Nightmare? Absolutely. Good God. I thought I had accidentally switched to Dragula or The Hills Have Eyes. And I've got to say, her presentation of the look was truly unforgettable. She jumps out from behind the curtain and like attacks a chest plate sitting on the floor, then shows off this skin dress and like spooky zombie ghosty makeup. And while what she did certainly is scary, I think that she really truly missed that beautiful part completely. But I think it's worth a 3 flame safe hot for the dedication to the drama and giving us some good TV. Somebody's got to do it. Next up, Robin Fierce, who in Snatch Game did Karen Huger, and I wasn't super familiar with this personality. She's apparently one of the housewives of Potomac, girl, however you say that word. I know, does that make me a bad gay? Like, my reality TV consumption ends at RuPaul's Drag Race, My Strange Addiction, and of course, the Real Friends of WeHo on right after RuPaul's Drag Race at 9 p.m. Central Time. My favorite show. Robin's Karen Huger, though, was mostly just not there. We saw 2 responses from her, one of which was like kind of funny at first when she says ham hock. She's tapping into that ridiculous misdirect type of humor that is successful on TV and that RuPaul enjoys. But then when Ru tries to volley with her, she just falls flat and gets kind of tongue-tied, explaining who she is and why she's there. Robin's Snatch Game was half-baked and 100% worth noting, though, that she did apologize for her performance on Twitter, writing, "I'm gonna just apologize to Karen Huger in advance for my attempt at her for Snatch Game on RuPaul's Drag Race. Karen, I love you. I am a LaDam." And Karen actually replied to this, writing, "No need for apologies. I'm honored, darling. Fabulous." And over on the runway, Robin says she is looking like that tarantula bitch that will M-word your husband. And you'll say she's gorgeous. She is another spider, another Black Widow concept. Y'all, it is an epidemic. Her interpretation, though, is at least a little different from Mistress's and Anetra's. She's kind of giving more almost like Black Swan ballerina fantasy Black Widow. And I've got to say, like, I knew what she was immediately. And this is a beautiful execution on this beautiful nightmare brief. Oh, the webs we weave. This look is hot. And next up, Loosey, you ain't got no splaining to do this week. Oh my God. In Snatch Game, she did Joan Rivers, the late comedian and gay icon, well known for her insult comedy presence on Fashion Police, and of course, plastic surgery. And when I saw Loosey was doing Joan, my immediate reaction was, uh-oh, we've seen a very successful Joan before. Jimbo on Canada's Drag Race did excellently with this character. Smell my finger! Loosey had quite the challenge in front of her, however, she completely steamrolled it and blew us all away. We saw like 6-ish responses from her, all of which were received well by the judges. The physical illusion, combined with the characterization of Joan with the mannerisms and speech patterns, was top tier, next level, like she was 100% running circles around the other girls, and appropriately insulting them while she did it. She even stole one of Spice's earlier responses, Miley's foam finger, just to, quote, quote, make fun of the dumb bitch in the front. Joan's husband's favorite position was apparently at the neighbor's house, but Loosey's was on top tonight. This performance was hot. And by the way, if you're new here, I just want to quickly bring to your attention the icons that are present on runways and challenges. Those are the avatars of my patrons who are a part of my Patreon family at patreon.com/bussyqueen, who support me every single month at the hottest hot tier or higher and have voted for that respective challenge or runway as their hottest hot for the week. And if you thought Loosey's Snatch game was killer, take a look at her runway. She's giving an homage to Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, and I've got to say, this look is amazing in the presentation of silhouette and body oddity that Loosey knows how to serve. I'd ask how's her head, but girl, she gives great head, even when dead. My small critique on this look is I wanted a little more scary from this, like it's almost a little too perfect and pretty, but that is just kind of Loosey's drag. And I like that she pushed her boundary a bit here and dipped into the dark side. This runway is hot. Next up, Legends Only, it's Sasha Colby, who in Snatch Game was doing Jan Crouch. She's a late religious fanatic Christian televangelist, and based off the photos of her, possibly a drag queen. Rupaul does say you're born naked and the rest is drag. Anywho, Sasha is one of the queens tonight who just did not get any love from the edit in either direction, really, besides the 2 responses we saw from her, both of which were well received. So I'd say she could have done more, but it's hard to say if she actually did or didn't. Calling Ross a sodomite though, always a win in Rupaul's book. I'll give this performance a hot. And over on the runway, oh my god, she looks gorgeous, but what's new? And I wish I could show more of her look in my video, but you know, YouTube ad restrictions and all. Now that she had a different concept, she is giving witch, she's giving broomstick amongst this pile of Black Widow spiders everywhere you look. And overall, I think she did a great job contrasting nightmarish, hideous ugliness with immaculate beauty. Bubble, bubble, toil, and trouble. This look is hot. Next up, Jax, who's, I think, lucky a picture says 1,000 words tonight. She's the Mona Lisa, you know, the eyebrowless nymph from the Louvre. And we saw her give 2 responses. The intro, which was funny because she made a silly face. And the second of which also got a laugh from Ru because she was willing to play into the joke about oil. So I'd say what we saw from Jax as Mona Lisa was fine, but was there more to this Mona than a goofy little smile? Meh. My lipstick literally going on my chin from that. Goofy. I've got to fix that. Regardless, I'll give Jax a hot. Whew, crisis averted. You know, they say beauty is pain, and that's true, but nobody ever talks about the price of being a goofy little girl. Anyways, over on the runway. That was my parcel tongue. Wow, this runway totally caught me off guard. I did not expect Jax to come out in full, like, Voldemort snake face prosthetics. Like, the presentation of this look is so cool, and everybody else really went so dark with their beautiful nightmares, and as scary of a nightmare that she looks like. She was also able to find ways to lean into the beauty of this character she's presenting on the runway. She's voluptuous and is kind of giving, like, clay pot with the drawings from Greece, but also Grecian goddess and Medusa with the flowy white robes. This look is poisonously hot. And next up, something sweet. Sugar, who in Snatch Game did Trisha Paytas. I've gotta say, I loved the shady edit of them including the comment that she makes in the workroom prior to Snatch Game when she says, I know internet personalities always bomb into obliviation, but Sugar is here to change that. Oh, Sugar. So unfortunately, she did not change that. We saw 4 responses from her Trisha Paytas, none of which were received well by Ru. And my take on why Sugar's Trisha didn't work here was because I think Sugar was trying too hard to be Trisha Paytas. But the thing is, I don't think Trisha herself is inherently funny. The comedy from Trisha Paytas, YouTuber extraordinaire and the internet troll of our generation, comes from shock value. She's really more funny in retrospect, like when you look back at her eras of being super religious and Christian, or when she was a chicken nugget. There was just nothing Sugar was doing to latch onto besides being annoying. For example, at one point, Ru asks Jax a question that Sugar interrupts, but she isn't even able to get out the complete sentence of what she wants to say before Loosey as Joan Rivers interrupts and finishes her sentence, stealing her thunder. So yeah, Sugar's Trisha was not sweet. This was a rat. And Trisha was one of the impersonated personalities who acknowledged what happened on Snatch Game on Twitter, writing, trending, thank you, Sugar, for bringing me back from the cyberworld grave. Relevant again for another 15 minutes. Like a fabulous cockroach, I keep coming back. She sure does. And Sugar there wrote, "Oh, my bimbo queen, you are and always will be relevant." Trisha also wrote, "I mean, I'm a little insulted it took 15 seasons to be impersonated on Snatch Game, but I suppose that had to be done by the prettiest, snatchiest queen, and truly no one else but Miss Sugar could have done me justice." Sugar wrote, "The most Trisha thing to do was to troll Rue and everyone on the set, the girls that get it, get it. Love you, icon. If only there was something to get." Anyways, on the runway tonight, Sugar says that she is channeling all the creepy porcelain dolls at her grandma's house. She's that pretty little perfect doll walking down the runway who's a little bit creepy, a little bit of a nightmare, not even a nightmare. This is a little bit of a flash of something scary. And like on one hand, I love how, I guess, on brand it was of her to not lean into the nightmare part of this runway brief. But I think it's also fair to critique that this runway is mostly just beautiful. And the supposed nightmarish part of her runway presentation is just the slightly spooky makeup. So yeah, she looks great, but because it's off brief, I'm gonna give this a. And next up, we had Spice, Miss Spicety Spicy Spice, doing Miley Cyrus, or Goofy, I guess, from, the Goofy movie. So I actually had high hopes, or I guess I should say at least medium aspirations, for Spice's Miley during the very first part of the Snatch Game. She was kind of more leaning into the Hannah Montana era, but this only lasted for her intro line, and then she switched into like Bangers era Miley. And I could tell from at that point that it was just all gonna be downhill from here. And in saying that, I'm realizing I kind of have the same note for her on Snatch Game that I had for Sugar. Had Spice, I think, picked one era of Miley to really lean into and master, she could have been a little more successful. And then the responses that she was giving as Miley were wild. And it's almost like the less that Rue and the other queens were reacting positively to what she was doing, the more that she leaned into this cringy character. And I was like, what are you doing? Like with the Ross Matthews response, like she's hitting herself in the head with the sledgehammer and just doing that thing over and over. And I'm like, girl, no one is laughing. Why are you doing that? But this was, to her credit, I think a little exacerbated by the edit. It went back and forth with that a lot, and I'm not sure if that was actually happening that long or if it was just the edit. We saw 4 responses from Spice just being Miley, none of which were funny. And y'all know I love me some Spice, but the flavor tonight, I was half expecting RuPaul to tell her she needed to tweet a Rupology. But over on the runway, she's giving Dead Doll in a similar but different way to Sugar's kind of Dead Doll tonight. Spice is, I think, more leaning into the Monster High references. Actually, she's almost just totally dressed like, I think her name is Draculaura based on the Googling I just did. And although I didn't necessarily know this character's name off the top of my head, I knew exactly what she was doing the second I saw it. And I love that it is 100% on brief. She is beautiful, but she's also a nightmare. She very clearly is dead. She pushed the boundary with her makeup further than, for example, her twin Sugar. And it's clear based on her outfit, makeup, and presentation that she's dead, bitch. This look is hot. Next up, Amethyst, who in Snatch Game did Tan Mom. And I'll say firstly, I think this was a great choice of character. This is somebody who everyone kind of knows in the back of their head as a strange person, I suppose, but nobody really knows who this person is or why they're famous. Like, I didn't even know that the reason she came out of obscurity and into internet fame was apparently because back in 2012 she tried to take her young child into a tanning bed. Allegedly. The jury did decline to indict her. But the reason this character is such a great choice, I think, is because it's familiar yet unfamiliar enough that Amethyst can really do whatever the hell she wants with it. And we hear 3 responses from her, of which I'd say 2.5 were received really well. This performance was so tan, she burned hot. And over on the runway, the judges said it best, oh my gaga, at the 2009 VMAs. She's given the gays what they want. The gays love Gaga, and she did Gaga well here. This was an iconic era for her when she was reinventing pop culture, art, and stage presentation, and to give such a beautiful homage to that, I think was really smart of her. And the red liquid presentation coming out on top of her all-white outfit was, of course, both good TV and fun to watch on the runway. This was hot. And finally, Aura Mayari, who in the challenge gave us a little Bretman rock for your nerves. Girl, the YouTubers are all here. And they shouldn't be. Maybe one day someone will do me. Yeah, right. Good luck trying to make me funny. Bazinga! Anyway, Bretman, if you don't know, is a YouTuber, millions of subscribers, but really I would say he had his peak YouTube moment a couple of years ago when the beauty community was alive and thriving. Now it seems he more just is beautiful on Instagram and like, oh my God, working on that body. He looks good. Aura's Bretman, we saw 3 responses from, 0 of which were funny, and all of of which were awkward. And then there's a really weird moment at the end of the Snatch game where she's speaking tag long, and then she says, it's a match. And then RuPaul just completely shuts her down and is like, we have some Filipino people in the producing room, and what you said is not a match. And I was like, oh, Ru is really not willing to work with her today, girl. Like, this was just a perfect example of how RuPaul can and will dictate your Snatch game performance. But really, this Bretman was just all rock and rot. On the runway, though, a really beautiful reprise for Miss Aura Mayari tonight. She comes out, she's giving old Hollywood glamour, that orange hair looks gorgeous, and she turns around, she's dead. I guess, kind of, I don't know. She's got scoliosis at least. Her entire spine is exposed, and more importantly than giving a really cool, interesting, and unique look, she is playing up those theatrics, giving us the drama. Love to see it. This look is hot. But now let's talk the tea. The winner tonight is Lucy LaDuca for her Joan Rivers, no surprise. But what was surprising was, I think, the decision to do the format of Snatch Game in this way, where they split them into two groups and then chose one winner between two groups and all of the bottoms from just one of the groups. Like, it would have made a lot more sense, since they were splitting everyone up, to, I think, do two winners and then a bottom from each. Like, this would have been a great time, narratively speaking, to establish another front runner, as well as not lose one of the twins, because let's be honest, they are a huge draw for this season. But of course, part of the draw of their casting is knowing that they inevitably will be lip syncing against each other, and the producers did not waste the opportunity. The bottom three, if you will, are Aura and the twins. And this is one of those moments where it kind of seems like the judges are saying that Aura's runway saves her from the bottom, which, like, versus Sugar, sure, I guess, makes sense. But for as annoying as Sugar's Trisha Paytas was, I'm not sure she was worse than Aura's Bretman. Anyways, the twin sync is here. We all saw it coming, and I did react to it over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. But watching this lip sync, firstly, I'm thinking it feels a little too soon for Sugar versus Spice. And I'm also flabbergasted in the back of my head because we saw no narrative storytelling of Sugar or Spice's twinness or anything like we usually do when someone gets eliminated. So I'm like, none of this makes sense. Surely they're going to do a double save. But boy, was I wrong. We saw the twins do a fully choreographed lip sync to Pat Benatar, and in the beginning I was thinking it was a little cheesy, but the more they leaned into the cheese and the campiness of what they were doing and playing with each other and how passionate they were, the more I loved it. Like, they were having fun, and in result, I had fun. The contestants watching them had fun. Robin Fierce even tweeted out, when I tell you this lip sync was iconic to watch, LOL, what a wild moment to live through. And it was clear even the judges were living for everything they were doing, even though Sugar had a couple of trips and falls on the runway as she was prancing around in her heels. I fully expected a double Shantae. Like, how do you not reward a fully choreographed lip sync with a double Shantae? How do you not do it, Ru? And between two mostly equal performances, how do you pick who goes home and who doesn't? There's also some drama with the edit of the lip sync. Spice tweeted this out. The way they cut our most iconic part of the lip sync when we whipped out our fake teeth and trolled TF out of them. I would have liked to seen that. And we also saw Spice call out Marcia on Twitter for seemingly the comment that she made in a confessional about their lip sync and canned bits. Spice wrote, Miss Marcia has to stop with the quote canned bits. It's called charisma, boo. You should get some. And at first I thought this was just like a little sisterly read, but Marcia responded seemingly more seriously, writing, I'm sorry, girly. I didn't know it was something that was upsetting you. You both have charisma for days. But yeah, Sugar has to sashay away. And we did see this nice tweet from her new drag mom, Mistress, who wrote, as you can see on my face, I'm so proud of Sugar. One moment in time does not define you, and I'm glad you were able to share a piece of yourself, not only with the world, but with me. You taught me to remember that drag should be fun. I love you so, so much. But let me know what y'all are thinking down in the comments below. Did this twin sync make sense? Should there have been different tops and bottoms considering the format of Snatch Game? And what do you think will happen next? And it's time for Hottest Hots. On the runway, I'll give it to Rupaul. And for round 1 of Snatch Game, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And round 2, of course, Lucy LaDuca. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots this week, and they've chosen Sasha Colby on the runway, Marcia is Tim Gunn for round 1, and Lucy LaDuca's Joan for round 2. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. Oh, you thought the old lady dropped this in the ocean, didn't you? Well, I went down and got it. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Ursula, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15. Today our queens are split into 3 fashion houses and challenged to create cohesive yet individualistic haute couture runways using unconventional materials found in home decor sets themed after Michelle Visage, Joyzy, Carson Kressley, Town and Country, and Ross Matthews, Palm Springs. Just smile and nod. So we'll be reviewing each queen's performance in the episode, as I saw it, as well as covering some online drama from this week concerning Mistress Isabelle Brooks and what she has to say about the harassment she's been receiving online, Loosey LaDuca versus Rakim Sakura, and of course George Santos versus Trixie Mattel and Jan. A sentence I'd hoped I would never say. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, buckle up, cause it's gonna be a bumpy ride. First up and hailing from House of Visage, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And her lesson of the week is, when you've got a chance to read them down. Side note, Mistress, if you're watching, just gonna throw out this little business idea, a book full of drag lessons as taught by Mistress Isabelle Brooks. Filled with all of your confessional moments and things like that you've said to other queens. I'd buy it. On the runway, she comes out, purse first. And she gagged me a little bit with this. This was 100% Michelle Visage at 30, hopping off the J train, heading to the club, and undoubtedly on nothing but uppers, downers, and candy corns. Signature tatas in tow. She's giving me all the drama that a House of Michelle Visage runway demands, plus a little bit of, like, the nanny. And oh my god, the fit of this top and skirt are phenomenal. The corsetry and shape that she was able to create here with this garment is breathtaking. And what I love most about what Mistress did here was she created a complete look. My only critique here is for an haute couture runway, I'd say this look maybe didn't reach the avant-garde heights she had hoped, but honestly, considering the challenge at hand, I wouldn't change a thing about it. I love this look, and I think it's hot. And concerning the drama, well, Mistress has been having some trouble with her Instagram and Twitter accounts, specifically in the account suspension category. She wrote on the 26th, when the 5-minute preview came out, I knew this would happen. You know what they say, 3 strikes and you're out. With a screenshot of an Instagram page reading, "We suspended your account on January 26, 2023. Apparently, due to a large volume of user reports on these platforms, her account has been getting locked. Her Instagram now for like the 3rd time. She and other queens from this season are suspecting that this is from rabid Drag Race fans who were angry about a little encounter that she had with Marcia Cubes. Was all this really the fault of Marcia fans, who can never be sure, but Marcia Cubes did step up for her Drag Race sister and said this on an Instagram reel.
Mistress's account was suspended for the 3rd time this week. Obviously, I don't have any kind of physical evidence that my fans are the ones doing this, but I can only assume that it is because we had the most recent conflict. I do not appreciate it. You are literally attacking a person you do not know for something that happened like a year ago. There are no active conflicts in the real world. This is supposed to be a positive experience for all of us. It is turning into like the worst thing ever.
And then Mistress wrote this on Twitter. "I'm tired of talking about this, so regardless of what happens with my social media, this will be my last statement. One of the greatest parts of being showcased on this platform is the ability to share my story and hopefully inspire and change people's outlook on life and keep traditional drag alive. Now, more than ever, it's important to come together as a community and spread love. It truly baffles me that this is the same community being targeted, and needing unity more than ever is destroying and attacking its own. Concerning what fans like ourselves can do," she wrote, "I'm in a situation at the moment, but I'm good because I know I'm always gonna come out on top. Continue to support and show me love across the platforms. Come see me when I'm at a venue near you, but most importantly, please show my season 15 sisters some love." And finally, she ended with some reminders that Drag Race is just TV, and ended saying, "We need to do better. Everyone." She is, though, I'll say, keeping a really good spirit about all of this, and even wrote on Twitter, "At this point, the only social media I'm gonna be able to use is the Tamisha Iman network." If you're not blocked from Tamisha Iman's Twitter page, you're not doing drag. The TIN is still apparently alive and well, by the way. Next up, Aura Mayari, who on the runway today owns 51% of this matrix. I really loved that in this look, she's kind of giving me alien warrior goddess, but like from New Jersey in the year 3023. She says this look is made from zebra print rugs, and I really love how well she cut the crop top and skirt. Both pieces really accentuate her body's curves, and I love that even though she is giving this HBIC energy on the runway, she also is keeping it elegant and classy with that soft gold cape. And overall, I think she did a great job being cohesive yet individualistic within the House of Visage. It's also kind of like Chanel, but make it ho. This look is hot. Next up, she doesn't have the eyes for this, or so she says. And it was at this moment I knew our little Amethyst had kind of given up and given in to the inner saboteur. Her look, she said, is made from bed sheets and pillowcases and the bracelets from napkin holders. And I'm definitely getting a little Visage inspiration with the high pony and bangs, and of course use of cheetah print, but I'm also getting a little bit of like I Dream of Jeannie. And at first on the runway I'm thinking, okay, this look is serviceable, but it ultimately is one of those looks that looks better the more she's moving. You know, it's harder to focus on somebody when they're moving a lot, which of course is why I'm so jittery in my videos. Don't want you to get too close of a look. And when Amethyst finally stands still in this look, you see that the top part is baggy and really only, I think, has a shape from the use of the cheetah print belt that seems to be 100% responsible for creating the silhouette. I think in another design challenge, this might have even been safe. Most everyone did pretty good tonight, but amongst her peers, her look was just too unpolished and still a Next up, Shake the Dice and Spill the Spice, who this episode is understandably very upset when it starts, having just sent her twin drag sister home. And as sad as this was, I do think that this is going to be a really interesting opportunity for Spice to explore herself, because from what I understand, her drag has always been done with the accompaniment of her twin. And the storyline element, of course, comes into play this episode when we learn that Sugar really was the seamstress of the twins and Spice the designer. Funny how that all worked out, isn't it? It's almost like we might be watching reality TV and it's not a real competition. Anyways, in her twin's absence, does Spice find her inner sweetness? I'd say yes and no tonight. On the runway tonight, she's giving her signature Y2K Bratz doll fantasy in a zebra print crop skirt and matching top. This look is very much giving me Romy and Michelle meets Lindsay Lohan partying in the club in the Y2K era. And I love what she did with the hair. That hair is phenomenal. I want it. I need it. Can I borrow it? But the actual look, I think, looked better on paper than on the runway. While very on brand for Spice, and because she is using the zebra print so heavily on theme for the House of Visage, the construction really was lacking. You can see the top really doesn't fit that well when you zoom in, and the black sequin straps creating the bottom part of it seem to be more of a distraction, like, hey, look down here, instead of at the poorly hemmed and constructed pieces of what actually make the look a look. Plus, she's got a little bit of a weird thing going on with the color of her tights not matching her skin tone, which was kind of jarring considering she was showing so much leg tonight. All that is to say, the presentation overall just felt a little haphazard to me. Better than what I could have made, sure, but missing finishing touches. So for those reasons, I don't think I'd play house with this doll. This look is a And next up, dare I say, she gagged them a little bit. It's Luxx, Noir, London, Paris, New York Fashion Week. This look on the runway is a wow, all caps. Like, I knew Luxx had a hand in creating some of her previous runways, so I had high expectations for her in the design challenge, but she exceeded them, blew them away, completely out of the water. I was gagged more than a little bit, I was gagged a lot of it. The head wrap with matching top, held together by, I don't know, what is this, curtain rod hooks? Delicately dangling across her chest in that cape with the pants, and the boots with the fur. Just kidding there, but the cape with the pants, such a beautiful combination. And for the first time on this runway tonight, when I saw her look, I was thinking, this is haute couture, this is fashion, this is unique to Luxx, and also fitting the brief of House of Visage. Luxx not only understood the assignment, but like did the extra credit. This look is hot. And we also, I'm sure you were on the edge of your seats for this one, what seems to be a happy resolution between the Trinity versus Luxx drama from last week. While the episode was airing, Trinity the Tuck tweeted this out. Tonight, the winner did a fab job and was the clear winner. Overall, this was one of the best overall design challenges. Overall. Most of the looks were good. And need I remind y'all, that's high praise coming from a double design challenge winner from All-Star 7. And finally, from the House of Visage tonight, Janelle Monáe. Just kidding, obviously, but her look, like, did somebody give her a memo on that? Because she perfectly fit with this team, and God, she looked good. Side note, if y'all have a chance to go see Janelle Monáe live, do not miss it. Go. She put on one of the best ACL shows a couple years ago that I have ever seen. Final thoughts on this house though, I think each queen individually did decently, but overall, it did seem there wasn't a strong theme, really bringing some cohesivity to all of the different looks. Like Luxx's regal finale felt almost out of place with the more, I would say, party girl streetwear looks from the rest of the girls in her group. Next up, House of Kressley. Theme, town and country. Yeah! Did y'all catch that photo of Carson with the horse that they put into this little slideshow? This is Mr. Hands now. Do you feel old yet? If you know, you know. And trust me, you don't want to know. Anyways, first in this group, we've got Robin Fierce, the Robin Fierce. And on the runway tonight, she's a stunner. She's gorgeous, she's beautiful, that's no secret. And she has used, she says, foam from couches to build the shoulder and leather pillowcases for the top. And this look, I'll say from a non-seamstress perspective, looks really well made. The pleats on the skirt are great, that structure in the shoulder is really nice. But I will say there's something about the brown leather crop top and the thigh-high black pleaser boot that just aren't vibing with me. Like, I almost wanted her to create a boot cover out of that same leather material she used for the top, just to make the look a little more cohesive from head to toe. I was just looking at this after thinking all the pieces were looking great individually and realizing that like 50% of the look is actually store-bought. Plus, is this really giving me town and country? No, not really. I want a little more Western flair here. I do think this look is still hot. She looks great, but just not one of my personal favorites stylistically tonight. On the other hand, what Jax did, I was gagged a little bit that she was in the bottom. She comes out, she's giving punk meets prep. It's prep, it's prep, it's prep. And immediately I'm getting the great Heathers reference that she's making here with the plaid skirt and croquet mallet and jacket top. Heathers, by the way, is required gay viewing. If you haven't seen it, turn this video off and go watch it. What are you doing? Actually, finish the video first and then go watch it. Anyway, recognizing this reference, I think was both a good and bad thing for Jax tonight though, because it's great that I get what she's doing. But at the same time, I think when you get something too easily, you do lose the essence of haute couture and high fashion. This look is hot. It was also weird to hear her story this episode, discussing how she didn't feel at home even when she was at home in a very white Connecticut as a person of color, paired with a runway look that definitely didn't deserve a bottom placement. In my opinion, I think the producers were producing. It was really just kind of like they wanted to progress her story narrative, and this was just the first opportunity they found to do it. I don't know. Next up, you better walk that tuck and duck. It's Anetra, who in her group, I think did the best job at nailing the town and country aesthetic. Like, she did a great job mixing and matching the plaid, denim, and leather materials, combined with some good old country bedazzling. The top part of what she made I thought was great, but when the camera pans down, I really wasn't loving the rest of it. Something about the proportions were just wrong to me. Like, there was too much going on up here, with her hair falling on top of a very busily designed piece, and then we get her midriff, and then we get a collection of like belt, bottoms, and side skirt, all of which are just screaming for attention. Like, each piece could have been the bottom piece of her outfit. I think, for example, had she done just the side skirt with the leather belt and skipped out on that situation in the middle, this would have been a lot more effective for me, especially considering there is so much leg showing. And the boots. I hate those boots. Town and country? Yeah. Haute couture? Didn't love it. This look is a And next up, Lord have mercy. Please, please have mercy on this woman's runways. And with that plead to the higher powers, I will, to Salina's credit, give her some praise she deserves. When she hits the runway, she puts on a show. Is she serving the best looks every time? Maybe not, but she is putting on a show and giving us good drag. The comforter reveal to the schoolgirl outfit, super creative and fun. And it would have been gag worthy if it were executed well, which is really where the problem with Salina's runways have been, is in the execution. She is just killing these looks. It's like an assault on my eyes. There's just too much happening at once. The blanket revealing to the top, and then it looks like a parachute as it flows behind her. And the top is open to a leather chest piece, and then the skirt has a slit in it, which is showing leg, which is then cut off by an ankle boot. There are so many hard lines and shapes and textures in this look that it's jarring. As usual, she did the most, but somehow not enough. This look is a So this House of Cressley, was really not my favorite. As I was saying, it felt like none of them really achieved what they were going for, or guess what I thought they were going for. Like, I was really just hoping for more Western aesthetics and more horses, because who doesn't love horses? Next up, from House of the hilarious Ross Matthews, Sasha Colby, who says she's giving tropical princess stranded in the desert. Someone save her! My God. The beauty, her legs, Sasha mother teching Colby? It hurts how beautiful she is. Head to toe. She's giving drag, she's giving woman, she's giving beauty. This look is immaculate. I love what she's done here. Obviously, she's paying homage to the iconic green J.Lo dress, which you'll remember last season her drag daughter, Carrie Colby, actually wore on the runway. And she's not only got that reference perfect for the Palm Springs theme, but has sort of shaken and twisted it up a little bit with this flamingo cape jacket that is lined with pink satin on the inside. I can't believe Sasha Colby invented doing drag. This look is hot. Next up, her library card is 10 inches and fully functional. It's Lucy LaDuca, who yes, won the reading challenge this episode. And girl, the Kitten Heels read starting as stilettos, I screamed. My soul left my body. But not only is she funny and allegedly a good singer, she also created an amazing runway look tonight. She is firstly very much giving Palm Springs. She has some tropical pants paired with puff sleeves that all fit very well. And she's not just giving like cool mom or cool aunt, but 100% giving me Jennifer Coolidge and White Lotus vibes. Me, it's I think a little bit of Dolly. And Lucy looks absolutely gorgeous. I will say, being a Queen of Darkness myself, I am missing the edge here from her as I daydream back to that Jason Voorhees runway, but she presented something on the runway that was clean cut and met the brief 100%. And while a safe choice, I understood why she did it. This look is hot, just not avant-garde. And now for a little bit of Twitter drama from Lucy and Rock'em Sakura. A few days ago, Lucy tweeted this out. Y'all, these Drag Race alum are being rough on the girls. Have an opinion, but calling me, quote, weird looking, out of drag, and saying you wouldn't want to visit CT because I live there? I mean, damn. You've been through the process. Lighten up. And it was not 100% clear at the time who she was tweeting about, but it apparently was Rock'em Sakura, who replied, writing, sorry if we've been rough on you, love. We'll make sure to send more kindness your way. We think you're an amazing queen, and we're super impressed with you. To which Lucy wrote, Miss Rock reached out and we chatted privately. It's all good, and we're working on our tape soon. Sisters supporting sisters. Next up, Malaysia, Babydoll, Foxx. And yes, it is a well-known fact that a lady carries a bag and wears a sensible hat in the summer. The gag with her runway, though, was that apparently Malaysia doesn't sew. Yet here she is, presenting a polished and complete look. She's created the dress from a throw sheet, cape from a curtain, and hat from a lampshade, which is all to say she did a great job using these unconventional materials and completely hid the fact that this outfit once was home decor. What I love most about this look, though, is that she's got a great eye for detail and finished this look in little areas that are really exciting, like the palmed hem of the cape, the hat matching the cape pattern, and the necklace. And sure, like when you zoom in really closely, you can see that some of the finishes aren't like top tier, but hey, there's a hem. There's a hem there. There's a hem there. There's a hem everywhere, I guess. I don't know what the hell a hem is. Anyways, my only critiques on this look are, I think her cape could have used a liner. And this look, I think, is kind of ready to wear versus haute couture, but really that is, I think, what this group was striving for, so I'm definitely not gonna knock her for it. This look is hot. Knock her. Hardly know her. Also, side note, I love when the crazy fans get on Twitter and are like, this queen should have known that they were gonna be sewing on RuPaul's Drag Race. We're 15 seasons in. Because like, I'm pretty sure those people saying that stuff can't sew themselves. And also, does a drag queen really need to sew? No. I present Exhibit B for Bendela Creme, who won her design challenge with nothing but hot glue and desperation. And in the words of Alyssa Edwards, I may not be a singer and I may not be a damn seamstress. It's the end of that for me. Next up, Marshalls. Oh, that read that Luxx gave her? Wrong for that. She was wrong for that. That is so funny. I don't know how Miss Marcia Cubes will ever recover from that, but this runway was great, and I'm super proud of her tonight. It's clear she's taking the judges' notes on things like bigger, draggier makeup, and the look is beautifully constructed. It's got that kind of conservative 60s flair to it, but modernized with a bit of showing skin. I love the orange accents from the ascot and sunglasses on her head. This is a complete look, and similar to Jax, I'm starting to understand more who this drag character is on the runway. It's just a shame that what she's been wearing on the runway, I think, hasn't done a great job of showing us who she is or can be in drag, and some of that isn't her fault, remember, but I hope for her sake that she makes the rest of her runway looks right there in the workroom, because this is great. The 60s are alive and well on this runway tonight. This look is hot. And final thoughts on House of Matthews. This group did a great job with creating a cohesive collection, and a cohesive collection that 100% matches the Palm Springs brief, no less. I would have, though, liked to see a little less ready to wear and more haute couture, but who am I to say that? Now for tops and bottoms. So I think I made it clear throughout my critiques, I didn't totally agree with the judges' placements outside of who won and who was in the bottom two. For example, while I really liked Robin and Malaysia's looks, I think Mistress was totally overlooked, and Jax did not deserve to be in the bottom three. She created a complete look, while, for example, Spice was a little rough around the edges. Again, I definitely say the producers were producing this episode. It felt like the judges just wanted to have an opportunity to talk to some of the queens that they hadn't had a chance to give critiques to yet. But I'd love to know what y'all thought about the placements in the comments below. Concerning the lip sync, though, I did react to it over on my Patreon with my video editor, Sailor, and you can check out that reaction as well as tons of other bonus content at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my membership members-only website where people like you can help support the Bussy Queen channel by giving a monthly pledge for bonus content, mails benefits like signed Polaroids and postcards, and even digital benefits like seeing your Patreon icon and my videos where you vote for your favorite look every single week. Anyway, in this lip sync, I did kind of mention Amethyst was totally overtaken by her inner saboteur this week. In her untucked moment, it seemed like she entered that lip sync already defeated. It was her third time in the bottom, and it was clear to her, I think in this moment, or so she thought, that there was really nothing she could do to save herself. And in result of feeling this way, the lip sync she gave was okay, but Salina, wow, she is doing drag. I loved the dancing, the crybaby, the dropping the skirt on the floor, and then the lyric referencing it right after. That was a show. Wow, wow, wow. Salina definitely deserved to stay. And finally, before we do hottest hots, let's go ahead and talk about the Queens versus George Santos, who, if you aren't familiar, is a Republican congressman in the US who has come under fire recently for allegedly lying about tons of stuff like his background, taxes, campaign spending, and more. And apparently, according to this Forbes article, is under investigation by the Department of Justice and law enforcement authorities in Brazil. Woo, you in trouble, girl. Allegedly. But what sparked the back and forth between the queens was a photo of George in drag surfaced on the internet, which kind of became a meme. And while I definitely don't support the bullying of anyone, if I were going to critique this look as if it were a look on RuPaul's Drag Race, I would give it a but he tweeted out this, which got Trixie Mattel involved. I've now been enshrined in late night TV history with all these impersonations, but they are all terrible so far. John Lovitz is supposed to be one of the greatest comedians of all time, and that was embarrassing. For him, not me. These comedians need to step their game up. To which Trixie replied, maybe the source material was weak. And George Santos replied to that, clearly you know all about weak acting skills, at Trixie Mattel, with a gif from her Snatch game. You know the one. And to that, Trixie wrote, I'm not an actor, I was young and I had fun at a festival, quoting George about the photo that surfaced of him in drag. George then wrote, it's all good, I won my race against the fan favorite too. I don't like him, but he's kind of funny. Jan even did a TikTok impersonation which apparently got her account suspended, and in an interview with Insider, Jan said about George Santos's drag, which by the way he completely lied about originally, quote, all drag is valid, but suggested that Santos might be hypocritical for now aligning himself with far-right lawmakers, elements of which have demonized drag shows. She also said, I've seen a lot worse first-time drag than Miss Katara, George Santos. I'm not going to say that she's the ugliest duckling I've ever seen out there. I think she actually doesn't look too bad. She said she was young and having fun at a festival, and if I was young and going to be having fun at a festival, I would just slap it on too. Way too nice. Finally, in the interview, Jan said, I think improving any aesthetic would involve not being such a hypocrite. Period. And y'all, that's the L, the G, the B, and the T. And finally, for hottest hots on the runway, I'm gonna give mine to Luxx, Noir, London, Paris, New York Fashion Week. And just for fun, I did ask my patrons to vote on their hottest hots for each of the houses this week. For House of Assange, they voted for Luxx, House of Cressley, Anetra, and Matthews, Sasha Colby. See you later, love ya, bye. I'm the internet virus you simply can't get rid of. It's me, family-friendly Bussica, or Bustina, or Bus if you nasty. And welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be on our hands and knees giving it up to God as we go line by line through the Bible. Just kidding, we'll be reviewing episode 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15. And today our 12, can you believe there's still 12, remaining queens were split into 3 granny girl groups and challenged to come up with lyrics and choreography inspired by each of their group's genres: country, heavy metal, and hip hop. And the runway category was tie-dye, to die for. And the theme of this episode was confusion, delusion. What were the judges thinking? We may never know, but we'll be breaking down each queen's performance as I saw it, as well as covering the aftermath of the untucked quote-unquote bullying drama between Malaysia, Luxx, Noir, London, and Marcia. Now, let's yay some halls. First up, the Banjo Bitches. And in the order they appeared on the stage: Mistress, Isabelle, Brooks. And knowing Mistress was from Houston, I, as a fellow Texan, had high hopes for her. She did not disappoint. She's the perfect opener for this group and kind of acts as like the narrator would in a Broadway play. I meant to say musical. She sang, howdy folks, let me give you the tea. My girls can always count on me. And then ends with, I might be old, but I'm having fun. Even at 100, life's just begun. And her lyrics, I think, did an excellent job of highlighting the group's camaraderie and overall cohesiveness. And I also love that she set the tone of celebrating their granniness with a wink wink, nudge nudge, instead of making fun of their age. This performance was a hot. And over on the runway, is that a crystal on her shoulder or is she just happy to see us? She's giving us Cosmic Queen, leader of the galaxy, in some beautiful purple hair with a gorgeous tie-dyed pink and purple cape draping around her body, giving us lots of drama, showmanship, and drag. I think she did an excellent job playing with textures, colors, and brought us into a unique concept for this category tonight. This look is hot to infinity and beyond. Next up, Luxx Noir London, who this episode led the charge of pushing for her group originally to have that heavy metal genre. Her and Mistress were fighting for that against Malaysia's group because they thought that was going to be the number one thing to have. And as it turns out, it kind of was, but country looks good on Luxx. And she really, I don't think, would have been able to show off her smooth as butter voice on that heavy metal track, which kind of demanded a more scratchy, guttural, growling voice in this track. But more on the unstoppable force meets the immovable object drama in a bit. I think Luxx was one of the best singers tonight. Maybe the best singer tonight, actually. And her lyrics were so professional and catchy, like she's been singing country all her life. Looking good and feeling fine, we don't need men, they waste our time. When honestly, we don't have that much time left. Down there is dry just like our wine, and like our wine. Oh god. And like our wine, we're aging fine. Like, it was so fun. I just can't say how much I enjoyed her singing and lyrics enough. The one critique I would give on her performance is she maybe could have pushed the envelope on her characterization a bit further, especially juxtaposed next to some of those powerhouse performers like Mistress and Salina next to her, who were giving facial choreography like 10 times what Luxx gave. That's a real small critique for this Southern Belle. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she paints with all the colors of the French. She's giving me a Twiggy in the 70s meets 90s supermodel. This is a really beautiful look from Luxx. The oranges, yellows, and reds that are draping and dangling and fringing about her outfit are so gorgeous. And I love how much of her skin is showing through different parts of her outfit. Like, I think a silhouette like this can be difficult to accomplish because you do too much fabric and you can get swallowed in it. Too little, it looks like not enough, but she found just the right amount tonight. And my god, her legs, oh my god, her legs. This look is red, yellow, and orange. But is that wig 40 inches? Someone call Irene. Next up, Salina EsTities, who today, I'll remind you, is coming off the back of a bottom 2 lip sync last week, which is to say she's kind of got a lot to prove and the judges have their eyes on her. Lucky for her though, this type of challenge is right up her alley. She is an extremely theatrical performer. I already mentioned that facial choreography girl. She was giving us face, 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 beauty, face. Well, not a lot of beauty in that granny face, face, face tonight, but she was giving face, face, face. Take a shot every time I say face, you'll be dead. Anyways, yes, the performance itself she gave was good, and the lyrics also great. She sang, "I met these gals up in the home, and now I don't feel so alone. When I stop breathing in my sleep, or when I seem to have lost my teeth. My girls, they always have my back, even if it's out of whack." These grannies are gal pals through thick and thin, and I love how their messaging in their lyrics all kind of tied back into the old gays that they had in the episode earlier as well, talking about the importance of having friends in old age. Salina's performance was hot. But on the runway, you want thingamabobs? Oh, she's got 20 on her dress. I was really confused by this. At first, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, are those sand dollars on her chest? Seashells, scallops? And sure enough, I was maybe at least kind of right because I checked her Twitter and she was evidently going for an Ariel from The Little Mermaid thing. On Twitter, she wrote, "Baby, it's Ariel's cousin, Ariel. She's out here looking for her Aquaman." Hope she finds him. Okay, well, yes, shells, scallops, sea dollars, whatever is on her dress. It's a lot, but I do understand now that we're going with an underwater theme where we're going. The train of the dress is giving me ocean waves ruffling with all that French. And the look is at least visually interesting, stimulating, and unique. Always unique from Salina. One scallop I think might have been good on the chest, and then like the ruffly waves, I think that would have been perfect. But this dress as presented is giving me coral reefs and global warming, and I'm not loving it. It's a And next up, Marcia, another drag queen weaponizing her BFA. Do y'all remember that tweet? That was so funny. Teasing about Marcia, of course, but she does let us know this episode that she was actually in a Kinky Boots production on Broadway. So this challenge is right up her alley. And you know, sometimes when queens talk a big talk, they don't necessarily walk a big walk, but Marcia walked a pretty big walk tonight. She sang, "What do you do when you reach the end? Look left, look right, you still got friends. Oh, I love you all so much, I could just die, and I just might." And with that closing verse, like her teammates tonight, she did a great job reminding us of the beauty of maintaining friends when you're growing old and having each other's backs while also still having fun with the idea that they are old grannies that just might die. But not in a mean way, like a funny, silly way. Marcia really did deserve more credit. Like she was saying she deserved an Untucked. She did. The whole group did. This performance was hot. But Marcia's runway was a bloody mess. And this look is, in a word, confusing for the category. Tie-dye to die for? She's wearing this white schoolgirl dress that's covered in red liquid that is evidently from a nose injury that she sustained from a rhinestone football hitting her in the face. And you really would only know that if you read her Twitter. This is what she wrote about the look. Okay, my thought process. I could have easily made a pretty 70s hippie look out of tie-dye fabric, but I thought to myself, what is the dye? What would stain Marcia's clothes? So I made it the nosebud for my rhinestone football clutch. Of course. Adding underneath that, my parents made the football, I stoned it, I attached the fabric to a removable septum piercing so it looked like it was coming out of my nose. I wanted it to look like a cartoon character, like I was a red word paper doll. Not gonna lie, this one was a little out there. I mean, yeah, she clearly overthought this category by a lot, and ultimately completely missed the mark because there's not a stitch of tie-dye on this look. Had the red fabric actually been like a red tie-dye, maybe this would have made more sense, or at least been on brief. But as is, I'm gonna give this look a And next up from the rockin' old G's, we've got Sasha Colby. Sasha opens up the Rockin' Old G's number with a killer performance. She came out with energy, comedic granny characterizations, and self-references to her funny moment earlier in the season when she was cracking her neck as God. She was hilarious, and she totally swept this competition. For me, I don't know about y'all, but for me, I thought she was like the clear winner from her performance. She had me with those lyrics screaming. Calling all grannies, put them dentures in the air, cracking this neck, thank God for Medicare. Really great. Her performance was hot. No ifs, ands, buts, or broken bones about it. But she didn't get the win, even though it seemed like the edit was even setting her up for it, and the judges gave her no notes for improvement, and she was in the top, and yada yada yada. But more on that later. And as for Sasha's runway, I half expected her to pull out a broom because she swept here too. You're here, cringe with me. Sasha's runway is the 90s oversaturated tie-dye that I personally was desperately hoping for, and I think she did a great job here. Like, she not only gave that very clear era of tie-dye as a reference, but also tied it into like the idea and concept of 90s club kids. She's got beauty, brains, and body. She's a triple threat, and this look is hot. Next up, Mayari, who sang, I pop to the left and I pop to the right. Keep losing my teeth, but I still peck a bite. But hold on, did I just wet myself? If you can handle this, see you in hell. And I read those specific lyrics to highlight, I think there was a little bit of awkwardness in the last line she sang. Like, I was enjoying the chaoticness of what she was saying, and it definitely made sense given the character and the theme of heavy metal. But I think a slightly deeper through line in her lyrics might have helped sell them a little more to me. And despite my thoughts on that, I think she gave an excellent performance as this heavy metal grandma. Or performance was certainly hot. But was she bad enough to the bone to really warrant the win over Sasha? Let me know what y'all thought in the comments below. What was bad to the bone though was this runway. I loved this look, which she says is celebrating the name Butch Queen that her peers back at home kind of call her in a not so nice way. And girl, let me just say this, Butch Queen or not, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this look. She's giving us a unique, elegant, and fashion-forward take on tie-dye. That bleached cream tie-dye on the black fabric is really cool, pushing that matrix boundary and really leaning into those 90s cyberpunk vibes. And this look overall I think is a great middle finger to gender norms and what makes a butch or femme queen, because really, who cares? Plus, she probably gets great cell service with that hair. This look is hot. And next up, shake the dice and spill the spice in the challenge. She was maybe a little bit weaker in her group compared to her sisters, but I thought her lyrics were really on brand and funny. Roll around and wet the bed. My kitty cat sags when I don't take my meds. Got the menses lining up, even though I'm old, I still like to what? Like, this very much felt like an extension on her ding-a-ling verse from the first episode, but now I guess as Granny Spice. But as fun as her lyrics were, I think she missed the mark a little bit on the performance of heavy metal. I didn't get any of that scratchiness or rock and roll in her voice or characterization on the stage. Her heavy metal was just a little too light, and for that reason, I'm gonna give her performance a rot. Or like a soft one, because I really don't think anybody in this challenge did bad. Like, it was such a fun challenge and episode. Over on the runway though, I loved what she did here. I immediately was getting Poison Ivy from Batman and Robin references, but like Poison Ivy at her Sweet 16. Y'all, the grip Poison Ivy from that era of Batman had on the gays, the grip that she still has on me. Like, looking back, I actually think her kiss with Robin in that movie, spoiler alert, was part of my gay awakening. But anyways, back to Spice. This look is simple, but so effective in what she was going for. And every time she's on the runway, she really is giving us something polished, put together, and professional. Like, she knows as a drag character exactly who she is and what her brand is. And that is so important for yourself as a drag performer and artist, and also as a person on this show. My only critique on this look is I would say she maybe could have pushed the envelope a little further conceptually, because it's a great look for what it is, but I am looking for the bigger impact. What is going to make it iconic and unforgettable? And it didn't quite have that last little piece of the iceberg there for me. This look is hot. Next up, Malaysia, Babydoll Foxx, who in the challenge rocked out singing "Salt and pepper, do it better. Grab your granny for sweater weather." That was such a cute line. Like, she did a really great job of giving us these cute granny lyrics in a rock and roll verse with an amazing characterization. She pushed herself with the scratchy singing, and I could tell was comfortably stepping outside of her box with a confidence that allowed her to really succeed tonight. This performance was hot. And on the runway. Now, this is how you wear a belt on the runway. I really enjoyed this look for how polished it is, and liked her, I would say, kind of 70s flower power references here, mixed with like some 80s campiness and the rouging of the top of the dress and those ostrich pom-poms on her shoulders. And this looks pageanty. It's very in the vein of her drag, but with a chicness and attention to detail that is unique to Malaysia, I think, in this cast. This look is hot. And now concerning the drama of the episode Malaysia versus Luxx and later Marcia. So initially, neither Luxx nor Malaysia's group was willing to give up the genre of heavy metal, but Malaysia's group obviously eventually gets it. And later in Untucked, this fight comes up again, even though the queens in question really all got favorable critiques. It was at this point that Marcia was like, "I'm tired of hearing about this, can we move on?" And Malaysia is not shy to let Marcia know, "No, we cannot move on because I'm speaking and I want to be heard." Which, honestly, more power to her, I would have reacted the same way. But it was in that Untucked discussion that Malaysia said Luxx was being a quote bully to her for not giving up the heavy metal genre, which Luxx elaborates on that she doesn't think that she was bullying, just standing her ground. Anyways, tensions were high and the queens thought it was necessary to address this Untucked drama online. Luxx that same night had tweeted out, "Luxx Noir London, singer, songwriter, supermodel, bully." Marcia wrote, "I absolutely love at Foxy Doll. Sisters fight, but at the end of the day, it's all love." And Malaysia wrote, "This is all I'm saying. Enjoy the show and relax. First, I would like to say thank you for the kind words and all the love and support. Being on Drag Race and in the competition is a one-of-a-kind experience in every way possible. Being isolated from everyone and everything you know is very foreign. Meaning, when under pressure and in different scenarios, you can have your guard up or feel backed in a corner and react in certain situations. In the moment that was displayed in Untucked, I used the word bully. One of my biggest regrets was using that vocabulary, but that doesn't take away from what I felt in the moment. It was triggering is why I snapped the way I did. I wish I could go more in depth on the situation, but I would leave it at that. Overall, I love the girls and wouldn't trade the moment for anything. After all, y'all wanted some good TV and we gave it to y'all. Please refrain from sending hate to myself or my sisters." So yeah, as Marcia said, sisters fight, and this was an Untucked reality TV moment. Don't forget that. And remember, as fans of the show, it's our duty to not send hate to these queens and rather support them in every way possible. So let's all be nice and hug and kiss online. We're all in this together. If I get copyrighted for singing. And finally, let's enjoy the smooth sound of hip-hop with the old dirty bitches. For your consideration, Anetra, who opens up the ODB's performance with, honestly, I think not enough energy compared to the previous two groups. And that was her biggest fault here. Like, she really was missing a bigger characterization. It kind of just sounded like Anetra rapping in a slightly nasalier voice, rather than a true granny giving us some hip-hop. But I did really enjoy some of her lyrics, like "I may be 86, but I can slip your disc," and "Can't keep it up." then you're out of the will. Like, those were really funny moments for her. It was just a shame that, again, she was missing that energy, and also, very obviously at the end of her verse, kind of got lost in her lyrics and maybe forgot some of them. And that was something Michelle brought up in the critiquing session, but it wasn't actually something I noticed in my initial watch through, which is to say I don't think her missing some of those were as big of a deal as Michelle seems to make it out to be. But this performance was a very soft rot. And her runway tonight, I wasn't in love with either. She was giving these little dainty pieces of tie-dye fabric placed here and here and here. My immediate thoughts on references were like Britney Spears in the crystal netting look crossed with her denim wedding gown, but like not enough in either direction. It looks kind of like she started putting on a cute outfit with the bottom half and the waist and the leggings, but then just forgot to put on the rest on top. And I'll also say her shoes and hair here are kind of feeling like an afterthought. I'm just wanting a little more cohesion in the story she's trying to tell us on the runway. This tie-dye I would not die for. It's a rot. Speaking of afterthoughts, my entire drag closet. Next up, let's get Jaxed together. And yes, Little Miss Jax ended up in the bottom tonight, but did she deserve it? In the challenge, I think she actually did a really great job with choreo, her lyrics, and energy. She rapped in a wheelchair, rims you wanna steal, dancing on graves and pushing up daisies. Let me get up and slay with these ladies. And that part when she was like walking on her tiptoes, miming out the wheelchair motions was incredible. This was even a part of her performance that Megan Stalter, the guest judge tonight, hi gay, called out as being something so amazing she would tattoo on her body. I don't know if I would personally tattoo those lyrics on my body, but I did enjoy them. It was really confusing to see her in the bottom 3 for this episode after giving that amazing performance. And the reasons given by Michelle really didn't seem to have anything to do with her solo performance, but rather how she was performing when the spotlight was on the group as a whole. Apparently, and I didn't even notice this on my first watch through, she was, I guess, ahead of the beat on some of the group choreo. But I mean, really, if you look at any of the 3 groups tonight when they're performing, I'm sure you could point out someone that was either ahead or behind or didn't know a step here or there. This felt like nitpicking for no reason and felt done really only to progress this narrative. I feel like they're trying to feed us that Jax is just not going to make it very far in the competition because she's doing bad, but she's really not. I don't know. I'd give this performance a hot. But on the runway, aren't you glad that you never have to see this look again? Oh my god. This look is so bad though that it's funny. It's like this weird almost painter's smock over an Oompa Loompa orange bodysuit with tie-dyed chaps. I think those are supposed to be like a disconnected, deconstructed chaps on the bottom part of her look in a space princess hair. Nothing about this look was cohesive or made sense or told a story that I want to hear. Like, this look was just as confusing as her bottom placement for me. It's a And next up, Loosey, who's extra loosey-goosey tonight. And Miss LaDuca in her group, I think was the best at delivering the granny characterization, which was no real surprise here considering we've seen her Dolly Parton and Joan Rivers. She knows the character. And I think she did a great job also at adding some cleverness in her lyrics with some misdirect humor, giving that old shaky kind of granny voice mixed in with her more normal voice and lines like, those other stank hoes trying to get real slick, but if you're talking trash, you're gonna get the stick. And she also had some fun choreo moments like when she fell back on her girls. This performance was loosey-goosey and hot. And on the runway, she borrowed Rupaul's wig and owns 51% of this tie-dye company. She's giving us a little cowl neck dress moment with lots of structure in the bottom, very Loosey LaDuca of her. It's very fitted, very shaped, very silhouetted, and I think she was kind of going for like fashion magazine editor kind of vibes. She felt very like Meryl Streep in The Devil Wears Prada to me in this. In Miss Loosey, I'll draw a comparison here, is I think a little similar to Spice in that both of them give really polished, branded runways that pretty much always meet the brief and make sense for their drag characters, but I am still kind of waiting for that wow, I've never seen this before kind of moment. Cruella de Chill, though, is looking icy hot. And next up, the Robin Fierce, who in the challenge, I'll say, had lyrics that were not bad by any means. And her choreo was not bad by any means. In fact, her choreo was pretty good. And maybe her choreo was so good that she kind of lost the granny characterization in several of those moments. And that paired with, I think, the awkwardness of delivery in some of her lines maybe was her downfall tonight. For example, she rapped, used to drop it hot, now I drop it warm. then says, "Baby, did you eat today?" like a granny would, which feels disruptive in the middle of a rap flow. And I think as an ad-lib and another part of the song would have been really funny and additive, yet here took away from her performance. There was just not a lot in Robyn's performance that was super memorable or stood out. And so yeah, I would agree, this is like a soft rot for me. And over on the runway, she is giving me Carrie Bradshaw with that big belt on that little poof dress. Like, tell me Carrie Bradshaw's not wearing this in New York City right at this moment. And while I do like that this outfit made me think of one of my favorite TV shows, I'll also say this isn't my favorite style of dress. It feels a little pedestrian for a show like RuPaul's Drag Race. And I also feel like anyone could wear this dress and look pretty in it. And my God, does she look pretty? That mug? That's a stamped mug. But the gown for me is just not to die for. And I'm really wanting that innovation factor, which I think kind of sums up what the judges were trying to tell her in the competition. They wanted her to push further, find that boundary and break it. And ultimately, they really didn't even give her a chance to. It was kind of like, here's what we're thinking about you and your performance in this competition, and also you're going home tonight. Had she maybe heard some of this a few episodes earlier, maybe she could have had a chance to act on some of that. But here we are. So this look I'll leave with a warming up. So overall, comparing and contrasting between these three groups, my favorite overall, hands down, was the country group. But maybe that's just the inner Texan in me, y'all. I just feel that they gave a consistency across each queen's performance, and I felt so good and happy after watching it. And I was like, wow, when I get old, all I need is some gal pals and I'll be just fine. The heavy metal performance, on the other hand, kind of made me scared of wetting the bed. They were a close second though, I think, speaking in terms of performance, to the country group, and hip hop I would put as my least favorite tonight. I also want to point out though, I don't think that the production behind the different tracks was really fair across the board. The hip hop track I think was missing some layers compared to the other two that made it less exciting to listen to. And you could kind of see that emptiness in the track affecting the group, like especially during the end when they're kind of just awkwardly walking to the back of the stage and then they hit a pose. The track itself was almost just intentionally missing something compared to the other two. Which leads me into the tops and bottoms and wacky judging this episode. Aura's win felt like it came out of absolutely nowhere. And like, did she do a good job? Yeah, but Sasha felt like the clear pick for a winner, especially if we're going to pick a winner from the heavy metal group. Even though I think the girls should have been judged as groups and given the win to the country girls. Especially considering they pretty much were judged as groups when you see that the bottom three were all from the hip hop group. Which is to say, I don't think Jax should have been there at all, and lip sync probably should have been Anetra and Robyn, or maybe Spice in one of those two. There's just a weird mismatch happening in these episodes that I'm gonna blame on the 40-minute edit right now. Like, the performances, the critiques, and what we're seeing just are not all lining up, and I'm like, make it make sense. Or maybe it's not the edit and it is in fact Morris. Rigamorous. But I'd love to know what y'all thought about all this. Was it rigamorous or just a bad edit? But considering that lip sync between the Robyn Fierce and Jax, I did react to that over on my Patreon at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my members only website where you can join to get exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like these reactions, and more. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And overall, I'll say Jax probably gave one of the best lip syncs of this season so far. She was in it to win it. And Robyn did good as well, but just wasn't as dynamic. Like, Jax's dancing ability here really paid off. She was giving us peaks and valleys and facial choreography and all kinds of performance moves that just took this to the next level. And Robyn was fierce, just not fierce enough here. And finally, it's time for hottest hots. On the runway, I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Sasha Colby, and in the challenge, Sasha Colby. Unsurprisingly, I also asked my patrons to vote on these categories, and they too voted for Sasha Colby in both. It was her episode. Oh well, see y'all later, love ya, bye. Christmas only comes once a year, but I come weekly to youtube.com to post my silly little videos, so make sure to like and subscribe. Hi Ugly. It's me, Busley and Queen, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 7 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15. Our queens were challenged to act in a reboot of The Daytona Wins, with surreal editing and homage to one of my favorite shows of all time, Tim and Eric Awesome Show. Great job. Seriously, look at this. These are all my Tim and Eric DVDs. You know, from when people watch DVDs. Oh, streaming's ruined everything. And the runway category was Papa Please. So grab your sleigh, because we'll be breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as covering some drama from the interwebs, like from Miss Lucy LaDuca, who didn't agree with placements this week. She's had it. A officially. But first, let's talk about the drama of the season. I'm, of course, talking about the 60-minute episodes that just haven't left us hungry Drag Race fans full. And as a quick recap on why the episodes this season were shorter than many prior seasons, we have this quote from a Deadline article published in early January reading, "The reason for the shortened episodes is to lean into the opportunity to build a destination night by using the existing hit franchise, RuPaul's Drag Race, to launch a new series like The Real Friends of WeHo," which sounds nice, but unfortunately backfired on all fronts. We've got less time to get to know the queens from the biggest cast ever before they get eliminated. We've got barely any time to catch a glimpse of the runways that the queens spent thousands of dollars on, and there have been cuts to Drag Race traditions like mini challenges and the part where the judges speak amongst themselves about the placements this week. You know, which includes the part where RuPaul says, "Bring back my girls." And concerning the Real Friends of WeHo, well, it's not been great for them either. Images and videos of a certain activity were being spammed in the replies of the Real Friends of WeHo Twitter account, which led them to disabling public responses to their tweets. Plus, it doesn't even seem that MTV's plan to convert Drag Race viewers into Real Friends of WeHo viewers was successful. Concerning WeHo's premiere ratings, Vulture reported that Drag Race's premiere accumulated 578,000 viewers, while the Real Friends premiere, which happened right after, accumulated only 186,000 viewers. Even worse than those ratings, though, are the reviews of the show. The Real Friends of WeHo IMDb rating is currently sitting at a 1.6 out of 10 stars. It's chocolate. And an online publication, The Daily Beast, posted a review of the show titled, "The Real Friends of WeHo is a colossal gay nightmare," where the author, Coleman Spildy, wrote, "MTV's newest, already controversial reality show was a sad amalgamation of 6 arrogant gay men who would rather spend time talking about themselves than try to make good TV. Drag Race fans were even creating petitions on change.org like this one that got almost 35,000 signatures titled, 'Bring back 90-minute episodes of RuPaul's Drag Race and not air The Real Friends of WeHo.' And all of this bad PR for the Real Friends even led Todrick Hall, one of the show's stars, to post this note on Instagram. MTV would not ask RuPaul to cut her Emmy Award-winning hit on its 15th season to accommodate our little 6-episode show. These decisions are made months in advance, and even after our 6 weeks are up, you won't be getting 90-minute episodes. Let's practice FAQ checking things before we start creating petitions against shows that are giving queer people on-off-camera job opportunities." And while I think Todrick made an excellent point in saying that the queer community shouldn't be taking itself down when it gets a new, unique opportunity, it also turns out that he was wrong about the whole 90 minutes thing in his note. Because out of nowhere this week, Drag Race tweeted this, "Drag Race returns to 90-minute episodes starting Friday, March 10th at 8/7 Central on MTV. Bring back my 90-minute episodes," which was also announced on Instagram, where Drag Race alumni and fans rejoiced alike. Blue Hydrangea wrote, "The gay who manages the Real Friends of WeHo's social media just took a sigh of relief." And Courtney Act wrote, "It's good to see democracy functioning." And fans across platforms consider this a victory. On the RuPaul's Drag Race subreddit this week, one of the top posts read, "We won," with a screenshot of that tweet announcing the 90-minute episodes were coming back. But was all this fan outrage really the reason for a return to 90-minute episodes? I mean, technically there's no evidence for or against this theory, but Brooklyn definitely doesn't seem to think so. After the 90-minute episode announcement, she tweeted this, "LMAO, y'all didn't quote get anything done. This series was only 6 episodes." And to her point, like the amount of work it would take to actually re-edit episodes and make them longer would not only be costly, but probably impossible to do on such a tight deadline. I'd actually guess that the flip-flop in episode length was a strategic decision from the outset. Think about it. What do I always tell y'all? All press is good press. And whether you like the Real Friends of WeHo and its cast or not, one thing's for certain. Everyone who watches RuPaul's Drag Race knows the show exists. But that's just a theory. A drag theory! But hey, fan victory or carefully orchestrated PR stunt, we still have reason to celebrate because 90-minute episodes of Drag Race are coming back on March 10th. Now, bring back my girls. First up, and in the order they hit the runway today, Loosey. You've got some calling to do. Cause, you know, she's dressed as the Stay Puft Marshmallow from Ghostbusters. Who you gonna call? Loosey LaDuca. I'll say this certainly was an interesting interpretation of the puffer please brief on Loosey's part. And for that, I think she deserves creative credit. However, I don't think she was super successful in the brief of puffer outside of the puffer coat she was wearing that she took off on the runway. Cause like once that's gone, she's basically just dressed as a sailor. And don't get me wrong, she looks absolutely adorable in the sailor costume. But is it boundary pushing or making me shake in my sleigh? No, not really. Had she though constructed that inner costume out of puffer elements, this runway may have been a bit sweeter. But as is, I'm gonna give it a And in the Daytona Wins 2, she plays Lizadine. And as Lizadine, she delivers her lines with excellent comedic timing. Even in scenes where she doesn't have a speaking part, she is always reacting to what's going on. Her performance here certainly was hot, but there just really wasn't a lot to grab onto. Like, it was a small role without any huge laugh out loud moments. Or was it? On Twitter, Loosey wrote, "In my opinion, I had a main speaking role and they cut all but 2 of my lines, and Ru had, quote, no notes. My confidence was based on what happened in real life, not on what aired." And there she was referring to her confidence in Untucked, where she was proclamating to the room many times over that she thought she should have been in the top that week. So it seems what you see on Drag Race isn't always the truth. And I guess due to the whole 60-minute runtime situation or producer meddling, her part got the chop. Next up, shake the dice and spill the spice. On the runway, she is so freaking adorable. She gave me this little lavender après-ski snow bunny look, ready to pound some powder. And on her look, I like that there are 2 interpretations of this puffer category. She's got the quilted diamond pattern on her top, and then the more traditional puffer rolls, I guess you would call them, as boot covers. And she was critiqued tonight for giving like the same runway presentation every single week, which is true. She does do that little bouncy girl thing every single time, and also in every single one of her TikToks. It's part of her brand. But doing that very branded runway presentation is, I think, both bad and good. Bad because it's repetitive, but good because it's so memorable and funny. So like, sure, the judges are right, some diversity on Drag Race would be great, but basically I think the challenge Spice will be facing in the rest of the competition will be pushing the envelope and giving us more than just cute Bratz doll. This look though was icy hot. And in the challenge, she plays the late daughter of Big Daddy. And here, I definitely understand what the judges were saying about them wanting her to play the character bigger, because for that first scene, she did have such a central role. But I'd also argue here that she did overall a pretty good job. She made a very clear character choice here to be this down-home country Hannah Montana-esque girl, and she stuck to it throughout the entire performance. Plus, I was really enjoying what she was doing with like spraying the Raid on the ants on the floor. And I think she appropriately camped up the material she was given. I would give this a very safe hot. Next up, Legends Only, it's Sasha Colby, who on the runway tonight, oh my god, again and again, just looking like an expert, a pro, a drag legend at the top of her field. Oh, wait, she is. Like, oh my god, she looks good. This look is so underground, 90s cyberpunk, meets polished pageant perfection at the red carpet in a way that only Sasha Colby can give. Consider me stung. This look is hot. In the challenge, Sasha was another queen with a relatively small role. She was partnered up with Luxx in all of her shots, and the most memorable thing that she did was when she said, "I think I feel the spirit too," in reaction to these imaginary ants on the ground in the first scene, and then she kicks off this semi-choreographed stomping dance routine where they're all giving these uncanny smiles to the cameras, and you're just like, what the hell is happening? And I loved it. I feel like even though the role was small, Sasha understood what she was supposed to be doing inside and out, and honestly, her performance just made me wish she had a bigger part. This performance was hot. And next up, Luxx, Noir, London, who on the runway gagged me not just a little, but a lot tonight. Firstly, the fit of this garment, all of her garments on the runway, immaculate. I've just been so impressed with the designs, concepts, and fit of everything that she has presented. Like, she is not missing. This look is an homage to Jackie Kennedy's iconic pink and black suit, but make it puffer. And I also love that giant collar around her neck kind of brought it into the Fifth Element arena for me, giving a little bit of Ruby Rod's costumes meets, yes, Judy Jetson Hooker. And also peep the balloon animal purse, a reference to Karen from Finance's balloon dog talent from Drag Race Down Under, perhaps? Probably not, but this look is hot. But in the challenge, she was barely there. Like, I seriously forgot that she was even in the Daytona Wins too. I think she had like 2 lines in that first scene and then nothing else. But what we saw was delivered well, and she was giving those big, blank, crazy eyes and giant, uncanny smile to the camera when she had something to say. So I'd give her performance a hot, 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 hot. And next up, when life gives you lemons, make a dress out of them. On the runway, Miss Malaysia is giving us one of the most creative looks tonight, I think, in this category. I love how she used the puffer elements of a puffer coat on the inside lining of a cape. Totally unexpected. Especially when you reel back out and realize she's giving us like a 50 Nuclears housewife kind of silhouette. Meets, of course, Alien Queen Supreme Leader. Lemon pie, anybody? this look is hot. And the challenge. She not only did a great job with the characterization of this reverend character, but she had one of my favorite parts in the whole sketch, credit to the editors, where Aura is saying reverend over and over, and she's responding with the same huh over and over and over. Plus, I love that she never backs down from a challenge. Rupaul was like, can you speak in tongues? And she's like, sure. And then just gives it her best. Hallelujah, this performance was hot. And considering how small some of the other queens' roles ended up being, I don't want to understate how great I think Malaysia did, considering she kind of carried the sitcom with Mistress. She did great. And next up, Mayari, coming off the back of a win from last week, who on the runway, wow, 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 wow. She here also had a really clever use of this puffer please brief. Her kimono, which she says weighs about 50 pounds, looks to be constructed out of that puffer type pattern. And the colors and stylistic choices that she made here with her outfit were also unique amongst the cast. And my god, her hair, makeup, and silhouette overall absolutely stunning. This look is hot. In the challenge though, what went wrong? She originally chose the main role of Fancy, but is kind of talked out of it by Mistress later in the workroom when she suggests to Aura that she's not delivering her lines quite right. Like, it was kind of shocking to see Aura not even know the quote rigor mortis from Melissa Edwards. Aura doesn't watch Drag Race, exposed. But also, who is Morris? Anyways, I wasn't super surprised that her performance ended up feeling a bit out of place in comparison with the rest of the cast tonight after I saw her not know these iconic Drag Race moments. It was as if while she was delivering most of her lines, she was questioning herself and what she was saying. And in acting, that type of thing really shows through. Confidence is everything. The funny thing is, given the edit was going for this surrealist, comedic, strange, offbeat timing, some of her lines actually ended up kind of being funny. It was just obvious that she wasn't necessarily always in on the joke of what was going on, which was her downfall. So I would give this performance a Next up, let's get jaxed. So Jax's puffer coat concept here is similar to Sasha's tonight. She's also going for the black and yellow queen bee kind of fantasy, but it's not as obvious, and she's got this really pretty kind of delicate print underlaying these black and yellow colors. I've got to say, I think the coat and boots or chaps or whatever's going on there of this look are really beautiful. My critiques on this look are just that I wanted more of that material or some kind of complementing black and yellow material on the inside of her look instead of that fishnet. It was just when she was facing the camera directly, I think a little too much body stocking and fishnet going on, and it made it look more like the main outfit was just the fishnet thing and not the actual puffer coat. Plus, I think a bigger beehive hair would not have been a bad thing, but I do still think this look is hot. In the challenge though, our little bee failed to really take flight in the way I think she needed to. And I'll say she was one of the queens whose roles felt really small in comparison with some of the bigger ones, but that made her couple of lines all the more important. And she made it really easy for the judges to zero in on her misdelivery of the Adore Delano party quote. And she has this back and forth with Rue on that, where Rue's like, it should have been delivered like Adore. And Jax was like, well, I was confused because the role said to act like a stoner, not a valley girl. And like, who knows what happens during rehearsals and who was directing or not directing. But we could also see that like Aura, it didn't feel like Jax was totally clued in on the joke. Jax's performance was just not a party. It was a And next up, the main character of tonight, Mistress Isabelle Brooks, who on the runway is very obviously giving us an homage to Moschino fashion with the word Mistress written across the body band of her waist and on her hat, which I think was a really smart and fun attention to detail here. This pink and yellow color combo is also really stunning to look at, and he's giving this very streetwear but make it red carpet look that's fun and exciting to look at in a puffer material. Plus, I also think she's one of the best puller offers of chaps. That's a weird phrasing that I've ever seen on the Drag Race runway. She looks great, and this look is hot. She also kind of looks like she's about to drop the sickest mixtape of all time. Anyways, in the challenge, she plays the main character role of Fancy, a role she evidently finessed herself into after she noticed Aura struggling in the workroom. And I'm sure there'll be some fan blowback to Mistress for kind of asking her to switch at the last minute, but the thing is both roles were pretty big, and I don't think had they not switched, the outcome of this episode would have been any different. Mistress shows us that she is an excellent actress and is giving these campy, over-the-top performances to the camera that play perfectly with this surreal comedic timing they're doing with the edit. I loved Big Daddy, and Big Daddy loved me, and I loved Big Daddy, and Big Daddy loved me, and I loved Big Daddy, and Big Daddy loved me. Thank you. Mistress was the hot glue for many of these scenes, and she did a great job. And next up, somebody who I feel like we have not seen much at all of in the past few episodes, Anetra. Like seriously, is it just me, or did she totally just disappear into the background after she won episode 1? Anyways, on the runway tonight, she is representing, as she says, the Las Vegas state bird, the word that rhymes with schmostitute. And she's wearing a red puffer coat with a hot pink skirt and crop top. And this look is cute, I think, for what it is. I am very obviously getting the references. This lady probably just like chain smoked a pack of Marlboros at the casino and didn't hit the jackpot, but is going back for more, among other things. But some of the elements of the construction feel a little messy and distracting to me, like the hardware and the pom-poms on the chest piece, not necessarily lining up or creating symmetrical shapes on both sides. She's got a little too much and also at the same time not enough going on, and is kind of missing a wow factor here, so I'm gonna give this a soft rock. But in the challenge, it felt like Anetra was finally back in the competition. She killed it. And like, her role wasn't huge, but the back and forth with Marcia she did was excellently acted. And she, I think, had some of the best facial reactions and expressions to what was going on in the scenes of the entire cast. Like when she's opening the ashes jar and like smelling it over and over and over. And her timing with Marcia was excellent, and it just felt like they were both very in on the joke, and their scene was awesome. Acting is reacting, and this performance was ew. Next up, Marcia, who on the runway is kind of giving me a little bit of Baby Spice meets Tatiana's pants runway with her T-Boz impersonation. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And on a positive note, I like the monochromatic presentation of what she's done here. And it's very clear she's obviously taking the judges' notes about making her makeup bigger, and it shows. She looks great, but I just want more from this look. It's a little too PC for me, and I don't really understand what's going on with the boot covers. That kind of looks like she attempted to create the puffer pattern, but then ran out of stitching or zip ties, or however she has created those puff elements. Like, those don't match the rest of the look, and that started to throw me off. And I don't think this look is bad. It's just like, for the RuPaul's Drag Race runway, you can do literally anything. And this, I think, conceptually leaves a little bit to be desired. This look for me is not white hot, it's white rot. But girl, who needs runways when you got acting skills this good? She absolutely killed it. And her acting reminded me of the way the characters in the Brady Bunch, the movie, you know, where she got her drag name from, deliver their lines. She was giving this very dry, self-aware, and eccentric eye and mouth movement every time she said something. And that slower, drawn out pacing contrasted with Anetra's quickness was excellent. Marcia's performance was and finally we have Salina as who on the runway says if Salina lived in an igloo, this is what she'd wear to school. And girl, I love this look. She has so much personality here, and the direction she's taken this look stylistically is very clear. She's part schoolgirl, part bad bitch. Just look at all the little like Barbie-sized toys, school supplies, and beauty salon items that are stuffed into these igloo pockets, and of course snacks. And she accomplished here, I think, the delivery of a really solid look that met the puffer brief in an interesting way that did a lot, but also showed a little bit of restraint and held back, something that I think she's struggled with a little bit on the runway. I also love this look reminded me of that meme that was going around on Twitter a while back that was like, all girls do are charge phone, eat hot chip, and lie. Kind of true. This look is hot. And in the Daytona wins too, she gives a good but not necessarily memorable performance. She comes in at the very end to eat some of the brownies that are filled with Big Daddy's ashes and does a good job at what she does, but ultimately I think some of her lines were cut or her character otherwise just didn't have a lot of meat. But what we saw was, yes, tender and hot. And as my final thoughts on this challenge, I loved it. I actually wasn't a huge fan of the original The Daytona Wins from last season, and I was kind of rolling my eyes when I saw RuPaul be like, we're gonna reboot it, blah, blah, blah. And I realized, yes, in the fan base, I kind of am an odd one out here, but the reason I loved this version of The Daytona Wins so much was because it was stupid meets stupid. And that, I think, for me, is when we start to arrive at a funny place. So much of Drag Race's humor traditionally is very, here's the joke, laugh at it. And this surrealist Tim and Eric inspired non-joke type of humor is just personally more in line with what I like. Plus, I feel like you could tell the writers and editors of this episode really took some chances here, and it was a fresh take on an acting challenge, something that I feel like is so often just the same thing over and over. So yes, I think the sequel was better than the original, an opinion that is not shared over on Twitter. I asked y'all which y'all thought was funnier, and 80% of y'all voted for the original The Daytona Wins. But whatever, let's move on to top and bottom placements. So Malaysia and Mistress are called out as the top 2 of this week's challenge, and yes, I think they absolutely deserved that. However, I don't think that these two having the biggest roles in the final edit was totally all a coincidence. Look at what's been going on. These two have had drama in and out of Untucked, and this episode represented, from a storytelling perspective, a natural resolution of this fight that they've been having. And I'm not saying their disagreements were staged or anything like that. I'm just pointing out that we've got queens saying that their main roles were cut down to just 2 lines. And pretty much everyone besides these two was basically just not there. But from the final edit we saw, yes, I would also give the win to Mistress like the judges did if I could only give a win to one queen. If I could give it to a pair of queens, I would actually give it to Anetra and Marcia. And as for the bottom 2, Jax and Aura, I also agree with the judges. Again, based on the final edit of the Daytona Wins 2 that we saw. I did also react to the best parts of this episode, as well as the lip sync between Jax and Aura over on my Patreon at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my members only website you can join for just a couple of dollars a month, and you'll get access to tons of exclusive content. It really helps out the channel when you do. So I'd love to see you there. Just click the link in the description of this video to join my Patreon and catch that reaction. And finally, for hottest on the runway, I'll give it to Luxx, Noir, London. And in the challenge, we'll play by my rules and give hottest to Marcia and Anetra. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots. And this week on the runway, they've chosen Sasha, Colby, and in the challenge, Malaysia, Babydoll, Foxx. See you later. Love ya. Bye. Hi, ugly. It's me, Bussica Simpson, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 8 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15. Our queens were challenged to lip sync in a LaLaPaRuza Smackdown for nothing in particular except the privilege of not going home this week. And girl, somebody better get Morris on the phone stat, cause I think there's been yet another rig. Seriously though, what's up with the lip sync assassins going home in the lip sync challenge episodes? Anyways, we'll be breaking down all the 8 lip syncs as I saw them, as well as taking a look at some data from my patrons whom I asked which queen they thought won each lip sync. You'll see their votes reflected as percentages next to the names of the queens in each lip sync as we go along. And we'll of course also be taking a look at some of the Twitter drama from this week's episode as well. And we've got a lot to cover today, so buckle up and get ready to gag a little bit, for sure. And now, in the order the fickle finger of fate grabbed their balls. First up, Malaysia Babydoll Foxx, who had the privilege and advantage of choosing her lip sync partner from the entire cast. And she chooses Marcia, who then gets to choose the song Boys Don't Cry by Anita. And on the decision of Malaysia choosing Marcia to lip sync against, this was interesting, right? Because on one hand, we have really no idea what Marcia is capable of in the lip sync department, and her freshness to the art of drag in comparison to some of the seasoned pros here, like Malaysia, could be seen as a disadvantage. But as it turns out, Marcia is not one to be trifled with in a lip sync. And because we've been watching the season from a third-party perspective, I think we kind of knew Marcia might actually be really good in a lip sync considering how great she's done at the acting and dancing challenges in the prior episodes. And while we as fans might have seen this coming, contestants like Malaysia definitely wouldn't have, because they haven't been watching their peers perform on a screen like we have. So I'd wager Malaysia thought she might have had an easy win here, but girl, was she wrong. Marcia came into this lip sync with an intensity and fire to prove herself. Like, girl, she was thirsty for this win. And because she did kind of have this wild card element to her here, I think it was all the more satisfying to watch her slay the house down boots, yes, God, in this lip sync. Girl, there were front flips, back flips, choreographed quick movements, and like she was dancing circles around Malaysia in this lip sync. And that's not to say that Malaysia did bad in this lip sync at all. I actually think she did quite good. I think she just totally underestimated what Marcia was capable of. And you can kind of see Malaysia adjusting to what is turning out to be a pretty high intensity lip sync halfway through, and she's like, oh dang, I need to throw in the high kicks. I need to really start putting some energy into this. And she does end up to a point, I think, matching some of the intensity Marcia was bringing, but it might have just been a little too late. Malaysia did have one of my favorite moments of the lip sync though, when at the end she just like falls to the floor. That was great. I'd give Malaysia a hot here and Marcia a hot. And next up, Bruno's fickle finger selects Loosey's ball from the ball machine. And she selects to lip sync against Miss Spice, who then gets to choose the song Do You Want to Touch Me by Joan Jett. And what I loved about Loosey selecting Spice as her lip sync partner here was that she was not really ashamed to admit that she was definitely strategizing in selecting Spice. Mistress even calls her out later when she enters the workroom and is like, well, you got to lip sync against Spice, so you kind of had an easy win, and she's like, yeah, I did. But even if this was kind of an easy win for Loosey, this wasn't my favorite lip sync of the night. This song is a rockier, lower energy song. I don't think tracks like that always translate on the RuPaul's Drag Race lip sync stage. I think you just need a really special pair of performers to pull off a slower song like this, and neither Loosey nor Spice felt like they were really embodying this song as much as they could have, but there were, like, of course, the fun moments, like when Loosey was grabbing Spice's little coat and rubbing it in her down there spaces, and then rolling all over the floor with Loosey crawling around on her hands and knees was fun to watch. I just wasn't, biting my nails over this one. But I'd give Loosey like a safe 3 flame hot and like Spice a very soft 2 flame rot. Lucy's intensity here took it home for me in the end. Side note though, both of them looked incredible and were totally dressed for this song. And next up, Bruno randomly selects Luxx's ball, who chooses to lip sync against Salina. And she chooses It's All Coming Back to Me Now by Celine Dion for them to lip sync to, which it seems was maybe a little bit of strategy on Salina's part here, because she doesn't anticipate that Luxx is going to be too great at this song, which actually she says is one that she lip syncs to all the time back at her home bar. But we do of course hear Luxx say in a confessional that no, she doesn't love this song, but she is an actress so she can pull anything off. And Luxx does pull this song off to a point, I will give her that. She gave us a very serious interpretation of this song, some great dance moves, giving good face, she knew the words, she knew what she was doing. However, Luxx's performance of this song was just a little one-dimensional when directly compared to Salina's, because Salina was able to give a really intense power ballad performance to this song as a bass layer, which she then, as the song progressed, added comedy layers on top in ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect. She would jump from these serious lip sync moments where she is just like lip syncing for her absolute life to like peeking between her legs at the judging panel, falling to the floor, and then like at the end of the song, giving birth or eating something. It was camp, and she absolutely teleported me to Mars with this. And this was such a great moment for her, like truly a landmark moment for her time on Drag Race so far, I think. Because much like Marcia, she has, I think, been struggling to be the leader of the pack, yet is such an incredibly talented performer and brilliant drag artist. And there was just a lot of great payoff in seeing Salina absolutely give it her all in this performance and be rewarded with the win. She absolutely deserved it, and I think she gets a flaming hot in this performance, but Luxx also gets a very safe hot for me here. And while these first couple of lip syncs have, I think, been pretty cut and dry on who should have won them, the next few I think are where we'll start to see the fan base start to disagree a little bit on who they think should be taking the wins. The next ball Bruno picks from the ball cage is Mistress Isabelle Brooks, who then selects Jax to lip sync against. And we do hear Mistress in a confessional say that she's choosing a lip sync partner who she thinks will choose a song that she wants to lip sync to, which works out really well for her because they end up lip syncing to the song she wanted, Tell It to My Heart by Taylor Dayne. And while that is absolutely the song of these songs that I would have wanted to lip sync against, I've gotta say, choosing between Jax, Sasha, Colby, and Anetra to lip sync against, Mistress was in between a rock and a hard place. Like, girl, competition. And this lip sync for me personally was the toughest call of the night. On one hand, we've got Mistress giving some good old Texas drag. I mean, good drag lip syncing. This is a pro on the stage, commanding her presence and demanding the judges and cameras' attention. She was captivating in all of her movements, had a little reveal, and was even adding some great comedic layers to her performance, like at the end when she was going the like kind of rolling her eyes back and forth and like doing the robot movements. That was great. I absolutely loved that. Like, Mistress absolutely gave the peaks and the valleys that this song demanded. Plus, her outfit kind of reminds me of the pink Power Ranger, who's my favorite Power Ranger, so I may have been a little bit biased here. But her slower style of performance, I think, was so much fun to see, especially compared to a performer like Jax, who was twirling and flipping and acrobating and flipping and jumping and back flipping and front flipping and flipping and flipping and flipping. Girl, she was doing a full gymnastics routine up there, and sometimes that crazy energetic type of performance doesn't necessarily work if it's so much all the time, just constantly going. But Jax has a really special way of delivering these hyper energetic performances that also show a level of restraint. And that's where I would say Jax's true talent in dancing performance lies. She takes you right to the brink of too much and then brings you back down, and then brings you back up, and then brings you back down. She's really fun to watch. And I've said this before, I'll say it again, I think Jax is the best dancer of this entire cast. She is breathtaking on the stage. My call though here, I am going to agree with the judges. I would give it to Mistress based on the lip sync edit that we saw. Both girls though, I would give 5 hot flames for their performances. I did specify though that I would give it to Mistress based on the edit we saw. I say that because when we see Mistress enter the workroom, the entire rest of the cast is sitting on the couch going, wait, we thought Jax was gonna be coming in here. You were not even giving it your full energy. Like, Jax was giving it 100%. She should have won that. And everyone is gooped. Everyone is gagged. And that tells me one of two things: that either Jax had even more stunts and tricks and goops and gags that were just cut out of the edit that took her to another level above Mistress that we just weren't able to see, or it tells me that the other girls are just wanting to fan the flames of drama and kind of get under Mistress's skin a little bit. And get under her skin they sure did. She was pointing out that she had to select a lip sync partner among, like, you know, the best lip syncers in the entire cast. And this was where she calls out Loosey for getting lucky for getting to pick Spice to lip sync against. Mistress did also tweet out when the episode was airing, "The girls will never be happy for me." Still won though. I'd of course love to see the unedited full lip sync between these two that the rest of the cast got to see, but regardless of what they thought, I think Mistress and Jax both had a lot to be proud of here. And next up, the lip sync of the night. The fickle finger of fate has left Anetra and Sasha Colby as the final 2 lip syncers in the first round of this LaLaPaRuza. And my god, was it worth the wait. So they lip synced to I'm in Love with a Monster by Fifth Harmony, which was chosen by Anetra, whose ball Bruno chose from the ball machine. And while the Mistress and Jax lip sync was, I think, a tough call in an interesting way because they were both giving such different performances, this one was a tough call because, oh my god, I couldn't take my eyes off of either of them. And they were matching each other's energy in all of these crazy ways, like Sasha out there breaking her neck, flipping that ponytail around, Anetra walking that mother-tucking duck up and down the stage. And like, they were both captivating until the very last second of that song. Like with Sasha in the back middle of that stage, jumping around and then jiggling her booty and then was flipping her ponytail. And then Anetra comes in with that thank you, good night death drop. I was gagged. I was gooped. I'm still gagging. I'm still shaking. I'm still crying. Gagged a little bit for sure. But wow, this lip sync was the lip sync that made me wish Ru could have just progressed both of them to the next round because they turned it out. Both Anetra and Sasha get 5 flames for me here, and oh my god. If these two make it to the final 4 and they're lip syncing for the crown, Rupaul, she's gonna have to phone a friend, ask the audience, and maybe even do a double crowning. Because how can you decide? Wow. I do though here agree with the Sasha win, just by a hair. And next we enter round 2 of the LaLaPaRuza, where Malaysia is again chosen first. And she chooses Spice to lip sync against, who chooses the song Don't Go Yet by Camila Cabello. And this song selection was apparently strategy meant to throw Malaysia off because Spice suspected she didn't know the words to the song. But as it turns out, neither did Spice, which is hands down to me the funniest part of the episode as I'm watching, realizing that neither of these queens knows the song they're lip syncing to. And the judges were seeing it too. Like Rupaul was doing that one face where she's kind of watching in like horror or disgust or like confusion, and she's wanting to send them both home. And like, not only was Rupaul clearly in discomfort watching them lip sync, but both queens were also very clearly not comfortable showing Rupaul that they didn't know the words either. And Malaysia did on Twitter talk about this a little bit, saying, literally the only song I didn't learn. LOL, I knew every other song. And then apparently getting some blowback from some of the fans, she later tweeted, I didn't know the words, get over it. Y'all be mad at everything. And I'm only addressing it because y'all keep tagging me. I don't care. I'm booked for the rest of the year and that song isn't on the list. Enjoy the show. It's an iconic moment. And if they wanted to get rid of both of us, they would have. Y'all always creating all these new rules. STFU. The dancing they did to this song, I suppose, was fine, but as the lip sync goes, I would give them both rats. It was just a really unfortunate lip sync for them both, and also unfortunate for Spice considering she was totally dressed for this lip sync and the prior one, yet kind of flopped on both fronts. Anyways, Ru selects Malaysia as the winner here, and sure, if I had to choose one queen to win from this lip sync, I probably would choose Malaysia because she did radiate a little more confidence in what she was doing than Spice, but Nah. Anyways, the fickle finger of fate decides that the next lip sync is going to be a three-way. And I usually don't like three-ways as far as lip syncs go, but this one between Luxx, Anetra, and Jax was one to watch. Like, typically when there are 3 or more queens on the stage trying to give a lip sync, it just feels really chaotic and distracting. Flashbacks to season 11's lip sync when like every queen was on there. But this three-way lip sync was really special in the sense that, yes, there was way too much going on the stage, but the 3 lip syncs somehow felt a little bit in sync. Like their lip sync styles just complemented each other in a way that felt more natural and not as chaotic as some stuff that we've seen in the past. So these 3 lip sync to The Right Stuff by Vanessa Williams, and this was another lip sync I was holding my breath, enjoying every second. Luxx, Anetra, and Jax each separately killed this lip sync, but my 2 favorites here were actually Anetra and Jax. I would say Luxx was just like 1 flame less in hot ratings for me than the other 2, but like by a very small amount. There was just a little more intensity and excitement, I think, that Jax and Anetra brought to this lip sync. And seeing Luxx take the win in this lip sync gagged me not only because I thought either Jax or Anetra should have taken it, but also because I thought that they were going to select 2 queens to win from these 3, which would have made sense to have 2 queens progress from this lip sync because it would have naturally left us with 2 queens at the very bottom to finish the lip sync bracket. But only Luxx progresses, which leaves us with Jax, Spice, and Anetra as the last 3. And we're like, what the hell's gonna happen here? And Rupaul announces the final twist of this episode. 1 more ball is going to be chosen, which as it turns out was Anetra's, and she gets the privilege of choosing one of the remaining 2 queens to be safe and the other to lip sync against. And the gag of the season, she chooses Spice to be safe. And if that doesn't say Anetra is confident in her lip syncing ability, I don't know what does, because she ends up having to lip sync against Jax, the lip sync assassin of the season, in the final lip sync. Like, come on, she very easily could have chosen Jax to be safe, lip synced against Spice, and guaranteed a Shantae for herself. But mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest queen of them all? It's Anetra. And she even says,
when I tell you that those girls, both of them, they just love drag, and they love to enjoy themselves, and they love to make people happy. She has the true spirit of drag and love, and that's why I cut that out. We know it would not be fair. Even she knew it.
But I think beyond choosing a fair fight, she also made a very careful strategic decision here. In choosing Spice to be safe here, she accomplishes not only gaining fan favor in declaring she wants a fair fight, but also avoids the wrath of the Spice fan base in the future, who surely would have raged against her. Plus, she also puts herself in a position where she is now lip syncing against somebody who is in the bottom of the episode for the 3rd time in a row. And because Anetra is confident in her ability as a lip syncer, she pretty much knows the unwritten rule of Drag Race is if you're in the bottom for your 3rd time, much less your 3rd time in a row, and your lip sync partner gives a good lip sync, no matter how well you do, you're probably gonna go home. Like the other person would have to totally blow it for you to make it past that 3rd bottom. And the lip sync between these 2 to Finally by CeCe Peniston is another, oh my god, wow. They both killed it. Like seriously, they both absolutely killed it. It was a pleasure to watch these 2 lip sync again. And is it absolutely crazy that 2 of the best dancers and overall lip syncers in this competition are here in the bottom of a lip sync bracket, lip syncing against each other? Yes, it's crazy. But that's just, I suppose, how the cookie crumbled. Or, you know, how the producers wanted it to go the whole time. I think both queens absolutely slayed this lip sync and deserve hots. But yes, Anetra did take the win for me here, and honestly it would have felt wrong to not have Anetra win here considering how amazing she did the entire episode. But Jax did too, don't get me wrong. It just almost felt like the writing was on the wall from the beginning of the episode that Jax was not going to make it through the LaLaPaRuza. And finally, Jax goes home after 3 times in the bottom. And it certainly is not right, but I suppose it's okay. But how crazy is it that who I think is the best dancer in this competition went home in the dancing challenge? And how crazy is it that this pretty much happened last season too with Jasmine Kennedy? There seems to be a very strange pattern emerging in these recent seasons of Drag Race where the best lip syncer and lip sync assassin of the season is sent home in lip sync LaLaPaRuzas. A coincidence? Or Conspiracy. Either way though, definitely a gag. As my final thoughts on this episode though, I personally would have loved to have spent a little more time with each lip sync because there were so many of these lip syncs that were just absolutely captivating to watch that had me on the edge of my seat. There are just some top tier performers in this cast and they absolutely proved that this episode. And while I think the LaLaPaRuza was for the most part called fairly by the judges, I do think that the three-way lip sync and then Anetra having to choose one queen to be safe at the very end just kind of felt less like the fickle finger of fate deciding who was doing what and more like the producers meddling to get what they wanted out of the season. But hey, it's reality TV after all, and it's nothing we're not used to. At least it was a good time. But I'd also of course love to hear your thoughts about this episode, so let me know what you're thinking down in the comments below. And finally, let's talk hottest hots. If I were choosing one standout performer throughout the entire LaLaPaRuza to give a hottest hot to, I would give it to Anetra. And as for my hottest hot lip sync, I would give it to the Anetra and Sasha Colby lip sync. I also asked my patrons to vote for their hottest hot lip sync over on patreon.com/BussyQueen, and they too voted for the Sasha Colby and Anetra lip sync. Don't forget you can become a patron of the Bussy Queen channel by clicking the link in the description of this video. For just a couple dollars a month, you'll get access to exclusive content, the ability to vote in hottest hot polls, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, and more. You can also help support the channel by becoming a channel member. You can do so by clicking the join button next to the subscribe button. Bussy Queen channel members get these cute little flame icons next to their name in the comments, and at the bus driver tier even get their names in the description of my videos. See y'all later, love ya, bye. What's a girl gotta do to get a yabba dabba daddy around here? Hi, ugly. It's me, everyone's favorite mode of transportation, Bus Queen. So hop on in, cause today we'll be reviewing episode 9 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15, The Crystal Ball, in which our queens were challenged to serve 3 looks. First, start your engines, a look inspired by the iconic RuPaul racer outfit. Next, a look inspired by each queen's favorite ball of yester seasons past. And finally, the look they made there, crystallized eleganza. Crystals, sequins, and stones, oh my. And I suppose it's also worth highlighting this was the franchise's 200th episode. So naturally, RuPaul celebrated the occasion with some cake and candy. What a treat. I actually saw a cornbread tweet that RuPaul lip syncs like the twins, and I can't unsee it. Anywho, in today's Alright, we'll be scoring each of the 27 looks from our 9 remaining queens out of 5 hot flames, taking a look at what Spice said about her controversial elimination. Now let's take a gander into my crystal ball. First up, and in the order they appeared in their first looks on the runway tonight, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. Her racing suit is definitely the most true to Ruse of the cast tonight, with the twist being, oh y'all wanted a twist, eh? That she's got catchphrases from plus-size queens of prior seasons patched onto her racing suit. She's got proportionizing from Eureka, keep those nuts away from my face from Latrice, and even Is You Hungry from Cornbread's entrance line on season 14. And y'all probably know by now, I'm not the biggest fan of words on runway looks because you don't really get time to appreciate them, and it just feels like I've got to do all this extra work to really enjoy the garment to its fullest. But I am a generous queen and I do make exceptions. And I think the catchphrases here do work because patches on her racing suit being catchphrases of prior plus size queens is both a celebration of who she is and a fun little trip down memory lane that fits into the theme of this episode of looking back at where Drag Race has been and looking at where it's going. My final verdict is sometimes more is more. This look is hot. And while we're talking about more is more, oh my god. Her favorite ball look, the ball, is completely made of deconstructed beach balls. And also really visually exciting and scary a little bit. It's very Lee Bowery Club Kid Face Kini-esque. It was Lee Bowery, girl. And my god, I'm not a seamstress, but I don't even want to think about how hard it would be to construct a look out of that plasticky PVC beach ball material. Anyways, enough hot air, this look is hot. And finally for her crystallized look, mom. This is gorgeous. Gorgina, Dagatrandra. But let's first acknowledge and talk about the length of the gown. It's perfect, and that I think is something so rare for someone to get right on a design challenge. Another really interesting thing about the gown she has created is she's got crystals, heavy ones, on the bottom of the train of her dress that keep the structure on the runway as she walks down it. The final effect is we get Mistress levitating as if she were walking on water down the runway, looking like the ethereal drag goddess she is. The only reason I can fathom she didn't get more praise for this from the judging panel is because she was subtle in her approach for this final runway, and typically, looking back at prior balls, the more wild, conceptually speaking, look kind of gets the win. And maybe they just wanted another layer besides glamour, but the category was crystallized eleganza. You want a gown? She'll give you a gown. Y'all can't tell me she left one single crumb on that runway. Not one. Not one. This look is hot. And next up, shake the dice and trot the spice. So my drag race senses were tingling from the beginning of this episode when we see Carson and Rue go through the workroom and single out Spice to tell her that her looks on prior runways have lacked personality and that a lot of her silhouettes have been the same. And I was like, oh, they're about to Derek Barry my girl, aren't they? Sure were. Cause sure, she has used the same silhouette or outfit cut several times on the runway, but so did Bianca Del Rio, who won RuPaul's Drag Race on season 6, might I remind you. And it's not like her looks have been unpolished by any stretch of the imagination. She actually had so much personality that they had to ask her to stop trotting on the runway. And I think of this entire cast, maybe of the entire franchise, Sugar and Spice have one of the most easily and instantly recognizable styles. I mean, really though, I'd say they have a pretty good understanding of the personality of their drag. A fair critique might have been, we want to see more classic drag glamour from you, or bigger concepts perhaps, but lacking personality? I don't know about that. Anyways, let's take a look at what our personality-free Bratz doll did on the runway tonight. Her first look, Start Your Engines, one of my favorites of the evening. She's giving me diners, drive-ins, and drag. Guy Fieri shaking in his boots at the sequel where the twins take over his job. That'd be a great show. And I love this look because it is so true to Spice's drag personality and also referential to the 50s diner era while also giving the nod to RuPaul. When I first saw her hit the stage, I immediately thought of the Big Boy mascot from that burger chain. And she has, to her credit, really dragged up this look. There are boot covers, rhinestones, a cinched and pinched silhouette, and of course, great makeup and hair. And in fact, I think I'm ready to get my oil changed. This look is hot. And her favorite ball, the ball. She hair is covered in those arts and crafts pom-pom things in varying shades of purple with stockings that are ripped and some ravey moon boots. And I love all the cutouts that make this look really visually interesting and how she's integrated the pom-poms into her hair. Smells like Elmer's glue and Teen Spirit. This look is hot. And in her final look, she is the Boom Boom Disco Ball. It looks like she has created this look by smashing up a disco ball and taking all the little mirrored square pieces to create the crop top. And I like, conceptually speaking, that a disco ball really fits into the personality of her party girl drag. Unfortunately though, as we've heard from Spice, she's not the seamstress of the twin pair, which would explain some of the technical issues with her outfit, like the bottom part of the skirt hem being hot glued instead of sewn, some of the straps on the side slits kind of getting a little too loose and maybe falling off a bit, and then the top part not really fitting well enough to hug her body and her needing to pull it up. And the final effect of all the strange cuts on the different outfit pieces and hair that was a little too long here is she looks about 4 feet tall on the runway. Helps in part that this was also the first time I think on the runway that she didn't wear those crazy 8-inch platform shoes. So I think props to you, mama, for listening to the judges and trying something new. This look just wasn't a party. So I'm gonna give it a. And next up, our queen of unshakable confidence, Luxx Noir London. Her Start Your Engines look is the first departure from Rue's red racing suit that we see on the runway tonight. She went for the pink one instead. You know, the one from the show Transitions when RuPaul's waving the flag and cackling. And I'll say this is not my favorite Luxx look. I like the color blocking of the pink and the white elements on this outfit, but then again I kind of don't. Because with all of the squares and hard lines in the crop top and the bottom part of the look, she's created something very visually disrupting. There's no feng shui, if you can say that about garments, in this look. Plus with all the visual clutter around her shoulders and neck and pony, she's made herself kind of look like a little bobblehead. I'd say with a little editing, this look would be cute for a meet and greet, but for the runway in this category tonight, it's not doing a lot for me. I'm gonna give it a. Before her favorite ball look, an homage to the hairball. Oh my god. She's cinched, pinched, she can barely breathe, and she is giving us some 90s supermodel tease, which is inspired by a look from one of Thierry Mugler's collections from the 90s. May he rest in peace, but that was immediately recognizable to me. She looks so high fashion, elevated, and this is the Luxx that I know and love on the runway. Holy shit. This look is couture. What was the hair on this look? 40 inches. Irene. Anyone seen Irene? No? Okay. But then for her final crystallized look, I was a little underwhelmed. She's created this like melted plastic or glue latticed work to construct the pieces of this look. I'm getting Disney's Frozen vibes mixed with like Tinkerbell. And I'll say the idea and concept of this look are very cool, but something about the proportions feel off to me. I want bigger wings, or wings so small that they look ridiculous and campy. I need a bigger waist tutu and headpiece. And then when you really start examining the look, you kind of see the bikini part is not fitting too great, and she's got her drag tights and shapewear that are awkwardly exposed, creating weird visual lines on like the side of her body where I think more material could have covered. This snowflake was unique, just not hot enough to melt, so I'd give this like a 2-flame soft rock. And next up, Marcia. Another queen this episode who's been working on applying judges' critiques on her drag, and tonight really hit a high point for me. Her Search Your Engines look is a true departure from RuPaul's racing outfit, and she's giving us this pastel color block 60s Valley of the Dolls meets Mario Kart Rainbow Road, where Farrah Fawcett or Cindy Crawford is driving the cart fantasy. And wow, I love that hair on her. It looks great. Plus the makeup. Elevated, draggy, she's giving us drag. My one critique about this look is the boots. And I understand she probably is going for that 60s white go-go boot style reference there, but I just wish there had been a partial boot cover just to bring them into the theme of this brief. But that's a small critique for this fully loaded look. Her favorite ball look though, which is an homage to the bag ball. She's giving us a classic farm girl milkmaid fantasy with an outfit made of canvas bags. A material she chose, it seems, because it was easy to actually construct a garment out of. And I'll say this look certainly is interesting, and I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. Definitely not. She's carrying 2 bags, which would be like milk buckets on a stick behind her. She's got the pigtails, the Ren Fair peasant top, and a layered skirt of bags. What more could you want? This is an ugly look, but like intentionally so? It looks like a staged costume and is missing some kind of signature Marcia personality. But in all of that ugliness, she has found, I think, a bit of camp, which is, again, interesting at least. And technically speaking, the garment is well tailored. So this is really just my personal taste not agreeing with hers, so I'll leave this look at a warming. However, I met Marcia happily in the middle for her crystallized eleganza look. Because girl, if it's Baroque, wear it on the RuPaul's Drag Race runway. She's giving us a little Marie Antoinette, working the night shift at the saloon fantasy, and yet another monochromatic color palette. And this look is just beautifully tailored, fitting her body, and is really fun on the runway. I do think though she could have pushed the envelope a little further on crystallized and really given us some jewels, but Marcia is serving cake and I'll have a slice. This look is hot. Next up, Salina, who in her Starter Engines look is giving us this color blocks baby blue and black jumpsuit slash tracksuit, which has style elements that do, yes, lean into car mechanic vibes. And also, my first thought when I saw this look was Missy Elliott. Is it worth it? Let me work it. Put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Is your... Her hair is amazing. I love that it matches the look. This look is hot. But for her favorite ball look, she did an homage to the money ball, and yes, I was happy to see someone doing something different from the ball and the bag ball, which everyone else did. But this is one of those times when I'm looking at Salina on the runway and wondering how the hell we got here. First, though, let's talk about what I like about this look. The movement, the contrast of the colors, and of course the flammability so she can burn it later. And Michelle's right, Salina does often come, I think, close, really close to hitting the nail on the head, as it were, but often finds herself just a couple dollars short. For some reason tonight, she has created not just a garment out of money, but is also a palm tree. Which, I don't know, I suppose has something to do with her being from California. But like, girl, it's a lot. Like, what is this? This look for me is gonna be a but that's just my 2 cents. And again, for her final look, crystallized eleganza, she comes close, but just not close enough. It's very duvet cover, isn't it? Very duvet cover in like the Queen of England's palace. And stylistically, I would say this really isn't that bad, but she was going for red carpet awards show glam, and I think just didn't hit that. It's just that for all of the structure that was apparently built into this dress with that pineapple pattern, there wasn't enough where it mattered, like at the top, so it's like falling off of her and looks frumpy, and then at the bottom it's just too short. Maybe some straps could have helped? I don't know. I may not be a seamstress, and I may not be a lip syncer, and I may not even be what most people consider a drag queen. Anyways, this look is a And next up, another queen in Safeville tonight. We've got Malaysia Babydoll Foxx, who in her Starter Engines look is giving us correct hair and makeup. An overall light pink or white, whatever color that is, polished Barbie perfection, crossed with Judy Jetson Hooker, that is. And I'll say this outfit fits her flawlessly, and I love the silhouette that she's created, but there's something about it overall that just feels a little unfinished. Like she has these patches and applique on the top part of the look, but not on the rest, and it just looks really plain down there. But because she looks so polished, I'm gonna give her a hot. But for her favorite ball, she did an homage to the hair ball, and this look is a wow. My brain didn't even register when she first came out on the runway that she was doing the hair ball. I'm like, black and white, what is that? Then I realized that everything she's wearing was made of hair. She's got this like white and black zebra patterned poncho with sequins, and then this tight, structured black braided corset with these white extensions coming down the bottom of it, giving it flowy movement. And she has perfectly matched all of this to the wig she's wearing. That giant beehive, wow. And for the 5 hairs on my chinny chin chin, I'll give this look 5 hot flames. But for her crystallized look, we do have a little bit of a regression for me. To her credit though, she does say this is like the second look she has ever sewn, but her weakness in garment creation shows here a little bit more, I think, than it did in the prior challenge. The top part for me is really busy, and it looks like actually heavy and kind of weighing down the fabric in the top, which gives it that bunched up feeling above the belt. And then, and this was strange for Malaysia, the hair wasn't live laugh loving for me. The victory rolls in the front were gorgeous and perfect, but then you could see in the back it was kind of fraying and fizzling out. And for the overall brief of eleganza, this just didn't teleport me to Mars. I'd give this look like a really soft 2-flame rot. And next up, y'all remember Jinx's perfume, Delusion, Convince Yourself? Well, I think Lucy's been huffing it. I'm teasing, but also not. Like the desperation of Loosey LaDuca wanting to win a challenge and telling everyone that she deserves top placements and challenge wins and yada 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 has been going on for a couple weeks now and continues into this episode in the Untucked. I'm like, girl, take a breath. The producers can smell what's going on, and they're gonna use and abuse that. Anyways, concerning this ball, Loosey says that she's been waiting for this challenge since she got there because she loves to sew her own costumes. When I saw her first look, I got excited. She was off to a great start. She says she's giving Barbie on Wheels meets Princess Peach meets Female Speed Racer, the cartoon from like the 50s or 60s. And I'm also seeing like a little bit of Betty Spaghetti or something with that neon yellow hair. I'm getting those campy late 90s vibes here. And I love that she didn't leave the boots unfinished, something a lot of the queens did for these looks. Come on, Barbie, let's go party, because this look is hot. But her second look, an homage to the bag ball, this was so, I would say, out of character for Loosey. Like, she usually is very polished and put together on the runway with clear concepts and an idea of what she looks like. But not only is this look visually confusing, but this look was a Midsummer's Nightmare. She, like Marcia tonight, went for that Ren Fair peasant top vibe, complete with a doggy bag flower crown and then scrunched up doggy bags randomly placed, glued, sewn, I don't know, on the bottom part of her dress skirt. And hell, I guess Miss Fiercealicious walked so she could also walk. I just don't understand how she looked at this and thought, yeah, this reads bag ball and also is giving a clear concept or sense of taste or fashion. But hey, look who's talking. Party City Halloween costume, Bussy Queen. Loosey, you've got some scooping to do. This looks a rot. Also a compliment though I'll give her, she looks really pretty in the makeup department here. Kind of giving me like Cameron Michaels in that hair too. Anyways, for her crystallized eleganza look, she's giving us runner-up at the garlic pageant, I think she said, in this campy interpretation of, oh, I didn't win and I'm runner-up and I'm, you know, always a bridesmaid, never a bride type of idea. And what I really loved about this look was she brought an extra layer, a clear concept to the idea of crystallized eleganza and presented it in a fun way. I also like that in this throwback episode, it reminds me of Trixie and Pearl's little like prom queen look. But I'll say this look was better conceptually and from a distance than it was close up. Devil's in the details, and some of the details just weren't totally finessed. Like Carson pointed out, the mermaid skirt needed to be dropped down a bit, and I don't think she amped up the idea of being crystallized enough. It was like she was bottling up all the frustration that she's had for not winning some of these challenges, and then channeled it all into her drag, but got tunnel vision and kind of lost sight of the bigger eleganza brief. And the flower bouquet is weird, like it's mostly distracting and ugly. It looks just like a roll of aluminum foil. So I'll leave this look at a warming Next up, the legend herself, Sasha Colby, who says she's not really a seamstress, but manages to turn it out. Her first look, Start Your Engines, I was breathless. And like, she not only started my engine, but it started to overheat. And this look is an interpretation of Ru's pink racing suit, done in this flavor of casual yet hyper glamorous red carpet ready look. My only question is, does she have a license to look this beautiful? Because this look is hot. And for her favorite ball look, she does an homage to the ball bag. Why did everyone pick this? And the type of bag she chooses to dress as is a dime bag, which is a type of bag that carries a certain type of substance you can purchase, not for a dime, but I think for a 10. And what I love most about this look is how campy it is. It's ridiculous. Like Laganja would be so proud, because girl, if it ain't green, mom, I'm not interested. But this is a really great sweet spot for Sasha to be in, because she is maintaining that beauty and glamour, but also showing a really fun personality side, covered in all these green leaves of a certain substance. This look is clever, interesting, and most importantly, exciting for the runway, and burning hot. And her final look, no surprise, also wows in the beauty department. She says she's giving us golden coral goddess emerging from the lava of Hawaii. And I wouldn't say that's what I got when I saw the look, but I loved it anyways. It was giving me like 90s classic Vegas glamour vibes, like very showgirls and Versace. And it's really awesome, I think, that she finessed this category so well, considering that when you break down the pieces of how she constructed it, it's relatively simple. There's a dress skirt with a long train, a beautiful shiny top piece that looks really regal and kind of like armor, and some wiry pieces coming off of her arms. My only thing for this look is, while it is beautiful and she is breathtaking, it's not necessarily a look that I think I'll look back on in several years and be like, remember that awesome look that Sasha made? I'll just remember that she looked beautiful across the 3 categories. But yeah, this look was simple, effective, and hot. And finally, Ru's apparently moved on from coffee enemas and is on to Anetra, whatever that is. Anetra's first look for Start Your Engines immediately, to me, was giving Chigo from Kim Possible, and I like that she was unique in her color interpretation for the racing suit, but kept the casual and sexy vibes of the original reference look with like the sheerness of the fabric she used. Plus, I loved hearing about the patches on her arms. They're the flags of her heritage, on one side representing her mom, the other her dad, and she's got German, Puerto Rican, Filipino, Japanese. I mean, she is a woman of the world. And to Anetra, I pledge allegiance. This look is hot. But for her second look, an homage to the sugar ball. Girl, what the hell happened here? This was another situation tonight on the runway, like when I looked at Lucy's second look, where I was just like, there's no way this is real, right? And it was? This is a no. Like, for the category, she does have some candy pieces that are very obvious in her look, like those little candy pieces on the strips that are around her waist. And she's got what is allegedly, I guess, like a taffy cone bra situation happening on the top, some suckers that apparently got stuck in her cotton candy hair, and this was a very strange, cohesively speaking, look for me. Because it's lacking in attention to detail, cohesive story, or like vision for what she really wanted to accomplish. I felt like she put this together in the workroom like 10 minutes before she hit the runway. I wish this look were sickeningly sweet, but it's just making me sick. It's a wrap. And this look was all the more unforgivable when we see how amazing she looks in her crystallized eleganza look. Like, are you effing joking? Are you kidding? For as bad as that second look was, this one is as good. She asked for the crystallized brief, put jewels that look like vertebra down the back of her dress, and like spikes on her shoulders and down the sides of her arms. I love this look. It is very drag, and as RuPaul also pointed out, McQueen. It immediately reminded me of Lady Gaga from the Bad Romance music video, where she has those like vertebra prosthetics sticking out in her back, and when she was working directly with Alexander McQueen to create a lot of her looks like the gold one in that same video. Yeah, I was so gagged. I can't say enough nice things about this look, that layered, beautiful trumpet skirt, the way it moves, the way it flows, the jaggedness with the smoothness and the shiny. Like, this is a chef's kiss of a runway. It's hot. Which brings us into placements for the episode. The judges' favorites tonight seem to be Anetra, Mistress, and Sasha Colby. Appropriately so. And ultimately, they decided to give the win to Sasha. But this gagged me a little bit because let's look at the scorecard that I made for each of the 3 looks for the queens. I think Sasha did a phenomenal job in this ball. Each look was good. She was consistent. She had clear concepts, good references, and girl, she gave eleganza and beauty better than the best of them. But while I can appreciate the consistency and beauty in everything she did, I only gave give each look like 4 hot flames because they were missing that certain element of wow and like TV memorability. Those are really the 2 factors I consider when giving out like a full 5 hot flame score. So she got 12 points from me, and Mistress actually got 14.5 points from me. I thought her favorite ball and crystal ball look were absolutely top tier, flawless victories of drag. And she was consistent, clear, and interesting in all of her looks tonight. So personally, I would have given Mistress the win. But y'all did hear me gush about Anetra's crystallized look. Like, if the ball were going to be decided just based on 1 look, I would give it to Anetra, of course. But it's not. It's based on the 3 looks, the 2 they brought and the 1 they made. And that second one was just unforgivable. But certainly not bad enough to put her in the bottom or anything. She was just like safe for me. To be clear though, I don't want to take away any credit from Sasha's win. She deserves it. This is just a matter of subjective personal taste. And I'd love to know who y'all thought deserved the win in the comments below. Loosey, LaDuca, anyone? She is gonna kill me. But even more confusing for me tonight than who they gave the win to was the bottom 2. Because my scorecard shows 3 queens with 9 points across their 3 looks, who are Luxx, Salina, and Loosey. And in fact, Spice has 2 more points than these 3 queens with 9 in my chart, which would have made her like high safe for me. But the judges put her in the bottom with Salina. And the crazier thing to me here was like, no matter how you slice the judging of these 3 looks, equally weighted heavier for the design challenge, whatever, I think Spice just absolutely didn't deserve bottom 2. But from a production standpoint, and I kind of hinted at this earlier, it feels like at this point in the competition, they don't really know what to do with Spice anymore. Like, she's there and doing a good job, but they know at this point that she's not done great in the comedy or acting or lip sync challenges. She's just kind of in there. So to me here, it looks like the producers are producing and really trying to whittle down the cast to the ones with the most diverse set of talents, and these 2, Spice and Salina, have already been in the bottom. So it kind of feels like their stories are naturally coming to a close here. Is like at episode 9, if you're not bringing the drama, the comedy challenge wins, the super memorable confessional quotes or whatever, you're probably being looked at as a potential to go home. Like Nikki said, if you ain't then get off the pot. Anyways though, concerning that lip sync, it did concern me, and you can watch it concern me over on my Patreon at patreon.com/fussyqueen. That's my members only website where I post exclusive content and give my Patreon family, who helps support my channel and keeps the lights on around here, special benefits like access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, early access to my YouTube videos, and more. And you can join my patrons by clicking the link in the description of this video. But my right hand in the air, honest to God thoughts are, probably should have been a double sachet. I didn't love either queen's performance. Spice looked a little annoyed and just totally over it. Like, you could tell in her face, she knew she was going home. She knew what was up, I think, from the second that Rue and Carson came into the workroom and started giving her these weird critiques and suggestions. And Salina didn't give a great performance for me either, because it read that she was just so upset to be there at all that she couldn't focus on delivering the lip sync properly. Like, half the time it was kind of as if she was just walking around the stage confused. But this is a great time to bring up that it's a TV show and it's totally okay for everyone to share their opinions about it. Drag Race is literally made for our consumption and entertainment. However, the people on the show are real, and generally speaking, your thoughts about these people don't need to go to their inbox or to their comment sections. Instead, I would invite you to keep your thoughts and opinions in the comment sections of YouTube videos like mine. Because too often we see these queens getting vitriol from the fan base that, by the way, nobody deserves, for the sole reason that, like, they sent one of their favorite queens home. Salina tweeted this out when the episode aired. Please don't send me threats. Or if you feel the need to share with me that I should have went home instead, please express your feelings without tagging me. I love my Spicy so much too. Trust me, I get it. Hashtag Drag Race. And Spice quote tweeted that, writing, "Love you, Salina. Everyone send her all the love. She's an angel. Be mad at the producers, not her. She has no control over who goes home." T. And Spice apparently agrees. She thought she did well. This is what she tweeted out the night of the episode. Not them putting me in the bottom a week I actually did well, and then sent me home on my best lip sync. The math isn't mathing. She also quote tweeted this gif where somebody wrote Michelle Visage every time Spice breathes, writing, "I get her so bothered just by looking hot and being fun. I love it." And also, side note, I'm also curious what Sugar was talking about, because she quote tweeted this same tweet and wrote, "Well, if only y'all knew what she was telling her makeup artist about us on set every day." Sugar, we would like to know. And finally, let's talk hottest hots. For the Starter Engines category, I'm gonna give it to Spice. In the My Favorite Ball category, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And for Crystallized Eleganza, Anetra. I also asked my patrons to vote on their favorite looks for the ball, and for those 3 respective categories, they've chosen Sasha Colby, and Anetra. See you later, love ya, bye. So y'all won't be able to see it, but my power level is over 9,000. and I'm also starring in the new K-Word Bill movie. It's me, Busney Spears, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 10 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. Our queens were challenged to conduct celebrity interviews on 50/50, the newest interview extravaganza sweeping the nation that loosely parodies like 2020, Food Network, and I guess carpool karaoke with the golf cart segments. Oh my. And the runway category was Night of 1,000 Beyonces. So we'll be going queen by queen to break down their performance this episode as I saw it, as well as continuing to discuss the delusion of Loosey LaDuca, as well as taking just a sip of tea from the most recent Roscoe's where Malaysia discusses the behind the scenes of this episode. Now, let's get in formation. First, we'll cover the 50/50 featuring Love Connie, a wild, kooky, crazy drag persona who evidently was on an episode of Drag Race many years ago. And in the order they hit the runway first in this group, we have Luxx, Noir, London, whose segment in this challenge was, I would say, the most fun of the three girls in her group. And that was for a couple of reasons. Primarily because she was driving around in a golf cart in an empty parking lot with Love Connie. Like, it would be difficult, I think, to not have an enjoyable interview segment in an environment like that, especially when compared with the more stressful environments that the other two queens were put into. But we'll get back to Mistress and Salina here in a second. But generally speaking, I think Luxx had a better chemistry with Love Connie, and I think perhaps it could have had something to do with the icebreaker that she started her segment with. She brings up and praises Love Connie's performance in Legally Blonde from many years ago. She was evidently the character in the hair and nail salon that came in at the end of the Bend and Snap tutorial and gave the iconic line, "Oh my god, the bend and snap works every time." Anyways, it was this bit during Luxx's segment that I think set her apart because she gave a great reference point for the audience at home to understand this person better. And Luxx coming in with this factoid showed that she did her research and I think allowed Connie to warm up to Luxx more than she did to the other two queens in her group. It was either that or Connie having to actually drive the golf cart prevented her from saying crazy things, and instead she just did crazy things while she was driving. Anyways, this interview segment was a hole-in-one. And on the runway, the Beyonce look that Luxx chose to recreate was her 2006 Kennedy Center Honors look, where B performed in homage to Tina Turner. And here she's wearing a recreation of the iconic Bob Mackie dress that Beyonce was wearing at this performance, and the recreation is immaculate. Luxx looks great in it, and I love the way it moves. It perfectly complements her body. The hair is fabulous, and Luxx is always beautiful. I mean, my god, did you see how great she looked in Daylight Drag on the golf cart? But this was a high point for her, I think, on the season so far. Plus, her choosing this look in particular, I think really demonstrates that she's thinking about how she can impress RuPaul. Tina Turner, Bob Mackie, and Beyonce in one runway? She set the stage on fire. This look is hot. Next up, Mistress Isabelle Brooks, who we see struggle, I think for the first time on RuPaul's Drag Race in this cooking segment with Love Connie. Like, for whatever reason, the chaotic energy and things that Connie was saying during this segment were totally throwing Mistress off balance, and I think disrupting her very carefully planned and thought out flow of how she thought things would go. To be fair though, I do think the cooking segment was the toughest of the three types of segments in 50/50 that we saw. In a nutshell, the queens are trying to get their guests to open up to them, all the while doing silly things like icing cupcakes in Mistress's case or tossing salads in Sasha's. And it was almost as if Connie was actively dodging Mistress's questions. She'd be like, "Tell me about how you got to where you are in your life," and Connie would stick her finger in cupcake icing and say something like, "It looks like I've been scratching my beep." But instead of going along with the nonsensicality of how things were going during the interview, Mistress laughs and I think gets a little flustered because she's trying to get information out of her, but ultimately she forgot to have fun in what she was doing. Had she treated this more like Snatch game and just played off of Connie's energy, I think this could have gone a lot better for her, because this type of Snatch Game-esque improv comedy is definitely in her wheelhouse, as we know. Unfortunately though, Mistress forgot the #1 rule of RuPaul's Drag Race, and that's make RuPaul laugh. Her cupcake icing was not sweet tonight. This was a But over on the runway, another stellar look from Mistress Isabelle Brooks. No surprise. She's paying homage to a look that Beyonce wore at the 2001 Grammy Awards red carpet with Kelly and Michelle from Destiny's Child, where, by the way, they won 2 Grammys that night. Say my name, say my name. And this look for Mistress was particularly fun because it's campy as hell. She literally has Kelly and Michelle's heads on her shoulders, like Muppet style, and the actual dress that she's wearing is really high-class, elegant drag, which from Mistress we have seen a lot of and I think grown to expect, but her adding in these extra layers here of comedy and knowledge of pop culture I think were very smart. Plus, everyone loves puppets, right? This look is hot. And next up, we've got Salina EsTities, who, in the challenge, had the Barbara Walters style 2020 segment, where she took a very serious tone with this crazy Love Connie character. Ultimately, though, that was Salina's downfall. You could actively see her crumbling under the confusion of not knowing how to respond to what Love Connie is saying to her, and the, of course, naturally more high-stress environment where both of them are sitting formally across from each other, and Salina's all done up in her CEO business professional drag. Like, there was even a point in the interview where Connie is like throwing her legs in the air and making random noises, and Salina's looking around in confusion, I think expecting Ashton Kutcher to jump out and yell punked. And like the interview segment that Connie did with Mistress, it was as if she was actively trying to throw Salina off of her game, which in retrospect, I'm sure she was. Like RuPaul and the other producers, I'm sure, just absolutely could not contain themselves watching these queens get absolutely confused and befuddled by the crazy antics of people like Love Connie, after, you know, being told that their objective was to extract something serious out of them. However, Salina both failed to do that and match Connie's energy, so this performance was a but on the runway, she was a golden goddess. This, by the way, was Beyonce's Dangerously in Love era, her debut solo album, where a lot of the Grammys she's holding were actually for the lead single of that album, Crazy in Love. And this look was a great pick for Salina because this era of Beyonce is so iconic, her debut as a solo artist, and also because she's in a gorgeous golden gown that makes sense in the context of like RuPaul's Drag Race runways. And Salina executed on this recreation flawlessly. The hair is Beyonce's hair, but like dragged up, and the dress fits her beautifully. It's got a nice little train on it, and Salina has added a little camp into this look. Instead of Grammy, she's holding like spray painted gold RuPaul Chia Pets, and she looks drop dead gorgeous. I mean, seriously, this is the best Salina has looked on the runway. She laser focused in on this brief, didn't let too many details get in the way of what she was doing, and wow. This look is hot. And next up, we've got the 50-50 segment featuring Charo. Coochie coochie? Coochie coochie, you know her, you love her. And doing the food segment for Charo was Sasha Colby. Their task was apparently to make a salad, but they really don't spend any time doing that, and instead, Charo just starts saying all of these crazy things and confusing the hell out of Sasha. Like right off the bat, we have Charo teaching everyone the Hawaiian phrase for something about a crazy pig eating papaya. And it's very obvious that these two are having a good time, and their little segment is really enjoyable to watch. And ultimately, I would say Sasha's hosting skills here were good. She played along with what Charo was doing and had fun with it at the same time. But it really was Charo that was leading the segment and not Sasha. But to her credit, she did a great job of rolling with the punches and not cracking under the pressure like, let's say, Mistress or Salina tonight. A great example of this being when she throws her cards into the air and is like, who needs these? So I'd say what Sasha did here definitely deserves a very safe And over on the runway, Sasha has chosen to recreate a performance look that Beyonce wore for the 2006 BET Awards. This is like her Deja Vu B-Day second album era, and not only is the recreation of this look perfect, but Sasha looks damn good in it. Like, if there's one thing Sasha can do and does do flawlessly every time on the runway is look beautiful. I also love that in the confessional we hear her saying, I'm serving body yaddy yaddy because no one else can. Happy body day, this look is hot. And next up we've got Marcia, who in the challenge gets the more formal Barbara Walters 2020 style segment. She here gets to ask the hard-hitting, serious questions about coochie. But what Charo actually said in response to some of Marcia's questions, we, and apparently even the subtitlers of RuPaul's Drag Race, may never know. But that's part of the fun, I think, of a kooky personality like Charo. But like in Sasha's segment, we again see Charo leading Marcia in this interview. And that, based on what we saw, was I think mostly because Marcia couldn't totally tell when Charo was done or not done with an answer to a question that she had given her. Like to some of her responses, Marcia would just kind of laugh or be like, that's great. And did she really have no idea what was going on, or was that just the edit? We may never know, but I will compliment her and say she did at least get a funny tidbit out of Charo with the question she asked Charo at the end of the interview about how old she is, and she tells us that she's as old as Christopher Columbus. So for that, and like not totally cracking here, I would give Marcia a safe warming up. Apparently though, Marcia did understand more of what Charo was saying than the edit let on. Someone on Twitter wrote, it was so clear that they edited to look like you, Marcia, didn't understand Charo. You asked great questions of the judges in Untucked, questions that show how much you think about your career, so I know you were able to do a great interview. And Marcia quote tweeted that, writing that part. Cue RuPaul's song, Don't Blame It on the Edit. You the one that said it? But to be fair, there was a lot of editing that went into this challenge. Like, this was not just one straight shot of interviews in any of the queen's cases. So it wouldn't surprise me to find out that, sure, they exaggerated, maybe, what Marcia's reaction or lack of reaction to some of Chato's responses. And over on the runway, Marcia has chosen to recreate Beyonce's look from a title event in Brooklyn from 2017. And the original look Beyonce's wearing is this gorgeous emerald dress. But I'll say this felt a little out of left field in terms of Beyonce reference points. Like, maybe I'm missing some pop culture context here about why this look or event were particularly notable, but it almost reads as if Marcia was just looking for like a plain dress to wear on the runway. Because plainer looks with one or maybe two colors are, as we're seeing, really her style of drag. And her recreation of Beyonce's dress is pretty, but I don't think totally reaches the height of what B was wearing here. The length isn't right, and something with the fit I think is just a little bit off. And Beyonce says pretty hurts, but I'm not really suffering, so I'm gonna give this look a warming up. And finally we get to the 50-50 segment interviewing Frankie Grande. First up we'll do Anetra, who had the outdoor style segment like Luxx had in the golf cart with Connie. Instead of a golf cart though, Anetra and Frankie Grande are just kind of walking laps around Frankie's trailer, it seems. She asks him about fitness, love, life, and happiness. And in general, they have a relaxed but fun time. And there was none of the awkwardness or crumbling under pressure that happened in the more stressful environments. Again, I think because the focused activity of doing something outdoors allowed them to have a more relaxed time. So Anetra here gets a grande caliente. And on the runway, Anetra is doing a recreation of a look Beyonce wore for the On the Run tour. And this, by the way, was her and Jay-Z's 2014 tour following the drop of Beyonce by Beyonce. And you know, she did change the world with that digital drop. You know where you were when that digital popped, don't you? Male or female, it make no difference. She stopped the world. Stop. Carry on. Anywho, in terms of recreation, I think Anetra did a great job. She's absolutely giving us the larger-than-life drama and stage presence that Beyonce commands in this look. I think the only things Anetra could have done to improve this were to go back on some of the details and made sure they were camera-ready, like the boots. I don't think that those were particularly matching the rest of the drama and elegance of the look, but this look is absolutely hot. And next up, we'll head back to the kitchen with Malaysia Babydoll Foxx, who with Frankie in this segment is trying to make pizza. Again, the setups for these cooking things were just awkward. Frankie is like going at it, tossing the dough, and Malaysia's struggling here because I think she knows she has to ask questions for the interview, but can't find the right moment to put those questions in between trying to learn how to toss the dough. And like in the other two cooking segments that we saw tonight, the guests immediately took the reins, which I think puts the queens doing the interviews in a position of lesser power. And because of the type of food Malaysia was trying to make with Frankie, this was a particularly grande order. She came off as nervous, shy, and really didn't get many words in, even with Frankie dropping little hints about what she could ask questions about, like his time on Big Brother. Malaysia's performance here was a and she did spill some behind the scenes tea concerning this episode at Orozco's viewing party. Apparently, there was tons of stuff she said that was cut out, but it's talking in a way that sort of sounds like she maybe had accepted that it was just her time to go.
I felt like I did a very good job on the interview, yeah. But what I seen was not a good job, but okay. I had a lot more dialogue, let's just say that.
And a fun little tidbit she dropped was the synthetic bob she was wearing that Mistress read her for in a confessional was actually not hers, and Mistress knew that, but it was Luxx's.
That wasn't my synthetic bob. That was Luxx synthetic bob. And she knew that from the Afterlife Challenge when Luxx was the person doing the interview and she was bobbing the bob. That was Luxx's bob.
And even though her final RuPaul's Drag Race Challenge performance was a little undercooked tonight, she did leave us with one final beautiful runway. She's doing a recreation of a look that Beyonce wore to the 2018 Global Citizens Festival in South Africa that was actually broadcast online around the world. Who run the world? Girls. And Beyonce actually turned a lot of really amazing looks for this. This one in particular was a Balmain creation that featured Egyptian hieroglyphics and feathers around the sides of the top piece. Malaysia did a great job paying homage to the original look. She looks beautiful. It's a great silhouette, and she's got a great performable piece in her collection now that she'll get to wear at all those RuPaul's Drag Race tours. This look is hot. And next up, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most delusioned of them all. Is it Lucy LaDuca? Perhaps. I was so gagged when this episode started out with Lucy LaDuca telling everyone in the room and us at home that she has 3 challenge wins, when she's actually describing 1 main challenge win and 2 mini challenge wins. I was like, oh, she did not just say 3 challenge wins. Like, girl, you know mini challenge wins are not counted. And this continued self-ego stroking she continues to do allows Mistress to keep coming in and poking at her, which is just as enjoyable to watch as it is to watch Lucy be completely in her own world about what's going on in this competition. Like, blame it on the edit or not, I am enjoying the TV and story narrative that they're building here. If anyone is a bitch, it's Mistress. Mistress is the bitch. And so far, we don't really have much from the other cast members of the show to back up or not how Lucy was actually acting versus the edit we're seeing. Malaysia at the Roscoe's viewing party for this episode kind of said that she hasn't talked to Lucy that much, so she wasn't really privy to all of what Lucy might or might not have been saying.
I don't even remember it being like that. I think, like, you mean, you give them the material and they use what they got. To me, I wasn't really close to Lucy there like that, so you know when you don't talk to somebody like that, you really don't pay them no attention, so.
But in the challenge, no delusion was necessary. Lucy did amazing. This challenge was literally built for her. Like, she was so prepared, in it, present, commanding, and like the back and forth with her and Frankie was unmatched between any other queen and any other interviewee in this challenge. But the judges do still find something to nitpick. Rupaul points out that Lucy basically missed an opportunity to ask an organic question about Frankie's spider bite. And like, sure, everything can be critiqued and improved, but it was like, wow, they are not gonna let her have this one either. Even though, in my opinion, she totally deserved the win here. More on that in just a minute. I think this performance was absolutely hot. Over on the runway though, I was expecting a little more from Lucy. She's recreating the 2011 VMA's performance outfit that Beyonce wore when she revealed she was pregnant with Blue Ivy. And this look, I think, is a great reference to an iconic era and time of Beyonce's life, and time of life for the fans of Beyonce. But I don't think the look in particular is anything noteworthy. And Lucy's recreation, for what it is sure, it is reminiscent of what Beyonce is wearing, but like, is this exciting? Is it whetting my appetite? Do I want more? Not really. Something about the fit I think is a little bit off overall, and she missed an opportunity to drag and camp this up a little bit. Like, you're supposed to be pregnant with Blue Ivy, and she comes down the runway and reveals like nothing. Like maybe the bump you would get from eating a Chipotle burrito. This just seemed like a huge missed opportunity from Lucy here. So I'm gonna give this look a And concerning tops and bottoms, the winner this week is Sasha Colby. It's Sasha Colby's Drag Race world, and we're just living in it. And this was surprising to me for, I think, a couple of reasons. Primarily that she just won last episode, and not that queens can't win 2 episodes in a row, but this also is her 3rd win in the competition. 2 wins ahead of anybody else. And by the way, that's 3 actual challenge wins and not 3 Lucy LaDuca challenge wins. It was almost as if the producers knew that Lucy had said that she had 3 challenge wins and knew that they could give somebody 3 actual challenge wins just to rub it in her face and maybe make her crack, so they gave it to Sasha. 3 challenge wins, conspiracy or not though, I do think this was an intentional snub to Lucy. She did exactly what was asked, and I think was the only queen to really accomplish what was asked of her. The only other queens that reached a similar level of comfort in their interview segments were, I think, Luxx right after Lucy, and then Sasha I would put 3rd if I were ranking them tonight. And I say this snub was kind of intentional because this is reminding me of Jan not winning the Rusical. It's almost like when Ru and the producers know that somebody wants something so bad, they're not gonna give it to them because they want the drama and the conflict of the reality TV situation. And Lucy did too, had like a look in her eye. It was a face crack when Ru announced Sasha as the winner. And in the bottom tonight, we have Malaysia and Salina. I did react to this episode over on my Patreon at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my members only website where you can get exclusive content like those reactions, early access to my YouTube videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And the link, by the way, to become a patron is in the description of this video. Click it. I'll see you there. And Malaysia did deserve her bottom placement because the flow of her interview was not only interrupted by what was going on, but also because she couldn't find footing or really get out of that shot shy shell that she found herself in. And she also said something in the critiquing session that I think really irked Ru. When asked about what was going on, she admitted to Ru that she would rather be safe than sorry. And like, it was clear Ru did not like that. And I would have picked Mistress over Salina for the bottom here because Salina at least I think maintained a little bit more composure than Mistress did. She continued to ask her questions and sure, looked a little deer in the headlights and didn't know what was going on. But overall, the flow of what she was doing was I think less interrupted and jarring than Mistress's. Plus, I was really expecting, considering Malaysia was gonna be in the bottom, that we would get a resolution to the quote, Mistress versus Malaysia feud that's been bubbling all season long. That quote unquote feud though is not an actual feud. We actually learned in Malaysia's Watch a Packin' with Michelle Visage that these two are actually best friends IRL. Anyways, the producers usually take opportunities like this, but they didn't. And if I had to guess, I would say that they probably didn't expect Salina to overwhelmingly win this lip sync. This was her third time in the bottom, and usually when it's your third time, it's the easy way to say goodbye to a queen. They probably thought, we'll get rid of Salina and then we'll still have the Mistress and Malaysia lip sync later. But who knows, I'm just speculating. As I said though, Salina absolutely slayed the single ladies lip sync. She had the choreo from multiple parts of the video and kept her energy up at 100% the entire performance. Meanwhile, you could see Malaysia getting a little bit behind in some of that and missing some of the words. And hey, that's a tough lip sync. Lots of dancing. And Salina nailed it. And that's my final thoughts on this episode. The challenge overall, I really enjoyed, especially on like my second and third watch, because I realized that the actual point of what was going on was to just enjoy the chaoticness of these interviews with these crazy personalities. But it definitely was a little unfair, I suppose, considering that each group had a different person to interview, so the challenge was inherently not the same, and each queen's interview type was very different. And overall, I'll say I really didn't expect this episode to be Malaysia's exit point. But after 9 episodes of just safe, I suppose it makes sense. And finally, as for my hottest hots this episode in the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Loosey LaDuca, and on the runway, Luxx, Noir, London. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they voted for Loosey LaDuca and Luxx, Noir, London. And finally, I want to remind you that I've enabled channel membership, so you can join by clicking the join button next to the subscribe button, and if you do, you'll get special benefits on YouTube, like these cute little flame icons next to your name, and you can even get your name in the description of all of my videos at the bus driver tier. See you later, love ya, bye. Silence! Bring back my 90-minute with ads episodes of RuPaul's Drag Race. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bus King, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we'll be reviewing episode 11 of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. Today our queens are split into comedy duos to tell some jokes, stand-up style. And the runway category was Rip Her to Shreds. So we'll be breaking down each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as covering some of the hot tea bubbling up online concerning the voguing mini challenge, and Anetra, Aja, and Legendary's very own Gravity Jacobs from Season 1. I'm so into voguing right now. Plus, we'll be taking a look at what Salina really wanted to say about her runway this week and why she couldn't say what she wanted to say, allegedly. Now, let's get into the hairy details of the drama. In today's mini challenge, the queens were asked to serve a little face in homage to the Harlem ballroom scene of New York City in the 70s and 80s, which isn't to say ballroom isn't still alive and well, but if you wanted to learn more about the topic or just see a really great documentary on the subject, check out Paris is Burning. Anyways, Anetra wins this mini challenge, and overall, I'd say it was a fun and enjoyable segment of the show. But Gravity Jacobs, who's from the winning house on Legendary Season 1, thought otherwise. And Gravity wrote this on Instagram: "Call me a hater all you want, but the quote voguing mini challenge in tomorrow's Drag Race episode is probably the most egregious and blatant example of the show's unrelenting efforts to bastardize and make a mockery of Vogue and ballroom, from terminology to technique to framing. It's incredibly disheartening that, despite several mainstream and modern depictions of ballroom coming out, RuPaul's Drag Race remains committed to active misinformation and historicization of the scene." And Aja seems to agree with this sentiment. She wrote a comment in reply to this post saying, "I shut my ass up because I got so much for speaking, so I ain't gonna say none." She there is referring to when earlier in this season she criticized Anetra's talent show performance, where after a bit of drama between Between the two, she ultimately wrote a final message on Twitter that read, "I'm gonna leave it at this. Anetra's number was indeed very entertaining. I hope she takes some voguing classes and immerses herself into the community and continues to build on her interest in ballroom. She's very welcome to. Nobody said she wasn't. I'm gonna eat my Special K and STFU." And this criticism of Anetra by Aja continued later in the season when she referred to Anetra's dip and the lip sync LaLaPaRuza as crusty, where Shea Coulee added, "Girl, leave Anetra alone." And Aja added, "Oh god, here we go again." However, Aja's opinion on Anetra's performance in this mini challenge seems to be a little bit different from what she originally thought of Anetra's earlier voguing. On Twitter, she wrote, "If they don't give Anetra that trophy, they're playing because she's the only one who landed a dip. The spin was cute, the rest of the challenge was wild, and Salina falling went crazy too, LMFAO. Overall, y'all know I think the challenge was in poor taste, but it is what it is. And I'm certainly not here to be an expert on or the arbiter of what is and isn't good voguing or a good representation of ballroom culture. I'm just here to report the news. But I will say, I think everything that ends up on mainstream TV is ultimately a distillation of its truest form, even drag. Like, drag once was a punk art form of the underground freaks and weirdos made by and for the other freaks and queer weirdos. And I say that with only a heart of admiration and love for all of the freaks and queerdos of, yesterday that trailblazed the way for us to have things like RuPaul's Drag Race today. And yes, one of those trailblazers was indeed RuPaul, who now exists at the intersection of trailblazer and distillation of an art form. Ultimately though, even if Drag Race and its contestants don't actually get the art of ballroom and voguing correct in the most historically accurate way, I do think it's a net positive for the show to feature other underground cultures, at least as a jumping off point for the audience to learn more about it and do their own research. But I'd of course love to know what y'all think about all this down below. But that's enough tea for now. Let's move on to Marcia, who in the challenge was originally paired with Mistress, but ends up performing solo because of Salina's decision to steal Mistress as her partner, who earned that ability because she was the only queen to select a sparkling water flavor that didn't have a pair in the group. And not only does Marcia have to do her comedy set as the only solo performer tonight, but she also opens the show, as selected by Anetra. And this felt a little shady to me from Anetra, because not only is it a big ask for someone to open a comedy set, but an even bigger ask for them to do so as the only solo performer in the group. But for as much as her edit, I think, wanted to portray her as doing bad during her set, I don't think she did. Her set starts off with a bit about comparing puberty to her time on Drag Race and how she's kind of going through this metamorphosis, gaining new body and makeup skills. And while some of that, like the body part, I don't think necessarily translated as funny, I do think there were some great gems in there, like when she asked the audience, "Where were you when you realized your entire hometown was lying to you?" I was on television. And later we even see T.S. Madison cracking up when she calls her Ursula the Sea Witch. And sure, the joke about Ross and Carson acting in Die Hard didn't really land, but overall I think her set was balanced with positive and negative. And considering what was asked of her in this challenge, I would actually give her a soft hot. Over on the runway though, I think she was a little lost in translation or explanation. She's wearing this Miss NYC sash and has eyeliner streaming down her face and is giving a nod to the shreds brief, I think, with like the scratches in the middle of her dress and the shreds at the bottom. And all of this is evidently supposed to represent, as she explains in her confessional, her winning a pageant, but the other contestants not liking that she was the winner and so they attacked her. And I'm sitting there listening to Marcia explain all this like, okay girl. And I'm thinking, like, you know what I love about Marcia is that she can explain anything and everything. And that is the mark of a true pageant queen. But the tea is, I really wouldn't have got everything she was saying about the look just from seeing it on the runway. Like, I was thinking this was just like a sad prom queen runner-up situation and not all of what she said. This is still gonna be like a soft rot for me, but I will also comment, I think Michelle's critique on this look was a little out of pocket. She brought up that Loosey did this look a couple of weeks ago, and Marcia should have been crafty enough to change her entire runway look because of a look that Loosey actually wore on the runway. And considering the tight filming schedule that these queens are on, and like also her being tasked with opening the comedy set as the only solo performer of the entire cast in this episode, I don't know. That feels like a really big ask from Michelle. And next up, Lucy LaDuca. So Lucy in this episode is paired with Luxx, and this was interesting considering that they did have a bit of drama at the beginning of this episode concerning Lucy's Beyonce look from last week's runway. Luxx was correctly, by the way, questioning why Lucy wasn't showing her pregnant belly in the look, and Lucy was incorrectly asserting that Beyonce wasn't showing at all, so she didn't need to be showing in her runway. I don't know. The delusion and confusion of Lucy LaDuca continues. But yeah, these two start the episode in a fight and then end up as pairs in the challenge. Coincidence or conspiracy? We may never know. In their set, they do this bit where Lucy is the butt of the like white jokes that they're telling back and forth. And Lucy got some great jokes in her set, like about whitening her teeth until they all fall out and poking fun of Luxx's fan in the audience. And overall in this duo, I would say Lucy was a little funnier, but somehow less enjoyable. Like joke for joke, she had a larger quantity of jokes and I think bigger impact on the audience in terms of laughter. But with all of that confidence that she's carrying in this set, it almost read as a little like teacher's pet or something. Like there was just this intensity about her when compared with Luxx on the stage that felt almost uncomfortable at some points. But no delusion about it, she certainly was hilarious in the set. And I definitely think she deserves a here. Just hope she makes it to her lobotomy. And over on the runway, she's giving us a little spooky LaDuca. A little Victoria Nosferatu glampire for your nerves. And this look I liked and didn't. She finally is leaning deeper into those horror roots and references that she loves and is pushing the edge a bit with her actual drag in terms of her makeup and not just trying to be pretty. But there's something about the actual fashion of this look that I just wasn't a huge fan of. I want a bigger lager train and bustle, and I want that little corset and front skirt part to be cut a little differently. It almost looked like from the front that she was wearing like a little doll's costume. It was just all not quite enough compared, I think, with like the proportion of the size of the hair she was wearing. And for the brief, while this was, I think, a creative interpretation, I don't think it totally made sense for shreds. Like it almost was a little swampy with the way the lace on the bottom of her outfit was like cross-hatched. You know, like one of those camouflage net things that you see in cartoons. I'm gonna leave this with like a really soft rat. And next up, Luxx Noir London, who in the challenge, as I mentioned, was Lucy's partner. And as we saw in the workroom, it was evidently Luxx's idea for them to do this roasty bit between themselves, which I think was a really great idea because it was probably the only way that a comedy set between these two queens with each very large egos would have worked. And Luxx was funny. I think her delivery and timing were good, especially considering she's never done comedy. But where she succeeded even more, I think, was in the charisma department. She looked so natural and effortless on stage, and beautiful, I might add. Oh my god, that hair! But watching these two go back and forth was really enjoyable because it almost felt like it was a battle between the young ingenue and the seasoned pro of the industry. And yes, Lucy did tell, I think, the majority of jokes in their set, but somehow I still enjoyed Luxx more. Plus the concept of the bit was, after all, her idea. Luxx has got a sugar daddy, and that's hot. And by the way, if you're new here, the little icons that you're seeing on the Queen's gifts on the side are actually icons of my patrons who have voted for these runways or challenges in my weekly Hottest Hot polls. And you too can vote on my Hottest Hot polls every single week over at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That's my members only website where my patrons get exclusive access to content, early access to my YouTube videos, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join by clicking the link in the description of my video. See you there. And over on the runway, another home run for Luxx tonight. She is here giving an homage to Rupaul's 1986 look from the band that she was in called Ruveal. What did I say earlier in the video? Rupaul was a trailblazer of the freaks and queerdos in the underground scene. Exhibit A. And fun fact, there are several clips of Ru performing in this band on YouTube that you can watch, and I've linked those in the description of this video. But I want to highlight here what Luxx did, I think, was a great homage to Mother and also a great fashion moment for herself. Like what Luxx did here, I think is a great example of how you do a reference and kiss a little ass, if you will, because she took the original source material and then adapted it into her own interpretation, making it a little more chic and fashion forward with this feltness of the bottom and the legs. My one critique on this look is really more related to where it was presented. I think with the harshness of the runway lights and the all white color of the shredded tassels on the shoulders, she could have layered in some different colors to add texture, which would have helped everyone, I think, see the shred and tassel pieces a little bit clearer on television. But that's really more of a a technical critique and not necessarily a fashion critique. Luxx, this look is absolutely hot. And next up, our professional duck walker, Anetra. So she wins the Vogue mini challenge and then gets to decide the order of everybody in the comedy set. Shortly after though, it's revealed she has a splitting migraine that's preventing her from brainstorming and coming up with ideas. And her flopping in this challenge, I'll say, really surprised me. Something about her being that quiet, confident queen, I kind of expected her to be secretly also really funny and good at stand-up. And I think maybe there's an alternate universe where she was, but somehow this migraine combined with the onslaught of negativity given to her by Ali Wong and Michelle in the rehearsals maybe contributed to her downfall. Anyways, in the actual set, the flopping continues. She and Sasha ended up going for this green leaf lover girl type of vibe. You know, if it ain't green, I'm not interested, mom. But I don't even understand why they went this route. Like, queens have gone this route and failed before. See Laganja. And like, they even referenced Laganja by name in the set. It just wasn't clear that they, I think, were trying to make a joke at Laganja's expense, and instead they ended up recreating some of the things that made her set so bad to begin with. So, I don't know. This was a And over on the runway, she comes out in a ripped to shreds black and pink catsuit, which I actually thought she was gonna say was intended to be a recreation of RuPaul Season 6 promo look. But intended to be a recreation or not, this wasn't my favorite look tonight. I do like the dramatic silhouette she created with the shoulder and the headpiece. It's very draggy and fun, and I think this would be an excellent dance costume for a club performance. But on the stage lights with the camera zooming in so close, some of the details of the look I think just don't fully come together. Instead of the shred pieces looking intentional and carefully placed, they look a little messy. And the bedazzled jewel placement seems a little unintentional and chaotic. Like there just weren't enough jewels in the right places. Had there, for example, under the shreds been different densities of like pink crystals throughout the cuts, I think this would have been really cool. But as is, I'm getting Trey didn't like the session. So I'm gonna give this look a warming because hey, the judges are right. She does give it to you every time on the runway. And next up, the legend, the icon, the only contestant with 3 challenge wins, Sasha Colby, who in the challenge I have the same critiques for that I gave to Anetra, with of course the saving grace of Michelle Visage's balls, Eureka and Latrice. By the way, does anybody else watch Curtis Connor videos and every time they hear the word balls, the only thing they can think of is that Bratz doll movie where the character is like, balls?
Balls?
Like when she told that joke about Michelle Visage's balls, I was like, why didn't she just do a normal comedy set with Anetra? Like, why did they even bother doing this huge, crazy, convoluted, green leaf loving girl bit? It didn't make any sense. But also, maybe there was a lot more to their set that we didn't see, because it was a little weird to me, I thought, at the end of the set, how it basically went to only Sasha telling jokes. Like, did they maybe cut out some of Anetra's jokes to better frame why Anetra should be in the bottom and Sasha shouldn't? We may never know, but I've gotta give what she did overall a but on the runway, bitch, oh my god, oh my love this look. Love it, love it, love it. This is what I'm telling my children the Denim and Diamonds runway was. Like, would this not have been the perfect serve for that category? But this is also, of course, a really great place to take this brief to. Like, who would have thought? This look is so creative, on trend with Y2K, and very fashion forward overall. And when she hit the runway, I was very much thinking, oh, Sugar and Spice's older, much hotter sister is here. If beauty could kill, we'd all be dead. Probably. This look is hot. And next up, Salina, who in the challenge gets the opportunity to perform solo or to steal a comedy partner from one of the queens who's already paired up. She opts here to steal Mistress from Marcia's pair, and she and Mistress end up closing the comedy festival. And we actually see Salina get a really bad edit in the rehearsal that had me almost in tears. They were doing this crossfade thing of her telling the story that is ultimately her joke about the trade for like what feels like hours. I can only imagine how it felt to Michelle and Ali Wong. But the crazy thing is, at the end of it all, she turned that the hell out. She was hilarious. She ended up being succinct in her storytelling, and I think hit the different punchlines throughout what she was saying really well. I felt like I was on the phone listening to one of my good Judies recount a wild night of trade sessions, which I think is a really difficult form of comedy in general, and maybe even one more difficult to pull off on RuPaul's Drag Race. Like, almost never does someone succeed doing this, but Salina did it. This was hot. And over on the runway, during the episode, we hear her briefly mention that the look is an homage to her mother's journey over the US border. But she was evidently warned or urged not to tell the fuller, bigger story about the look on TV. This is what she wrote on Instagram about the look. No matter what the judges have to say or what we see tonight, tonight's runway is dedicated to this strong, beautiful woman right here, my mama. As many of you know, my mother passed away when she lost her third battle to cancer. She beat it the first time at the end of 2020. I was with her one night when I asked her a question I never considered before. Mom, what was it like to get here from Honduras? There's a lot of controversy and hush-hush over trigger words such as border control or immigration, which apparently was the reason I was warned, not to talk about this on the runway. But the fact is that it's the reality of a lot of Latin American people and families. We get to share our stories too, even if it makes people uncomfortable. And as a note, if you go check out this photo on Instagram, you'll notice the caption has changed slightly sometime between publishing it and now when I'm recording this video. She removed the bit in it about being urged/warned not to talk about this on the runway. And she didn't say why she made that change, but I think we could speculate it could have something to do with production, NDAs, and the judges, because she apparently was pretty unhappy with how all of this went down. In an Instagram comment reply to a user who wrote, "The judges suck this season, we love you," she said, in parentheses, literally the worst, not the guest judges, the puppets. But anyways, out of respect for Salina and her mother, I won't be rating this look. Instead, I just want to extend my compliments, admiration, and praise to Salina for being brave enough to share her story and honoring her mother in such a beautiful way. And next up, we've got Mistress, who closed the show with Salina. Unlike Salina though, we kind of see Mistress flop. She, I think, made the mistake of doing the exact same thing that Salina did in the set, and it was just a little redundant to, after hearing Salina tell her story, hear Mistress tell another story that didn't differ that much or have as many funny moments. And as Michelle pointed out, it was very clear once she started and mentioned the 6'5" detail that she was setting up this one joke at the end. It was just like so many words for one joke of payoff. Instead of feeling like I was listening to one of my good friends spill the tea, I just kind of felt like, oh God, I just listened to this, now I've got to listen to it again? And considering the joke of what they were doing was that the two different trade sessions they were separately describing were about actually the same person, I think they maybe should have done a bit where only one of them told the story and they allowed more time for the other person to have little comedy relief moments. Kind of like how back on All Stars 2, Alyssa and Alaska did that bit where Alyssa would say something weird and then Alaska would just be like, bam. But I was bored. This was a Apparently though, a lot of Mistress's set was cut, and she had a lot to say, so I can't imagine how it would have been longer, but this is what she tweeted. "Aw, I think a lot of my stand-up in the challenge was cut out for being too inappropriate." Over on the runway though, Mistress has one of the most visually unique and interesting looks of the entire cast tonight. She's giving us a little Marilyn Monroe, but like Marilyn Monroe doll on the birthday cake that the president blows the candles out on, and the candles like singed her dress a little bit. She's giving camp, she's giving glamour, she's giving fashion, she's giving references. I really love this look. It's so smart and so entertaining. This is high drag. I love this look. And in fact, this look is so hot that it's burnt. And concerning placements this week, the win goes to Luxx and Loosey, which I think, considering what happens tonight, was absolutely the right decision. Because like honestly, I wasn't rolling on the floor laughing or laughing my socks off, but you know, they were the funniest two of the sets. I actually think it was a mistake on the part of the producers to ask these 7 queens to pair up for this, because only having 4 sets to go off of, I think really limited the potential of what could have been. For example, we saw how funny Sasha was when she snapped out of the bit with Anetra and kind of just started telling her own jokes. Imagine if she had had the creative freedom to do her own individual stand-up. And while I agree with the win tonight, the bottom 2 gagged me a little bit, for sure. We get Marcia, and Anetra. And Anetra in the bottom, yes, I agree with. But Marcia, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. She had a tall order, and I think she did just okay. Like, she had a really safe performance for what what she was asked. And considering they gave the win to a pair of queens, because this after all was a duo challenge, it felt like they should have done a duo in the bottom and not split up Anetra and Sasha. And like, no, I didn't want to see Anetra or Sasha go home this episode. So from a production standpoint, I can understand why they didn't do that. But from a competition standpoint, it just feels wrong. The whole thing just felt very, we're ready to get rid of Marcia because this is when we plan to get rid of Marcia, and we don't have anything else to critique her on because she's already improved her makeup and is doing draggier hair and looks in general. So we're just gonna say she sucked and wasn't funny. That's just a theory. A drag theory. The lip sync that we got out of Marcia and Anetra though, oh my god. It was worth it for that, I guess, I suppose, right? Like, damn, they turned it out. They did Boss Bitch by Doja Cat, and this was a song that demanded an intensity, and they both delivered on that intensity. I was shook, literally watching this with my jaw agape. Like, I don't know what more either one of them could have done. They turned it out. And maybe Anetra won this by 1 or 2 hairs, but like, if there was ever going to be a double Shantae on this season, like, this should have been it. And after seeing this, it kind of tells me they're probably not gonna do a double Shantae on this season. There's not even many actual double Shantaes that I agree with, but like, this should have been a double Shantae. And like, if you're gonna leave Drag Race, what a hell of a note to go out on. Congratulations to Marcia on that lip sync, seriously. And finally, let's talk hottest hots. In the challenge, I'm gonna give it to Luxx Noir London. And on the runway, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and this week in the challenge, they've given it to Loosey LaDuca, and on the runway, Sasha Colby. See you later, love ya, bye. And I'm running up that hill. Don't I look beautiful? It's me, and welcome back to my I can't say my name in the first 7 seconds of my video due to YouTube's new monetization policy era. Isn't the future wonderful? Today we'll be reviewing episode 12 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15, in which our 6 remaining queens were challenged to lip sync and dance in Wigloose. Girl, find the note. The new musical, of course, parodying Footloose, the musical from the 80s, with the twist being that instead of dance being banned, it's drag. And whether this is art imitating life or life imitating art, I'll let you decide. But in either case, I think this is a great reminder to get yourself registered to vote. And the runway category was gloves. So we'll be evaluating each queen's performance in the episode as I saw it, as well as taking a look at some hot drama involving Salina and her unfiltered thoughts about the hilarious Ross Matthews. Now let's head on down to West Bumtuck and get ready to let loose. First up, she's in her banning drag era. It's Mistress Isabelle Brooks. So in the musical, she gets the role of preacher teacher, who's the uptight preacher teacher of West Bumtuck that's ready to ban drag. And her character here is based on the trope of a conservative who can't see beyond their own sphere. And ultimately, in the musical, she gets drag abolished in their town despite her and her husband Carl's past experience with the art. How about a little hypocrisy era? Wow, that was a good tongue pop. And as far as how Mistress performed in the role, I think she did great. She got the old switcheroo edit where in rehearsal, she's kind of stumbling and not appearing to be so sure of her ability to pick up choreo, yet at the end of it all, she turned it out. There's just something about the presence that she brought to this character on stage that felt studied, realized, and it was just a damn good lip sync, frankly. So Mistress, this performance was hot. And for her glove runway, Mistress does what Mistress does best. Good old-fashioned, glamorous, opulent drag. She's in this gorgeous yellow gown looking like a literal ray of sunshine hitting the runway, and her opulent opera gloves are dripping in crystals coming out of these like billows of yellow clouds of fabric around her shoulders, the silhouette that she has created here. The presence on the runway, I mean, head to toe, this is fine drag. I mean, God, she looks good. She also sort of is giving me high drag version of the baby in the sunshine from Teletubbies, and I live for that. This look is hot. And next up, we got Loosey LaDuca, who's in her letting loose and getting stiffed by the producers era. And in the musical, she ends up with the role of Heaven Bacon, but not without a fight. She's sitting here explaining to the rest of the cast members that she wants this role because she can really see herself in it and vibes with the character. But Mistress and Luxx are pointing out that the character is actually way more aligned with the actual backstory and life with Luxx. And the Mistress is like, well, girl, you would be lying to not admit that you're more in line with this other role of Tuck and not heaven. But Loosey will not cede on the point that she just fits in this role of Heaven Bacon, at least to her peers. While on the other hand, in the confessional, she is telling the camera that she wants this role because she wants to impress the judges. AKA, Mistress and Luxx read the situation correctly. Loosey wanted this role because she wanted a chance at winning, and she wanted to be the star of the show. And like, rightly so, like, she deserves the right to want that. But we have continuously seen this thing happen with Loosey on the show, and I'm not saying this is who she is as a person all the time, where she appears to be perceiving reality or how things are going a little bit differently than how the girls around her are. Anyways, she fights for and wins the role of Heaven Bacon, and absolutely kills it in the Rusical. She was a total standout for me, and I mean, I think she really carried the first 2/3 of the Rusical, where she was in boy drag, I might point out here, which I think added an extra layer of challenge into this Rusical, because to like steal the spotlight and have all eyes on you, or at least my eyes on you, in boy drag, while there are other queens on stage in girl drag, high drag, like Mistress, that's a wow moment, and I think she should be really proud of what she did here. And also, side note, kudos to whoever sang those Adam Lambert-esque vocals for this part. I think Loosey absolutely let loose in this performance. But on the runway, I wasn't so impressed tonight. She says she's giving us a little creature from the Black Lagoon fantasy that she's designed from head to toe herself and is really proud of. I love her designing her looks and being proud of her looks era that she's in for this look, but it's just not great when compared to, I think, what her peers are doing on stage. It is, I will say, a cool concept, and I really appreciate the finned gloves that she put on. Like, that was a truly unique take in the cast tonight. But I think the outfit overall is lacking detail and proper fitting. There's something about the proportions that I think are just too small of the outfit for her voluptuous body that she has in drag. Like, she is fully padded, yet the pieces of her outfits look like they should be fitting a smaller, less curvier person. So yeah, I would send this creature back to the Black Lagoon. It's a wrap. And next up, she's in her making everyone say era. It's Luxx Noir London. And in the challenge, she ends up with the role of Christian, after, of course, the fight with Loosey over the role of Heaven Bacon. And Christian is this character in the Rusical who introduces Loosey's character to the secret underground drag scene that's in the old abandoned barn outside of the school. And she, like Loosey and Salina, is in boy drag for most of the Rusical, but I still think very effectively communicates the part, performs the role, and lip synced well. Like, there were certain wink wink nudge nudge moments, like when she flapped the fan open, that I think were particularly poignant. And she has done so well throughout the competition in challenges like this that I did kind of want to see her do the leading lady role, just to see how she could handle it. I'm sure she'd do fine, but in this role, she did great. I'm gonna give her a high. Plus, her Madonna drag was jaw-dropping. Can you imagine being this beautiful all the time? Like, seriously, can you imagine it? I don't have to, because I am. Anyways, on the runway, she has another amazing look. She's giving an e-girls are coming to ruin my life fantasy. Any corpse husband fans in the audience? And I 100% got who this girl was. Like, I see her on TikTok when I'm scrolling. And she got these really cute strappy trip pants on that I think are fashion forward, yet also giving a great nod to those 2000s emo kids and goth kids that would wear kind of clothes like this. And for the brief, I also think really creative. She has two giant casts on her arms that have actually been signed, she says, by her friends from back home. How she broke those arms, though, we may never know. An accident involving an activity where you wear giant gloves, perhaps? Who knows? But this look is hot. And next up, Salina EsTities, who's in her hating Ross Matthews era, apparently. But we'll get to that in a second. In the challenge, she ends up with the role of Tuck, who is this, I guess, kind of jock but loves drag character, and also who apparently loves country. I'm literally ordering tacos right now. I'm so hungry. Tacos are ordered. I will be fed. Thank you. Not that anyone cared, but here we are. And actually, Salina's part felt so small, I was wondering if some of it ended up getting cut in the end just to fit the narrative of her placing into the bottom. I don't know, but I do think for what she had here, she did well. There just wasn't a lot to go off of, but I would give her a very safe hot. And over on the runway, the look that caused the drama. So for her glove look, she comes out in this yellow, pink, and red catsuit that has, when you see it from a distance, you realize the shapes of a face. And then on her hands are these giant, huge, I mean, girl, they were huge red gloves. In a confessional moment, she actually says the words hot dog fingers, and I wasn't totally sure if she was intentionally referencing Everything Everywhere All at Once, because there's a lot of scenes involving that. Spoiler alert. Overall, I think this look was fun, over the top, campy, ridiculous, silly. I think that's a really great place to be for a drag race runway. My only critiques on this look are, I think she could have done a bigger red boot to match the giant red gloves. I think some of the tones in the hair were maybe too harsh of a contrast to match some of the lighter tones in the catsuit, but those are small critiques, and overall I would give this look a very safe hot. The drama comes in though with Ross Matthews, who gives her the critique that there was too much going on with the catsuit, that he didn't notice the gloves until like after he processed the face on the front of her outfit. He then suggests to Salina that she should have maybe worn black to make the gloves really pop. And honestly, that's a fashion critique that I was nodding my head along to, thinking, yeah, I totally agree there. But Salina thought otherwise, because in a video floating around Twitter, girl, she let loose.
Ross Matthews, you can eat my what does he know about that shit? I should have been wearing a black bodysuit. Look what you're wearing, you sequin sweater jacket. Go back to Palm Springs. Why is he still on the judges panel? He's not even hilarious.
I'll say this gagged me a little bit for sure. I mean, we don't often see queens being this vocal in their criticism of the judges' critiques on them. In a way, I'm happy for her standing up for herself, of course, but in another way, I'm like, oh my God, girl, you better be careful. Like, I don't think that Ross Matthews had any bad intention in his critique of her outfit, and after all, like, she made it to the top 6 and did well in the competition. But despite all of that, she just apparently wasn't feeling the love in the House of Love.
It was so hard being there. I just did not feel celebrated. I did not feel seen. So, you know, I had to make myself valuable to them, right? And I did that by making Anetra, all my sisters feel safe around me to share their stories. They got their content, they got what they needed. They kept me as far as they needed to, and now we're gonna watch Loosey crack.
Anyways, next up, not anyways, we say that way too much. Need some water though. In my drinking water era. The key to hydrating is you just drink all the water at once, like as much as you can possibly handle, because if you don't, then like you're never gonna finish the water, you're never gonna do it later, you're just gonna end up a parched, dehydrated sponge, okay? So just watch and learn. Okay, next up, she's in her Born to Do Drag era. It's Anetra. So she officially enters the Born to Do Drag Hall of Fame in this episode where RuPaul gives her the coveted compliment that she's, of course, born to do drag. I'm in my unhinged era. Anyways, she is, I think, officially the third queen to receive this compliment, joining Crystal Versace and Georges. So congratulations to her. In the challenges episode, she plays the role of Mama Bacon. Caught him starving. Woo! I'm running up that hill. And girl, if there ever was a winner's edit for an episode, she was getting it. Like, not only do we have the You're Born to Do Drag stuff, but we also have a backstory from Anetra that perfectly connects to the challenge and the role that she ends up in. In the workroom, she's talking to RuPaul about how drag and going to DragCon saved her life. As an aside, oh my God, I know RuPaul was just salivating at this moment. The heartwarming backstory coupled with the promotion of RuPaul's Drag Race and DragCon. Wow, she deserves the win just for that. But in all seriousness, this was a really touching moment to have with Anetra, considering what she's already shared with everyone regarding her personal life and losing contact with her family. In the challenge, she had a great performance as a character that sort of mirrored and exemplified her own experience with drag, and that was a really beautiful and touching moment. I think she absolutely here deserves a hot. But concerning her runway, she says she's giving us Raver Girl fantasy, which she is exemplifying, I guess, with the light show devices on her hands, which is kind of fun. But on the other hand, I didn't really understand why she went for that and not like those light up little fingertip things that people wear at raves. I think that would have made a little more sense for me. Plus, I felt like the entire concept of what she did for the look of gloves was just based on the little things on her hands. That felt like a last minute addition into basically just a strappy dance costume suit. And like, no shade to her, because yes, it's danceable, that's up her alley, and this would be fun in a club. It's just not necessarily up to par for this runway, considering what some of the other queens are wearing tonight, so I'm gonna give this a rat. And finally, she's in her winning RuPaul's Drag Race era. It's Sasha Colby. So in the challenge, she picks the role of Carl, who's Mistress's obedient husband. And we know from the moment that she has RuPaul cackling in the workroom that this was going to be a home run. And it was. Her character is quirky, lovable, nerdy, interesting, and he really is a key character here in changing the mind of the villain of the story, who's Mistress, his wife. Because after all, he's been sitting on a secret. He does drag too. Also, like, I can't get over how topical and good the writing of this musical is. All of this is literally happening in real time, down to the conservatives who secretly have done drag in the past. Jordan Santos, talking to you. And Sasha's acting and performance as Carl in this musical honestly goes as expected. We know at this point that she's funny, she's quirky, she likes to be a little weird. We've seen it time and time again from the very first episodes when she was cracking her neck in the skit. And honestly, I think it was kind of good to see Sasha take a more supporting role in this musical, considering how much she has been dominating this competition in the past few weeks. This performance was hot. And on the runway, she did it again and again and again. Sasha slays on the runway. This look is not just about her being beautiful. This look is about her being beautiful and also chic, fashion forward, and picking apart this reference of gloves and taking it to a place that was unexpected because, you know, sports. What are those? But also sports in a way that flips the idea of masculinity and puts it right on its hard little head. She's covered in baseball make gloves that make up like a crop top and a skirt, and God, this is so gorgeous. Like, I want to see her throw the first pitch at an official baseball game somewhere at a stadium. Where do they do those? I really don't know. This look is absolutely hot. And this episode is also when we see RuPaul ask the queens who they think should be going home. Loosey says Salina based on track records, which to Salina apparently feels like a stab in the back after she, quote, came to her crying on her shoulder. And in turn, Salina says Loosey. We then see Anetra also justify Salina going home based on track record, but Mistress and Sasha take another approach. They choose instead to tell RuPaul they want to send home their biggest competition. And for Mistress, that's Sasha. And for Sasha, that was apparently not Mistress, but Luxx and Loosey. And then Luxx. She gives a full presidential address to the judges on who she thinks should go home and why. Literally queen by queen. I don't think anyone has ever done that, but that was some charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent if I've ever seen it. Like, I gagged a little bit for sure when I was watching this episode with my patrons at patreon.com/fussyqueen. That's my members only website where my patron family gets exclusive member benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to reaction videos like these, and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can join my Patreon and help support the Bussy Queen channel and get all those amazing benefits at patreon.com/bussyqueen. See you there. But yeah, I gagged a lot of it for sure. And it's moments like these with Luxx that really make me admire her and say, yep, she's got star quality. And concerning my final thoughts on the Wigloose musical, I actually really enjoyed this one. I do agree with the judges. I think this was definitely top tier, probably top 3 for me, at least in the US RuPaul's Drag Race season musicals. But I do think Michelle went a little bit too far in her compliments when she said the musical was, quote, Broadway level. I mean, not only were they, of course, not on Broadway, but none of them were actually singing. And none of them were even lip syncing their own vocals, which is fine. And I don't think that necessarily hurt the musical. In fact, I think in this case, it helped. But Broadway level? I don't know, girl. But concerning those pre-prepared vocals in this musical, well, I do think that they overall help make the musical more watchable and rewatchable. I do think that using pre-prepared vocals in the musicals hurts a little bit in terms of relating to the individual queens and getting a more authentic performance out of them. Because when they just lip sync to someone else's words, they don't really get the opportunity to add their own perspective, inflections, ad-libs, and tone into what they would be singing. And when they do these pre-prepared vocals like they did here and in season 14, 11, and 9, for example, it just kind of feels like yet another lip sync challenge. And we have enough of those. Like, we literally do a lip sync battle challenge. It ultimately just gives the producers more control of the narrative over who should be in the top and bottom. Because like in the top 6, it's kind of a given that everyone's going to be able to lip sync and dance. Having the opportunity in in musicals, like in seasons 10, 12, and 13, it makes it feel fresh and like a new, different type of challenge that the queens get to do. But I would love to know y'all's thoughts about pre-prepared vocals versus queens vocals in the comments down below. I asked on my community tab, and it seemed like most of y'all do prefer the queens vocals like I do, but sound off. And speaking of producers, storytelling, and narratives, the win this week actually goes to Anetra. And as I mentioned, I think her win was deserved and made sense from the storytelling perspective of the episode, but I seriously thought there was no way the win wouldn't go to Mistress or Loosey, who absolutely slayed. And like the only real reason that we see Loosey not getting the win here was Michelle says that she didn't really shine in the part of the musical where she comes out in drag, which was like 1% of her performance in the musical compared to the 99 where she objectively did amazingly. This felt like a little bit of gatekeep girl boss gaslight situation. We're gonna mess with Loosey and just not give her the wins because we don't want to. I don't know. Maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I've caught the Loosey LaDuca LaDusion. Trademark it. I thought she did great. Let me know what y'all thought in the comments below. But not only did Loosey not win and was not in the top, but she was in the bottom this episode with Salina. And they let loose to Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush, which was a really great lip sync, I've gotta say. And I actually kind of thought Salina won it by a hair or two. I really liked the moment when she revealed her gloves and had more gloves underneath. And I really enjoyed that moment in particular because it wasn't a campy, stupid way of doing it. It was a more beautiful metaphorical storytelling in the lip sync that she took the opportunity to exemplify. But it was close, and yes, based on track record, I think it was probably time for Salina to go. And finally, let's talk hottest hats. On the runway, this was a really tough decision for me because from like a drag look perspective, I enjoyed Mistress's over Sasha's, but considering the brief of gloves, I thought Sasha's was more unique and interesting. Like we've never seen that before. So I'm gonna give my hottest hot to Sasha Colby. And in the musical, I'm gonna give it to Loosey LaDuca. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and on the runway, they voted for Sasha, and in the challenge, Anetra. See y'all later, love ya, bye. Move that body, work up a sweat. I've got a workout that you'll probably regret. I regret most things I do, actually. It's me, Bassiana Grande, and welcome back to Hot or Hot. And today we'll be reviewing episode 13 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15. Our final 5 were challenged to give drag family makeovers to the unsung heroes of the modern world, teachers, and prepare them for an unforgettable runway presentation and lip sync to RuPaul's Champion, still available on iTunes. So we'll be rating each queen's performance in the episode out of 10 hot flames today, 5 for what I thought of the drag family resemblance, and 5 for what I thought of the runway looks and presentation overall. We'll also be revisiting the Salina versus Ross Matthews drama, as it has apparently come to a happy ending, as well as taking a look at what Mistress Isabelle Brooks has to say to fans of the show who say that she's been bullying Loosey LaDuca, which she continues to address on Twitter and at places like the Roscoe's viewing party for this episode. Now, what's the score? Love all? First up, Salina and Ross. So in last week's Hot or Raw, we saw that Salina EsTities had some choice words for Ross Matthews at a public show she hosted.
Ross Matthews, you can eat my What does he know about that shit? I should have been wearing a black bodysuit. Look what you're wearing, you sequin sweater jacket. Why is he still on the judges panel? He's not even hilarious.
And then a few days after that clip went viral, Salina tweeted this out. Hey Lil Nips, Ross and I had a really great conversation and we hashed it out as adults. Everything's okay and I have apologized for my actions. I was deep in my feels after reliving the critiques and knowing I was about to be eliminated. I can admit when I've misstepped, and now I see the power of my platform and voice. We have nothing but love and respect for each other, onwards and EsTities. To which Ross Matthews replied, love you always. Cause girl, if there's not a happy ending, I'm not interested. No nail era. Sorry. But seriously, it is nice to see they came to a resolution on the situation. And Salina also elaborated a bit more on this at the Roscoe's viewing party from this week's episode, saying this.
I'm not gonna apologize for the way that I felt because my feelings are valid, point blank period. But the way that I chose to express my feelings, not the cutest thing. And at What You Packin', I confronted Michelle. I don't know if y'all saw it on YouTube, but I was like, girl, what's the tea? We got to talk it out and I kind of felt like, okay, work. I had grace with Michelle, but I never got to have that with Ross. I kind of got to have that conversation with Ross and clear the air and find some, like, you know, apologize for what I said on the, you know, what this really taught me was how powerful my platform and my voice was.
And overall, I think it's really nice that these two were able to come to an understanding, and Salina seems to be finding some peace with ultimately what was a top 6 placement on season 15 that she should be really proud of. But on to our final 5 in the makeover challenge tonight. First up, Sasha Colby. And Sasha hits the runway tonight with the newest addition to the Colby dynasty, Ferocity Colby. And what immediately stood out to me about Ferocity and Sasha was their identical jaw-dropping beauty. Like, Ferocity has one of those beautiful faces that was just really ready to take makeup and emphasize those great features. And when you pair that bone structure with that snatched Sasha Colby makeup, you get a beauty queen. Of course, the other thing that stood out to me about these two looks on the runway was the size of the padding, specifically on Sasha, because oh my god, girl, she said proportionizing? Yes, I will. And this stood out to me in particular because Sasha, as we've seen her on the RuPaul's Drag Race runway, doesn't really pad very much. Like, good god, with an ass like that, she doesn't need to. But here, in the makeover challenge, she is. And the reason given during the episode is Ferocity tells Sasha that she wants the full high glam, full drag fantasy, which includes padding. I think Sasha going the extra mile with Ferocity and all of this padding was a great way for her to tell the judges that she wasn't going to cop out here. She was fully committed to giving Ferocity that unique first time in drag experience where you've got these giant couch cushions on your butt and you feel that fantasy when you look in the mirror. And while I think some of the proportions of the pads between Sasha and Ferocity maybe could have been adjusted to match a little bit better, I do think they were 100% giving drag family with their hair, the flower fascinators, and these really pretty pink palm kind of tropical dresses. These two are giving me hot twin sisters at the White Lotus, hit the cabana for a couple drinks and a couple boys. Sasha very obviously here achieved a very hot transformation, and through their presentation, I think it was very clear Ferocity was feeling the fantasy and having fun on the runway. Plus, like, totally heartwarming when she was telling Sasha that she wanted to, like, keep in touch after the show. Sasha must be a mother to so many people. Love that for her. And next up, we've got Loosey LaDuca hitting the runway with LaLaPaRuza. But girl, you could have told me that that was Loosey herself on the first shot where Lala turns around. Oh my god, like uncanny. And for that to come across that well on camera, I can't even imagine how spooky LaDuca that was in person. Which I think is even crazier to acknowledge, I think, when you take a look at Loosey's makeup, because it's relatively simple when compared with queens like, let's say, Anetra and Mistress on this cast. Like, to achieve that exact stamp with so relatively little makeup, I think is a special skill on its own. Plus, she and Lala are in some signature big blonde Loosey LaDuca hair. I love in particular the pattern that Loosey has used here on these two outfits, with her dress matching the coat of Lala's. Like, seriously, this is actually, I think, one of my favorite Loosey dresses that she has worn on the runway. And Loosey has very obviously instilled her confidence into Lala. She is smiling the whole time. And Lala in particular, among this set of teachers, I thought really understood the assignment of what she was supposed to be doing, especially, girl, in the lip sync. She kind of gathered the other teachers up. She ate, she snacked, she took a bite, she chewed, she swallowed, she spit it back up. She ate it again. That's all. It was clear, though, the judges were grabbing at straws to find critiques for what Loosey and Lala were doing. They end up showing Ross criticizing the shoe that Lala is wearing. And, like, sure, the shoe could have used a stone or two to, like, match Loosey's heels. I can agree with that. But the tea is, if you look at shoes across the 5 queens tonight, most of the teachers were not wearing super exciting or necessarily matching shoes, either to their own outfit or to the queens that they were paired with. So in the grand scheme of things, this critique was just kind of like, what? Loosey and Lala get hots across the board from me. And next up, our shady, hairy thief of our final 5, at least according to her fellow castmates, Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And if you didn't watch the episode, I'm not being shady. These are the, like, monikers they voted on in the mini challenge. And these were really funny, especially if you've been following Mistress Isabelle Brooks's Twitter, because a couple of days ago, she tweeted this out. When we were filming Wigloose, there's a part in the musical where we used the book Guru by Rupaul as one of the props. When I was on set, I was a kleptomaniac and would take everything that wasn't bolted down. So I stole the book we were using because I thought it was just a prop, but it turned out to be one of the producer's personal books and they were going crazy looking for it. That was so scary. I gave them the book back though because I didn't want them to search all my stuff and find the jewelry, wigs, and piece of workroom wall that I stole. Then We were on the main stage and I apologized to Ru and admitted that I stole the book, and she said, well, cue the snipers. Mistress said I'm taking home some prizes with or without a crown. But like a piece of the wall, that gagged me a little bit for sure. And she did also bring the wall stealing back up in the Roscoe's viewing party she did. And apparently Anetra was involved.
I remember like trying to steal like a lot of stuff from set. Me and Anetra cut a big ass piece of the workroom wall out. Like literally like, bitch. And we did it like on the first day too.
So I guess we shouldn't be surprised if next season the pink brick wall is like actual brick to prevent the queens from stealing it. Anyways, in the challenge, Mistress hits the runway with Madame Thang. And concerning family resemblance, for Mistress, I think we are of course looking for over-the-top drag and drama, opulence, pageantry, beauty, which includes for Mistress a clear silhouette, big hair, a lot of makeup, and a good walk on the runway. And I think Mistress really nailed it on this one. Madame was so into the fantasy, like you could tell she was feeling her full evil Ursula Queen thing. And while these looks were, I think, a little more simple for some of the extravagance that Mistress has presented on the runway throughout this season, I think they were effective in communicating her style of drag. The only thing that stood out to me was I think the eyebrows on Madame didn't totally read Mistress's eyebrows. And she was talking in the critiques of the judges about how she actually had offered to pay Madame Thang to shave her eyebrows so that she could better paint them on, but she evidently wouldn't accept the bribe. And this, I guess, led to her dealing with the canvas that she was giving and coming up with these more higher arched, crazier looking brows. But yeah, that's me like splitting eyebrow hairs, because these two clearly had a great connection. I think it was really fun to hear about Madame Thang coming out later in life and embracing her queerness and Latina heritage together as a teacher. Plus, something I think not a lot of the other queens were able to totally instill in their partners was the personality trait of being a little bit shady. I gagged when Madame Thang told Rupaul that he would have to wait and see what kind of queen that she was on the runway when he asked what kind of queen she was. So Mistress and Madame get hots from me across the board. I loved what she did here. And their connection, by the way, has apparently persisted beyond the show. Mistress right now has the Amazon wish list of Madame Thang in her Instagram bio, and she's been asking everybody to buy stuff from that because teachers in the US unfortunately do often end up buying tons of stuff for their classrooms. Again, unsung modern heroes. So make sure you want to check out that link if you want to help a teacher in need. The one thing I did find really interesting though about Mistress's edit this episode was she had a particularly long runway. Like she got 61 seconds of runway time, which was 10 seconds more than Anetra's runway and like 16 more than Luxx's, and then almost 20 full seconds more than Sasha and Loosey's runways, which were 42 and 41 seconds. And considering the narrative they were building with Mistress and the relationship that she built with this teacher and this long runway, I thought that they were gonna give her the win. So it was surprising to me when they didn't, but I'm not really sure why she got so much extra runway time. If y'all have any thoughts on that, let me know. And now for the quote unquote bullying drama concerning Mistress. So on March 19th, she tweeted out a screenshot of what appears to be her Instagram comments, where there are tons of people calling her a bully. With this image, she wrote, "Everybody say love." And the day before, she had tweeted this out. "When I went to Drag Race, I made a promise to myself that I would stay true to who I am, I would represent the Brooks Dynasty in Houston, Texas, and keep traditional drag alive. I've accomplished everything I set out to do, and I'm proud of myself. It's taken a lot of work to get where I can say that and truly feel what it means. No matter how many times you, quote, fans try to stop me and put me down, it won't work. Stay mad. You're gonna be even more upset when that crown is on my head." And all of this followed the back and forth that Mistress and Luxx had with Loosey in the prior episode concerning the characters that they were going to get for the Rusical. But this has been going on all season. I mean, people have even been so crazy as to continuously report in mass Mistress's Instagram, getting her banned on several different occasions. And while none of this surprises me considering how the Drag Race, quote, fan base has treated the queens in the past, it still disgusts me. Like, I don't understand how somebody can watch a reality TV show and then think it's okay to go write something negative in somebody's comment section. And I think maybe it's because some people don't understand that they're developing these parasocial relationships with people on their TV screens. But the reality is, we as viewers don't know these people. Like, we as viewers are watching a highly edited TV show and seeing a tiny fraction of these people's personalities under extremely stressful conditions. And like, God forbid our drag queens throw a little shade to each other on RuPaul's Drag Race. As Tatiana said, what you see isn't always the truth. And like, I'm sure there have been some very real fights on RuPaul's Drag Race amongst cast members, but throwing a little playful shade is not being a bully. And in fact, most of these queens are friends. This is what Mistress had to say about her relationship with Loosey at the Roscoe's viewing party.
If you actually watch the show, you'll see me and Loosey go back and forth and we're joking.
Yeah.
And actually, Loosey made the dress that my girl ends up wearing for the makeover, and I styled hair for Loosey in the season, and I styled hair for Luxx. So we're friends, and it's all like a cut up. So.
And next up, we've got Luxx Noir London and Jennifer Coolidge. I was so gooped and gagged when her teacher turned the corner and had that Jennifer face. And also, I love Jennifer Coolidge being so relevant in the zeitgeist again. Definitely check out White Lotus if you haven't. But on a real note, Luxx's teacher's drag name is Asia Azul. And Asia Azul is, of course, here in a blue dress, which seems to be of the same type of material that Luxx's outfit is constructed of. And Asia on her own in drag, I think looks really pretty. The transformation is great. Her hair, beautiful. Makeup, pretty good, and the dress fits. She's padded. She has a silhouette. Like, Luxx did a good job of getting her into drag. I think Luxx's misstep here was really just failing to put the Luxx Noir London stamp onto Asia. Like, there is basically no family resemblance here. And as a relatively newer queen, it might be hard for Luxx to truly know what the judges and viewers might perceive as signature Luxx things, because I think she herself, while such a powerful force in drag already, is in a lot of ways still forming her perspective and outlook on who Luxx is. Regardless though, I think little things really could have gone a long way, like matching hairstyles or incorporating that chrome belt that Luxx is wearing in some kind of chrome accessory piece on Asia, or going even further with her transformation and putting Asia in something that is more Luxx, something more high concept and fashion forward thinking. Like, I don't think from what we've seen of Luxx's fashion on RuPaul's Drag Race so far, she would ever even wear a dress like that. So I don't know why she thought that would relate to her family resemblance in drag. So because she didn't meet the brief, I'm gonna give this a Apparently though, there was a lot more to the story that Luxx has yet to tell us about. She tweeted this the night of the episode. There's a lot that I'd want to explain about the entire makeover experience, but there's no need, lol. People are gonna say what they need to feel like they, quote, let me have it, regardless of whatever I say, so I'll save it. Anyway, see y'all next week because I'm still here. Throughout the episode and then in Untucked though, we do see that Luxx is maybe a bit upset that Loosey has, as Luxx says, sabotaged her with choice of teacher. Luxx seems to think there was some intentional strategy going on with Loosey giving her a white teacher instead of a black teacher. And Loosey, who assigned the teachers to all of the queens tonight because she won the mini challenge, was confronted about this in Untucked. And indeed, we do learn that Loosey may have been using a little bit of strategy in assigning the teachers to the queens because she was a little upset that Luxx in the previous episode had told the entire judging panel that her drag was generic. And Loosey, feeling like that criticism meant that she wasn't creative, and then Mistress stirs the pot a little bit, creates some good TV drama, and she's like, Luxx, do you think Loosey's look tonight is creative? And she kind of dodges the question first, but then ultimately says no. And as I mentioned earlier, there have been some differences on the show between Loosey and Mistress and Luxx, and all of this culminates at the end of this episode with a lip sync between Luxx and Loosey, which we'll talk about here in just a minute. And finally, she has walked every duck in the forest. It's Anetra. So she transforms her teacher into Electra. And when they turn the corner, I was honestly just kind of in shock. Like, her teacher was dragged up and down. Girl, beat. Anetra pressed copy and then paste with her makeup. That was incredible what she did there. And yeah, I mean, her teacher was really pretty and her face took the makeup well, but the makeup artistry was there. And it was 100% Anetra down to the eyebrow scar. And you can actually watch how amazed I was with this runway presentation over on my Patreon. That's my members only website where I post exclusive reaction videos to episodes of Drag Race and give my patron family exclusive benefits like early access to my YouTube videos and access to the Bussy Queen Discord server. And you can support the Bussy Queen channel and join today by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And concerning what they were wearing, I think they maybe had some of the most interesting outfits on the runway tonight. Anetra went out of her way with Electra to tell the story of yin and yang and, as she says, honor Asian culture. Both Anetra and Electra, by the way, have Filipino heritage. And the outfits they're wearing not only tell a very interesting story, but are, again, very Anetra. Like, this is clearly from the house of Anetra. She could walk a duck or two in this outfit. But what gagged me the most actually was Elektra's hair. Like, zoom in on that. It is perfect. That unit is beautiful. And I think it's interesting Anetra clearly saved one of her best units for this challenge, or maybe at the last minute styled that wig and then didn't have time to make hers match. I don't know. Regardless though, I think it was really special that she let Elektra have the better hair, which just shows how much she really enjoyed this challenge and wanted her teacher to feel the full, beautiful transformation fantasy of drag. This transformation was great, and Anetra absolutely gets hots from me. Now for tops and bottoms. So looking at my scores for the queens in this episode, it's clear to see that I thought Mistress, Loosey, and Anetra were very close. I think a win could have been justified for either of them had the narrative been correct. Luxx was really the only queen in this cast who had a little bit of a misstep here, which is pretty big, I think, to say for a makeover challenge. I feel like typically there can be a couple of missteps in the makeover category. Like, it's hard to paint drag makeup on your own face, much less somebody else's, and there were honestly no boogers in this set of teacher transformations. So I do think the judges were being genuine when they were saying they were splitting hairs at this point. But as a viewer, I can't deny it's felt like the writing has been on the wall for Loosey for quite a while. The judges haven't given her a win or really put her in the top when I think there have been several instances in which that could have been done. And we're seeing this edit of her character where they are just really leaning into the quote unquote delusional side of Loosey LaDuca. But like, let's not forget, she has been doing really well throughout the competition. And like, I mean, she even won Snatch Game. So to see her in the bottom two with Luxx was both surprising and not at all surprising. This was just another case in this season where the narrative and storytelling was leading to Loosey's elimination, but from a competitive perspective, it still didn't feel right. So Luxx and Loosey are catapulted into a lip sync from their fight in the previous episode, which continued in Untucked, their producer's dream, and we get a lip sync that is, it was interesting. Firstly, I'll point out there was definitely some missing lyric knowledge on the part of both of these queens, and a very obvious fight for center stage that was mostly won by Luxx. And in the lip sync, Luxx was at like a 12. She bust out every dance move she could think of and then some, which like at times was entertaining and fun, and then other times was just like a lot. And it felt like even more, I think, compared with how low energy Loosey was. She was at like a 4 or 5. I don't know there if that was her feeling defeated or just trying to give a different performance than Luxx, but both of these queens I think have had better lip syncs this season. But considering the performances they gave in this one, I would also have made the choice to keep Luxx and send Loosey home. And of the eliminations this season, this one hit particularly hard. It was very emotional. Loosey was, I think, angry with how everything turned out and clearly unhappy with how she was perceived by both the judges and her fellow contestants. And Loosey is such a talented queen, she proved that this season. But it seems like she just couldn't catch a break in the second half. Her peers were calling her fake and generic, and the edit, from a viewer's perspective, essentially calling her delusional. And reflecting on all this, she kind of reminds me of Jan in the sense that both of these queens, I think, weren't in love with how they placed or were portrayed on the show. And both of these queens have like an intense desire for perfection. And that desire for perfection can, I think, lead to not taking risks or showing cracks in your facade. And risks and cracks, say crack again, are things that RuPaul's Drag Race actually, I think, actively looks for in finalists. Because as great as perfection is, it is kind of hard to relate to sometimes. I think the craziest thing about all of this, though, is had she just let loose herself, then this could have been a very different story for her. So in Loosey's honor, let's all let loose together. And finally, for my hottest hot on the runway tonight, I'm gonna give it to Anetra and Elektra. And I also asked my patrons who they give their hottest hot to tonight, and they too chose Anetra and Elektra. See y'all later, love ya, bye. You know, I think I'm finally starting to understand all that drag ban stuff. It should be illegal for someone to look this good. Hi, agree. It's me, Busney Spears, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. Today we'll be reviewing episode 14 of RuPaul's Drag Race season 15, in which our final 4 queens were challenged to write verses for and to perform choreography to RuPaul's new music video, Blame It on the Edits. Which, like, how ironically tragic is that considering we just lost Loosey LaDuca, who undoubtedly got one of the craziest edits of all time. But hey, don't blame it on the edit. She is the one that said it. Anyways, we'll also be taking a look at each queen's final runway where they showcased their finest drag excellence. And then at the end of today's today's video, we'll be asking the question, who should take home the crown of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15? But first, I thought it would be interesting to take a look into what is allegedly a scrapped partnership between Kraft Mac and Cheese and several of the Drag Race franchise alumni. So this all popped up on my radar while I was writing for this video, and I couldn't help but wonder all of the information around the leak of this partnership was very odd, and interestingly timed with April Fool's Day. But stranger things have happened, I suppose. So here's the tweet that started it all. RuPaul Drag Race queens fired from Kraft Macaroni and Cheese commercial, banned by Kraft Heinz anti-LGBTQ stakeholders, shout get loose, quoting current hashtag RPDR queen. MTV's Lucy LaDuca, who was in her quote mac and cheese era, says Mistress Isabelle Brooks, hashtag Drag Race. And by the way, no need to play that back or read the tweet any closer. It's quite nonsensical and almost sounds like it was written as a joke. The whole Twitter account is just them retweeting this video of the queens from the franchise playing with some mac and cheese on a table, and loosely claiming, it seems, that the ad in collaboration was scrapped because of the drag ban bills floating around the country. And this like 15-second ad video itself is pretty benign. It's Rosé, Kimchi, Kimora Hall, Lady Camden, Naomi Smalls, and Jada in a campaign for Kraft's Mac and Cheese that was apparently called Queens of Comfort. And the strange thing about all of this is that while the Twitter account seems to be a parody of sorts, it's also making a pretty serious claim, and the ad itself doesn't seem to be like an April Fool's joke. So I looked into this a little bit deeper, but couldn't find much. I googled Queens of Comfort, the name of the campaign, and found a designer and art director's website called Britt Meyer, and this is basically their public portfolio of the work that they've done in collaboration with various companies, and there it is, listed on the left side of their website, Queens of Comfort. But when you click on it, you run into a password protected page. And as of right now, there's no statements from Kraft or any of these queens about this collaboration, and it's hard to take anything this Twitter account is saying seriously. So I think there are a couple of possibilities that could be going on here. Like, yes, this could be an ad that was ultimately pulled because the company didn't want to get themselves into hot water with all the anti-drag stuff going around. But I think it's also possible to consider this could be a campaign that just hasn't aired yet, and maybe some person working at the company or at the design firm that worked on this is leaking the file, maybe with some kind of malintent towards either the queens or the company. Who knows, but y'all know I love a good conspiracy. And now, on to our final four, where we will end with a final three. Or will we? But it was a good episode. First up, Anetra. Miss Anetra, our soft-spoken little wild card who lets her talent do all the talking. She enters this final four episode with 3 wins. Her first from the premiere of The Talent Show, and her second and third from the Wigloose Rusical and Teacher Makeover episodes, which just happened the prior 2 episodes. She's coming in hot, and technically at the start of this episode, tied for quote-unquote first place. On the runway tonight, she is wearing what she describes as Grand High Empress Anetra drag, and says this is one of her favorite things that she has made. And that quote about her making it, I'm highlighting because this outfit is so impressive. This is on the level of Gagatrondra that her design challenge was, that shook the nation. You remember, with like the vertebrae things and on the back and like the crazy gown, it was gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous gowns. Anetra can make gowns like this, and girl, I can barely make mac and cheese. The callback. And throughout the season, Anetra has had good runways, but I truly think she saved the best in her closet for last, which I think strategically speaking is really smart because it plays into that whole quiet, you don't know what to expect quality that she has that I think makes her so special. And topping off this gorgeous, gorgeous gown with a phenomenal hair unit like that, with the waves and the crystals and the futuristic space, future drama stuff going on, makes it even better. This felt like a true finale look from her, and it felt like something we've been working towards the whole season. She gave us a storyline, and I love that for her. This look is hot. And in the challenge, she wrote lyrics that were fun and referential, stomping on roaches and walking these ducks. But I think overall her delivery of the rap in the song was a little too shy for the punchiness that a RuPaul bitch track kind of demands. Plus, after the first part of her verse, it felt a little less personal. Like, I think anybody could have written, I twist, I whip, I dip, hair flip, smash that eye, gloss that lip, a total 10, your girl's a hit. And that's true. Anetra is a hit. A total 10 of a hit. And I do want to be clear here though, I think she and all the girls tonight did a great job, and I'm not trying to knock that. But I think she maybe is still trying to figure out how to translate some of that freestyle energy she brings to her voguing and, let's say, lip syncs into choreographed, rehearsed performances like this. And we did indeed see her struggle a little bit in rehearsals in the choreo and in some of the group shots, but in the solo shots of the music video, she killed it. Her performance in Blame It on the Edit was absolutely hot. And I don't think there's anything more Anetra really could have asked for a run on Drag Race. She's branded as a performer, she's got a catchphrase, and has showed the world she has this apparently phenomenal skill in creating gorgeous, gorgeous gowns. So I say props to your mama. And next up, the young ingenue, Luxx Noir London, who enters this Final Four episode with 2 challenge wins. One from her House of Michelle Visage fashion look in episode 5, and the other that she shared with Lucy LaDuca in the stand-up comedy episode. And her drag excellence runway tonight is a beautiful send-off to all of the amazing looks that she has served on the runway. She's in a beautiful white, silky satin wedding gown with gorgeous, gorgeous ruffles off the side of her waist, and my God, she looks gorgeous. Like, I hope if I ever get married, oh, God forbid, that I look half as good as she does in this dress. And I just want to point out the judges talked a lot about Anetra's runway walk this season, which deserves to be talked about, but I don't think spent enough time talking about Luxx Noir London's runway walk, because she too, no matter the brief, absolutely commands the stage and demands your attention. And above all things, I think Luxx has made it clear this season that she is somebody who has studied the RuPaul's Drag Race playbook and RuPaul herself. Like, let's not forget the Wee Pole runway, and then took all of her knowledge and served it to the camera in a beautiful, ready to snack on platter. I do think this look is hot. And I did peep the wedding gowns are the final look of an haute couture runway reference that she was doing there. And in the music video, she gave us a little taste of songstress Luxx. And I won't even attempt actually singing this, but she sang, "Looking just like a dream, looking so fierce, I be causing a scene. When I step on the runway, you know all eyes on me." And she starts switching to a rap after the singing, which I thought was, again, very smart and clearly studied of Drag Race. She wanted to give the judges the best of both worlds, and again, demonstrate her versatility in all things drag, performance, and art, I guess? Like, she can do it all. I think the only thing she was really missing in her verse was an acknowledgement to all of the eras stuff and maybe gates that she was involved in. Plus, I think it's worth noting she was probably the only one of this Final Four that picked up the choreo like they had been doing it since they popped out of the womb. Everyone else was struggling, and she's just like, oh, okay, saw it once, got it. Nothing to blame on the edit here. This performance was hot. And next up, just give her the crown already, it's Sasha Colby. And she came into this Final Four episode with 3 challenge wins tied with Anetra. Her first was for the All Queens Go to Heaven skit in episode 3, then the Crystal Ball, and then the 50-50 kind of parody interviews they did in episode 10. And on the runway, my God, teleport me to Mars! Or Hawaii. Sasha here is serving an homage to the beautiful orchid flower, literally with orchids all over her head in a beautiful headpiece. And also, I think in the way the stems from that kind of come down around her arms, and she's got these cool little futuristic elements around her wrists, like these cuffs, mixed in with what really is just a gorgeous pageant gown. It's crystalled, it's stoned, and she's giving us, I think, a softer, more relaxed beauty than some of her previous runways from this season, which I think have really been focused on that body yaddy yaddy. And while I'll say I personally prefer the raw sex appeal from some of her more revealing looks, I do think it's great that she was able to, in this drag excellence runway, showcase the versatility that is demanded of a winner of RuPaul's Drag Race. She can truly do it all. And truthfully, like, every single runway has been amazing with Sasha this season. She's either giving us fashion forward thinking and high concepts, like with that baseball gloves look, camp, like with that green leaf look from the ball, or drag excellence, like right here. This look is hot. But now let's take a look at the edit. So before we talk about the verse, I have to talk about the 2 outfits that she served in this music video. Like, she gave us not 1, but 2 high concept, amazing looks. First, the Barbarella fantasy that we saw the preview and the rehearsals of, and then the goop, the gag, the shock, the alien craziness with all the crystals and the contacts, and like, that was phenomenal. Plus her verse, girl, she ate. Bad bitch body, I don't come to play. Best believe believe when I step on the scene, shady hoes just run away. Dream chaser, style maker, game changer, bank maker. Crack the code, now y'all know. Sasha Colby run the show. And more than anything for Sasha in this music video was the way in which she delivered this rap with like that vocal fry and was giving these crazy alien looks. Like I just absolutely loved everything she did here. I bought the fantasy and I want the sequel. Plus the reference to the other Sasha cracking the code. Iconic. Sasha, this performance was hot. And finally, she's a panther on the runway tonight. Well, cheetah, coming into this final 4 episode with 1 challenge win, but I think could have won so many more. It was shocking to me the number of times that they would announce someone else as the winner of a challenge, and I was sitting there thinking, oh, Mistress has this in the bag for sure. But here we are. Her 1 challenge win was from the Daytona Wins reboot episode 7. And again, the talent jumped out. The charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent jumped out, just like it has for this entire top 4. This, I think without a doubt, is one of the most versatile from each queen individually top 4 we've ever seen. I don't know, like it's really crazy how all of these queens can do everything. Isn't that scary? Like my actual skin color versus the yellow Simpson that I paint on. I don't need to do any April Fool's shenanigans with y'all, cause I am the joke. Wow, remember my ASMR era? If y'all want me to bring that back, let me know. You wanna see my talent show? Girl, ASMR fantasy. Maybe more likely than you think. Let loose. Anyways, Mistress tonight is in her glamazon cheetah fantasy era, and she lets us know that this gown weighs 60 pounds. My God, I almost weigh that much. Skinny. And you know, that was apparent before she even said that. You can see from the intricate beading of this gown how heavy that thing is. Like when she moves, the entire thing is shaking and shimmering off of light and just looking untouchable on the runway. The other cool detail she highlights about this gown was the cheetah print itself was actually part of the beading and not the fabric under the beading. Girl, like I don't know who made this, but props to them. This is so cool, so drag, so fun, and just a great example of the drag excellence that I think Mistress Isabelle Brooks is and showcases all the time. This look is hot. But I am gonna disagree, I think, with her performance in Blame It on the Edits, though I suppose we could just blame it on the edit. Her verse, delivery of that verse, and solo shots where she's performing the verse, I think, were some of the best in the music video. MIB, I'm the MVP. It makes sense why all these girls envy me, because I'm a clock the T and I don't give a tuck. And I'm certainly not doing her rap justice, but I just want to compliment her ability to rap her entire verse in like double time and sound great doing it. And a referential to both the season and herself, like when she talked about bum talk and her ability to gather the girls if they step out of line, and her little acknowledgement of being the big girl of the cast. Everything she did here was characteristically and unapologetically Mistress Isabelle Brooks. She has that confidence and ability to just kind of say what she's thinking, and that I think is really admirable, even if it does maybe sometimes get her into some hot water, like with Miss Loosey LaDuca. The judges though end up putting her in the bottom this episode because I guess of the group choreo that she struggled with in rehearsal. But I think them highlighting that was kind of weird for a couple of reasons, primarily because they asked the queens to learn that choreo the day of. That's a big ask, to learn choreo and then immediately perform it. And that's something that we know Mistress throughout the season has struggled with here and there. Like in the Rusical, for example, she was having trouble getting some of the steps down, but then when she had time to go and rehearse overnight or whatever they gave them there, she came back and turned that performance out. So I don't think that was necessarily fair to evaluate the queens on, but that is also something they did last season with the final 5. And I also want to point out that Mistress wasn't the only one struggling with the choreo. In the group shots of Blame It on the Edit, there was almost always at least one queen out of time with like the backup dancers, or the backup dancers were out of time with the queens. And overall, I just think it was kind of a disservice to the music video to even have those shots. Like, why not just give the queens and everybody time to actually rehearse and then have a killer music video? Because you're gonna keep everyone anyways. The final 3 gag was fake, and Mistress did great. This performance was hot. But concerning placements, bottom 2, who won? I mean, I was so impressed with this episode. I think everyone did great, both on the runway and in the music video. And that's just a testament to how talented and versatile all 4 of these queens are. Sasha, though, did very obviously take home the win with everything she did in that music video. It's just next level. And we kind of get hints that this final 3 thing may not actually happen when we hear Rupaul talking to the other judges, and she says she promised herself that there would be an elimination every episode in this season, but also made it clear her name is Roxy Andrews, and she's here to make it clear that that wasn't something she was totally sold on. And it was at that point I was like, okay, yeah, they're just gonna keep everybody. Why are we even like doing this lip sync thing? But they do it anyways. And we get Anetra and Mistress lip syncing. And I also wanna quickly remind you that I did react to this episode with my patrons over on patreon.com/BussyQueen. And you can find the link to join my Patreon in the description of this video. Click it right now to help support me, my drag, and my channel, and get access to exclusive content like those reaction videos and early access to my YouTube videos. See you there. And I'll be honest, Anetra kinda ate her up, but Mistress was also in that 60-pound gown and was super limited in what she could do. And because this song wasn't a park and bark ballad, I mean, she was just at a disadvantage to begin with. And I will say, I think the elimination every episode thing that RuPaul promised herself was a great change for this season, considering what we came off the back of in season 14. It just kind of felt like at some point, nothing was happening. Like, why are we doing this? It was nice, you know, to really feel like we were actively marching towards the end of this season and there was progression that we could see and measure through the absence of every queen every week. But it was also nice, I think, to not have an elimination this episode when the top 4 are so clearly equal in their versatility and talents and ability to do drag. So here we are, everyone stays, nobody goes. And we've, again, got a final 4. And I took a peek at the Drag Race social medias to see how the fans are receiving our final 4 and whose hashtag team they're on to hashtag win hashtag RuPaul's Drag Race. On Instagram, as of filming this video, Sasha's Instagram, hashtag team Sasha Colby, has about 89,000 likes, Anetra's 82, Mistress 32, and Luxx's 23. And personally, I'll say I'm team hashtag Sasha Colby. I think I've been a little maybe biased, fairly so, I'd say, towards her the whole season. I mean, look at the material and look at the performance, look at the track record. I think she'd be an excellent representative for the RuPaul's Drag Race franchise, and honestly, any of these queens would, and I would be happy to see any of them get the crown. Like, I think y'all know that. I'm so happy for all of them. But as far as what I think will happen in the finale, will Sasha actually get the crown? Maybe. Usually, when a queen has the most wins and the most fan engagement on social media, yes, that queen gets the crown. But there are times in the past where we have seen really close levels of like fans wanting queens to win and very similar track records like Sasha's and Anetra's. So I would predict that it will be either Sasha or Anetra, based on what I've seen happen in past seasons. Like almost never does the queen with the least social media engagement, like Luxx, take the crown, and almost never does somebody with only one or no challenge wins take the crown unless they've got overwhelming fan support, like, you know, Willow Pill last season. But that's just a theory, a hot or rot theory. But I'd love to know what y'all thought in the comments down below. Are you hashtag team Sasha Colby, hashtag team Anetra, hashtag team Mistress Isabelle Brooks, or hashtag team Luxx? And finally, it's time for hottest hots. On the runway, I'm gonna give it to Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And in the challenge for all 3 performance, looks, and verse, I'm gonna give it to Sasha Colby. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots this week, and they've chosen Anetra on the runway and Sasha Colby in the challenge. See y'all later. Love ya. Bye. I'm in my throwing a boy look together out of random items from my suitcase era. Hi, it's me, Bro Seeking, and welcome back to Hot or Rot. And today we're gonna be reviewing the drag and drama of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15, Reunited. All 16 of our season 15 cast members gathered together one last time to discuss Golden Boots, do a little losers bracket reading challenge, discuss unresolved conflict from the season between queens like Loosey and Luxx. So we'll be breaking all of that down, as well as hot or rotting their looks as we go through each queen, and taking a look at some drama that bubbled up over the past week, involving the ongoing feud between Trinity the Tuck and Luxx Noir London, an interview where Princess Poppy talks about wanting to fade into obscurity, and explaining what was going on between Bob and Mistress Isabelle Brooks and the diss tracks they dropped for each other just a couple days ago. Plus digging through all the tweets from the queens concerning what they really thought about their reunion appearance. So buckle up, because first up we're getting teleported to Mars with Irene Dubois. And she, in this reunion, is in her screen time era, which she's not afraid to admit, and honestly props to her for speaking up as much as she did and really grabbing the camera's focus. Like for example, Irene calling out Salina for having a fake accent, to which Salina replies, "Okay, white girl," and this moment is kind of brushed under the rug. Like, there was no further conflict there, but it was clear Salina was bothered. And I was mostly just confused by this, but someone on Reddit apparently dug up this video of Salina from several years ago where she's speaking without her signature Salina EsTities accent.
I started doing drag because my best friend decided to do drag as a career, and he started out at Project Drag 2 seasons ago, Marta Beat You.
And honestly, I don't really know what to make of this. I mean, I guess Tatiana is forever right. What you see isn't always the truth, but like, drag is drag, and drag is fake. Like, this compared to like what I look like as Bussy Queen, I mean, completely different people. And you know, it's not a total stretch of the imagination to imagine that your created character speaks a little bit differently than you might speak out of drag. Plus, it does seem these two were able to work out their dispute sometime after the reunion. A Twitter user wrote addressing Irene, "Irene, I've had enough, shut up. You want TV time so bad," where Irene replied, "I'm sorry, they asked me to add more comments during the breaks." And this same user responded to Irene, writing, "By commenting to a POC queen about an accent, that's not a good look." Irene then wrote, "I don't disagree." And Malaysia Babydoll Foxx later chimed into this thread, writing, "Her and Salina discussed it off camera and all as well. Enjoy the reunion, my love." And then near the end of the reunion, Irene leaves Mistress and Loosey gagging a little bit for sure. Ru asks them if they have anything else they want to get off their chests, and Irene brings up to Mistress that she wants to know the truth about what Mistress told her, Irene, concerning what LaDuca had told Mistress about Irene. Oh, say that 2 times fast. Apparently Mistress had told Irene that Loosey told Mistress that it didn't look like Irene had fillers, but rather the opposite, and that her face was sagging. And Loosey confirms right then and there that she absolutely did not say that. But Mistress doesn't admit to anything either, and instead says that she's a lot of things, but not a liar. So I guess the jury is like still out on this one, but this cast absolutely needed somebody like Irene to keep the bigger personalities in check throughout the season. I'll just say that. And her look is absolutely matching the fierceness of her wit tonight. She's giving us a monochromatic white look that is maybe in a silicone or PVC that's been, I would guess, 3D printed here to create all of those spiky pieces and texture all up and down her entire outfit. She 100% is giving that evil supervillain from some alien planet touchdown to read you to filth. And she'd do it before you even knew what happened to you. This look is absolutely 5 out of 5 hot flames. And next up, Bible Girl walked so Princess Poppy could run. She's quitting drag on the big screen, and we're welcome. And before we talk about her time in the reunion, I want to give some context to her little intro line about quitting drag that you can find in a podcast and article written by Joey Nofi over on the Entertainment Weekly website. They did an exclusive interview with Princess Poppy, who for the most part since season 15 has disappeared. But in the article, we learned the reason why is she, quote, wants to take a step back from drag for the foreseeable future. She said, "I want to fall off the face of the planet. I don't want to be famous. I want to fade into obscurity." And she goes on to talk about how people put too much emphasis on fame and its relation to success, and ultimately says she plans to do her DragCon appearance and then take her step back after that. But if I were a betting woman, I would place a bet that she probably is going to reconsider after she sees how positively this reunion appearance was received. She's wearing a look recreating the now iconic, Rebecca Glasscock entrance look from season 1 of RuPaul's Drag Race. And like, no, this isn't a good look or fashionable look, but this is 100% drag. Drag is like an art that constantly references itself and other pieces of pop culture, and considering the ironic importance of the Rebecca Glasscock entrance look and what it meant looking back for the franchise, this is a great look. Plus, it's a total middle finger to the giant industrial machine that Drag Race has become, demanding these queens wear couture garments all the time. I love it, and this look is absolutely hot. And the other interesting thing about this look is that the concept may have been borrowed. Denali actually had tweeted back at the end of February that if her tweet got 10,000 likes, her entrance look when she went back on Drag Race would be Rebecca Glasscock's iconic entrance look. And Denali apparently noticed this, but wasn't at all bothered. She tweeted out, "Well, I'll be damned," after the reunion aired, and then in reply, a Twitter user said that Poppy took the idea from Denali, but Denali wrote, "No, I fully support this very iconic behavior." She also had a great read for LaDuca when she said, "The rumors are true. I did give someone COVID. That's why all season long, LaDuca had no taste." That was good. And if you were confused about why she said this or what rumors she was referring to, the gist of it is she had, at a Roscoe's viewing party, alluded to the fact that she may have been COVID positive when she was supposed to start filming for the show, but got around the requirements of testing by putting chapstick up her nose, which she later clarifies on Twitter didn't actually work for the test that Drag Race gave her, and ultimately went through quite the ordeal apparently with doctors and the Drag Race team to make sure she wasn't actually positive. So considering all that, I'll let y'all debate in the comments below whether her read and joke about the chapstick and such were made in good taste. Next up, who has her baby? Anetra, apparently. The only thing that Mistress didn't steal from the set. Amethyst did not have a lot of screen time in this reunion, and I wasn't sure originally if her parts had got edited out in favor of some of the higher placing queens, or she didn't say very much, but Luxx Noir London did clarify on Twitter that we, quote, have to stop blaming production for everything. LMAO, the girls who weren't talking literally just weren't talking. But Amethyst seemed to disagree with this sentiment from Luxx and wrote this on Twitter. It's really disappointing to me that in a 2-hour special dedicated to a cast of 16 queens, they could only find time to ask me about a hookup I had a couple years ago that no one cares about. When I was barely being addressed, about 20% of what I said made the final edit. Once again, nothing about my music, nothing about my lip syncs, nothing about my drag journey. The issue isn't that I was, quote, just sitting there, because it's hard to compete with a handful of voices that are always speaking. The issue is that I wasn't being addressed, period. So that's that, but concerning her look, she says she doesn't stir the pot, she lights it on fire. Wink, wink. And this look is like a gray and black dress, flowy dress, bodysuit combo thing with a raccoon puppet. And like, sure, the look is cute and silly, but this doesn't do a lot to me to make, I think, a bigger impact or say much about Amethyst's time on Drag Race or what she wants to do after. And overall, the look is not my favorite, so I'm gonna give this a rot. And next up, she's making history. It's Robin Fierce, and she apparently now is the first drag queen to ever speak at Yale Law. You probably know that there is a lot of anti-drag ban stuff going around in conservative legislature. And Robin, as a form of activism and in protest, did Drag Queen Story Hour for, as she says, a room full of adults at Yale Law. And this leads into some great talking points about the bigger issues at hand here. Like, at its core, all this drag ban stuff really is anti-trans, anti-queer, anti-LGBTQ, and it's an issue that even if you don't do drag, affects everyone in our community. And I love overall that the queens from the season in the franchise, RuPaul's Drag Race, has been pretty proactive about discussing this stuff and making the issues at hand visible, because that's really the first step in solving the problem. But on a lighter note, we also learned that Robin Fierce used to work at Best Buy in full drag. So Robin, thank you for sharing those photos. And Robin's look tonight is honestly not done justice by where she is placed in the seating arrangement, but in the full body shot, you can see how gorgeous she looks. It's like a red strappy vinyl look, very dancey, very sexy, kind of cyberpunk, futuristic. I really love that she is showing off her full body. She says she actually didn't pad for this look, and she made the look from head to toe. She looks fierce, and this look is hot. I also want to quickly remind you that my channel is made possible by viewers like you and patrons who support me every single month financially with a pledge at patreon.com/bussyqueen. And in exchange for their patronage, they get exclusive patron benefits like early access to my YouTube videos, access to exclusive videos like reactions to RuPaul's Drag Race, and the ability to vote every single week in hottest hot polls and get their icons in my videos. And you can join my patrons at patreon.com/bussyqueen. That link is in the description. See you there. And next up, trouble, but make it double. It's Sugar and Spice. And Sugar lets us know that she's in her nail era, but she's not wearing nails. She's wearing gloves. And honestly, it was a little difficult to pin down these two's contribution to the reunion other than they made their presence known, and I had a good time with them. Because most of what they were saying was just so true to their bubbly, airheaded characters, and like at one point, RuPaul even asked Spice if she was speaking English. Their looks though are absolutely what dreams were made of. They're giving a Lizzie McGuire movie fantasy, like that in shot with green and blue looks, but all done up in Princess Eleganza. And I love that they were just seated front and center because they just absolutely, I think, were some of the most polished and stunning looks tonight at the reunion. I just want to say these were great reunion looks because I think they 100% exemplified who the twins are as drag queens. Like, they were even holding their little dolls the entire time. Totes iconic. And the looks are great references, talking points, and I'm sure will pay them dividends for years. These looks were hot. Next up, we notably learn she is getting married. It's Mayari. Hopefully she is able to break the announcing your romantic partnership on Drag Race and it not ending well curse though. Anyway, she was one of the queens tonight that I kind of wish we heard a little bit more from, but it seems she was having more fun observing. After the reunion, she tweeted out, "Me smiling at the girls lying." And for her look, we have a little bit of a trend alert going on. Aura's moon must have been in retro shade because she's kind of matching Irene tonight in this monochromatic white look. I always love Aura's drag because it makes me think of The Matrix, one of my favorite movies, and she's got this very polished, futuristic, and signature style that you always know belongs to her. She looks great, and this look is absolutely hot. Next up, Marcia. And she here in her look is giving us a little Cher from Clueless reference, an iconic drag staple, but updated and I think twisted a bit into the 60s references that Marcia likes to pull from. She's a sophisticated woman, and I love that big, giant, campy tie combined with those more chic elements of like the coat. And overall, I think this look shows that Marcia has a more refined sense of self and fashion than maybe some of her looks from her time on Drag Race. I'm gonna give this look a hat. And she did also announce during the reunion and on Twitter that she is launching a makeup line. Her makeup line apparently includes 3 different flavors of chapstick. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk? Next up, we have Malaysia Babydoll Foxx revisiting Metalgate with Rupaul during the reunion. This was, you'll remember, when during a spicy Untucked moment, Malaysia ended up saying that Luxx and Mistress were bullies, and Malaysia here lets us know that she totally regrets calling the queens bullies. And the Drag Race Twitter also tweeted out the quote from Malaysia where she said, "My biggest regret was calling them bullies. They are far from that." And Mistress quote tweeted this, writing, "I love you, Foxy doll. That's my sister, even when we want to each other out." And concerning her look, no surprise, she's giving us some pageanty, gorgeous gown glamour, complete with some crazy pink stoned cat ears. Those things look so cute and pretty. I don't know, I think there was like some Sailor Moon character with these ears on. I don't know their name. This was like a deep memory that she's unlocking for me. But this look is hot. And apparently the explanation for this look, though, she said on Twitter, was she wore cat ears in a pageant gown because everyone was telling her that they were tired of seeing her in a pageant gown and cat ears. And next up, drum roll for the Golden Boot. So during the reunion, we had the now annual Golden Boot segment where Maddie Morphosis, the prior year's recipient of said Golden Boot, presents the 3 nominees for this year's Golden Boot awardee. And they are Marcia in her tie-dye to die for runway, Jax in her tie-dye to die for runway, and Salina for her metal street lamp runway. Have y'all seen the photos of all the different queens wearing Salina's street lamp on their head? Iconic. And the Golden Boot ends up going to Salina, where she now joins Maddie and LaLaPaRuza in the Golden Boot Hall of Fame. Anyways, though, Salina seems happy to have quote finally won something on Drag Race despite apparently having a bit of a tough time recently concerning her reception on the show, and that includes with judges like Ross and the fan base at whole.
Ross Matthews, you can eat.
She actually tweeted out after this reunion, logging off for the night. I feel like complete after taping, and for my mental health, I don't need to be back in that space. Love you, Lil Nips. Going back to my cage. Concerning her look, I loved it. Her look is a reference to the Tu Wong Fu character Chi Rodriguez and the end of their story arc when they reach that full pageantry drag fantasy. And she, yes, is a crystallized glamazon ready for the runway. And I think this was an especially smart reference to make considering the topic of the movie and spreading the love and joy of drag in the current political climate that we're in. Plus, this is probably one of my favorite things that she's worn, and I think definitely redeemed her Golden Boot. This look is absolutely hot. And next up, quick reminder, if you haven't let loose today, what are you doing? Pause the video and let loose. Let loose. Anyways, Lucy's segment in the reunion starts off with a cameo from Kevin Bacon, and after that, Rue highlights how viral Lucy's Let Loose song has gotten recently, and Sugar asks us all to consider the international implications of letting loose, something scientists are reportedly still working on feverishly. Anyways, concerning Lucy's look, she's giving us a more realized Lucy LaDuca. Her hair is big and kind of tapping into, I think, that classic drag glamour that we see Mistress's hair often exist in. And her look is made up of loud colors, pink, yellow, and stark white with a cape and a really pretty collar. And overall, what I loved most was how balanced her look was. When you look at it from head to toe as a silhouette. And I think this look is hot. And next up, one of the fiercest performers of this entire cast, Jax. So she didn't get a ton of screen time tonight, except when she got her snake look booted by a lot of the girls in the cast, and when she was highlighted for being nominated for the Golden Boot. And I'll say, even though some of her looks may not have been amazing, I think she did always look put together, and her look tonight is fully evolved Jax. I love that giant beehive hair she's got going on, and like the black and chocolate shades of crushed velvet, and the look, it's very regal and understated, but so glamorous. And I think with this look, it's obvious Jax is working on redefining her look and drag overall, and this looks absolutely hot. And next up, Luxx Noir London versus Trinity the Duck. So as a quick recap, you'll remember that Luxx did an Amanda Lepore impersonation for Snatch Game. And during the episode, someone brought up to her that this character had been done before, but Luxx was confident in redoing this character because the person that did the character in the past did not do a good job. That person was, of course, Trinity the Duck. And then after the episode aired, we saw Luxx tweet out that liking and laughing at tweets about how her Luxx's Snatch game was horrible, and how she's arrogant and delusional won't make yours, Trinity's, any more memorable or funnier. To which Trinity's final response on Twitter read, 11 wins, still waiting for at least one, done with this conversation. Which sets the stage for this past week of Twitter drama between these two. And from what I can tell, this feud was reignited by some tweets from Luxx that read, I'd be rotted too if I wasted all that money to look like that. But good morning from America's sweetheart. Like, I'm sorry, but I really don't do anything, yet I'm always getting dust thrown my way. And all because I said your safe performance was safe? Like 10 weeks ago? Shit, girl, please. And then wants to preach about unity and peace like, girl, shut up and grow up. At Trinity the Tech, you only say, quote, I did great after people call you out for blatantly leaving me out or saying something shady towards me, and it enables people to send me more hate. I figure you know how this works, seeing that you've been on the show like 10 times. Luxx then clarified in another tweet writing, at Trinity the Tuck, liking and responding to tweets saying that I'm a bad person and need to be humbled isn't shady, because you definitely were doing that. And then Luxx shared some screenshots of Trinity the Tuck's Twitter profile's likes, where we see some tweets reading, if you ever have to work with her, call her TF out. I haven't seen this level in delusion from a queen in a while. She talks big game, but like, where's the big game? Crazy for Luxx to say Trinity the Tuck bombed her first Snatch game when she didn't even give us any jokes. You gotta pay respect to queens who paved the way first before being that annoyingly arrogant. For the record, Trinity slayed 3 out of her 4 Snatch game perfs. How about you? Hashtag Drag Race. I like Luxx, but she could stand a little humility now and then. And then we see Trinity start to respond to Luxx online, writing, Sweets, I don't have to say you did great. You have a nasty attitude, and that's why I haven't rooted for you. I never said you weren't a good queen. You have done great. I just don't like you. Now are we done? Okay, have a great night. And Trinity also later wrote, who said I didn't do that? Not me. I just said you have a nasty attitude. I also said you were great on Drag Race. And we also saw queens like Aquaria and Pheromone chime in on the topic, where Aquaria replied to those tweeted screenshots, writing, that first tweet is particularly odd. Like, what type of square up and scrap are they trying to encourage at some potential future job? All over some rather mid impersonations. No way she thinks it's still that serious. And Farrah wrote, she loves to throw it but can never take it herself. And after that transpired, Trinity on her profile tweeted, back to my international tour, ... kissy face. And then Luxx tweeted out, should I make a Reddit account called They Angel per day to get the white twinks who hate me to like me again? Just leading after the example of my drag elders. It is, I think, worth noting, someone else tweeted at Trinity writing, these fans are really gonna make you head of the, quote, I hate Luxx fan club, and all you did was speak your truth. I'm so sorry, girl. And Trinity wrote, I don't even hate her. Hate is a very strong word. I do not condone any of this excess hate. You do not have to care for someone or like them, and you can even express that opinion without digging in dirty. But back to our regularly scheduled programming. At the reunion, Luxx addresses the 40-inch wig gate again, a measurement of the wig she does not back down from, but does start to jokingly acknowledge that it was not 40 inches when she says things like, if you have a number over 35, round to the nearest 10. We also see a moment between her and Loosey, where Loosey gets extremely emotional and says that it wasn't fair how Luxx name-checked her as generic and called her out individually, as Loosey perceived it, not being as talented or having the star quality that everyone else in the lineup had on that fateful night when RuPaul asked each queen who should go home. And there isn't a ton of resolution between these two, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, not everybody has to be best friends, but it was, I think, nice to hear Loosey get to really express her true feelings on the reunion stage. But concerning Luxx's look, her eternal confidence continues. She's wearing this really gorgeous pink dress that's a little slouchy, but very structured, asymmetrical, tight-fitting, and there's a little bow in her hair because she's just so cute. I think she looks absolutely gorgeous in this. She's very much giving me like young, rich socialite meets housewife vibes. She's pretty in pink, and this look is absolutely hot. Next up, Mistress Isabelle Brooks versus Bob the Drag Queen. So you may have seen some tweets and some diss tracks dropped throughout the interwebs between these two this week, but spoiler alert, it is all in jest. And this all started earlier this week when Mistress tweeted out that it was, quote, on site for Bob, referencing how Mistress doesn't like how Bob treats Monet on the Sibling Rivalry podcast. So tired of you gaslighting and bullying queens like Monet Exchange, and well, you've met your match today. Drop that Addy. And then Bob tweeted out a picture of the twins from The Shining, writing me and Salina waiting to destroy you and Monet. Followed up with, if I wake up and this retweet has 15,000 likes, I'm dropping the Mistress Isabelle Brooks diss track. And then that tweet did get the 15,000 likes, so Bob tweeted, okay, y'all asked for it. Mistress and I have agreed to drop our tracks on April 6th at 6 p.m. Pacific. And true to their promises, these two did drop their separate diss tracks on their YouTube channels. You can go listen to them. I've linked them in the description of this video. And I would be curious to know, who do you think won fun in this diss track extravaganza. Aside from the fake drama between Mistress and Bob, though, we did see Mistress acknowledge tons of real or show drama between queens on the show during the reunion. We've already talked about most of what she said, but this must have been 50% Mistress Isabelle Brooks talking to Rupaul and making him giggle. And her look, true to Mistress, is super gorgeous, high drag, glamorous, but also has this kind of casual element to it with that hat and the chain that I really love, and that purple color is super regal. And I also love that she was able to serve a look that was 100% true to her drag, yet also new and unique for her, and that she didn't necessarily need to do a silly or funny pop culture reference because she is the pop culture reference. This look is hot. And next up, Ru predicts that walking that duck will make her a millionaire. It's Anetra. And wow, you want to talk about almost no camera time? Almost no camera time. But this was very true to who we know Anetra to be: quiet, reserved, and lets her talent do the talking. Ru does get out of her, though, that her talent show was apparently the first time that she combined her martial arts and voguing or voguish skills, she calls them. And Rupaul even brought up all the online drama that's been going on surrounding Anetra with the voguing and nogging situation. You know, we have seen all season long queens like Aja come for her for nogging, and even people from the legendary franchise call her out. I like though that Anetra was clearly not bothered by her being called out for all of this and remained confident in her answer and stance on the subject. Voguish or vogue or voguing or nogging or not, I was entertained. Her look though tonight didn't really do it for me as much as some of her really phenomenal looks have. She's giving us like a pink t-shirt dress with harness straps covered in spikes, and that's all complete with like black sleeves and gloves and boots. And it definitely reads as Anetra with the spiky and sharp detailing, but something about this isn't feeling super cohesive to me, especially with that very refined, coiffed, and stoned kind of pageanty hair paired with the more casualness of the look. So I'm gonna give this look a soft rock. And finally, she's still your favorite drag queen's favorite drag queen. Ru spends a whole segment talking about how he realized during this season how talented and amazing and perfect and beautiful and never been done before and flawless that Sasha Colby is. And there were several times during this season where Rupaul asked Sasha, like, have you done acting before? Have you done interviewing before? Have you done music videos before? And what I think everyone watching and Rupaul herself took away from this season was that Sasha was just a natural talent at everything she does. And her look here tonight is gorgeous, a flawless victory. It's effortless in a way I think that only Sasha Colby beauty can be. She took something simple like a sheer dancy bodysuit and turned it into like crystallized gown dripping from the front and the back, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. This look is absolutely hot. And as far as hottest hots go for the reunion looks, I'm gonna give it to Sugar and Spice combined. I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hots this week, and they voted for Irene Dubois. Love ya. Bye. Well, it's over. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Bus Driver, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. And today we're gonna be reviewing the grand finale of Sasha Colby's Drag Race. And we got a lot to cover today, including a Hot or Rat speed run through the red carpet finale looks, the crowning of Miss Congeniality, the quote-unquote original performances of our final four, the lip sync between Anetra and Sasha, and of course, Sasha's actual crowning. So buckle up, because there's some bumps I need to get checked out. Nurse? First up, I do believe in green moth fairies. And they came real. It's Irene Dubois. She's in this green alien moth fantasy. Sure, Michelle loved it. And I love how she has integrated different materials throughout this look, like the feathers that are in the hair, in the wings. It's ethereal, but also strange and weird and otherworldly. All of what we know and love from Irene, but done to the nth level. This look is hot. Next up, Eve 6000 was right. The mystique Princess Poppy has built up around herself grows larger every single day. First her disappearance, then quitting drag, then the Rebecca Glasscock entrance look last week, and now this brilliant reference on the red carpet tonight. She's giving us Regina George from Mean Girls at the spring fling after Katie didn't push her in front of the bus. And this look tonight does the original so much justice. It is a fully dragged up version of what Regina George was wearing. Like, I love all the extra bedazzling on the back brace and how she's turned that pink dress into a full length gown, but kept the reference immediately recognizable. Princess Poppy, this look is hot. And next up, something sweet. it's Sugar. And she here tonight is in this beautiful, almost monochromatic light blue look, but there's some really beautiful ombre fades of that light blue into white that make this look so interesting visually. It gives your eye a lot of different places to travel without being too busy. I also love the play of the different materials. There are some, I think it's like a silicone or vinyl on that top part with the swirls mixed with the more traditional fabrics. And about this look, Sugar has written on Instagram, I woke up in the middle of the night a few months ago and was fixated on a swan masquerade mask I had hanging on my mirror, only for me to receive my finale look inspo from it. And there she is in the wig. Peep the crystal swan. This look is hot. Next up, it's Amethyst. And our favorite little crystal tonight is giving us a very Y2K kind of teen pop star inspired look. My immediate thought was of Xenon, the girl of the 21st century, but it seems her reference point maybe was actually from the cartoon Fairly Odd Parents. On Twitter, she wrote, is that teen pop sensation Brittany, who was like a character that would appear from time to time on the show. And I also love that she kept something special for the actual main stage. She rips off that giant tulle skirt to reveal those bell-bottom kind of pop star Y2K pants that are just so cute, and those zigzag design elements really complement her silhouette and give her some great body. This look is hot. Next up, something fierce this way comes. It's Robin. Fierce, that is. And Robin tonight is in an all black and white gown. Gorgeous, gorgeous gowns. I'm really loving the structured details of the pieces of this look because it's kind of like a corset bodice and then a skirt that appears to be separated from that beneath. And the separation of these pieces gives her outfit an almost armor-esque quality while still being super elegant and feminine and refined, like with those open exposed clavicles. I also have the subtle matching details of the white pieces of hair interwoven through the black beehive. This look is classy, elegant, fierce, and hot. And next up, we've got a full moon. It's Aura Mayari, and she is here to make a statement tonight. At the end of the runway, she opens up this giant fan, having PTSD flashbacks to the gays in the club on the dance floor that get the fans and go clack, 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 clack. That drives me wild. Aura's fan, not annoying. Actually really awesome. It says drag is not a crime, which of course fits really well into the political climate and state of drag in the US and really the world, and also fits in with really what I think has become the theme of the season. And Aura's look overall is that sort of understated yet super refined futuristic beauty that she brings to her fashion. I love all these super sharp details and points like in her hair and makeup matching the sharp cuts on her gown that have these really beautiful little cutouts. This look is hot. Y'all, I keep looking at my lips in the camera. This is one of those days when you're like painting your makeup and you're like, I'm gonna go slightly bigger than usual. And then you keep trying to make things even, and before you know it, you're in your All-Star 75 lips era. Kiss, kiss. Next up, it's Jax. And she here tonight is in all denim. Hardly know him. And this look I think is a really interesting look from Jax. Definitely on theme with what we've seen from her though. She always goes for very strappy, detailed, usually asymmetrical, with lots of cutouts that sometimes have worked in her favor and other times maybe have not. But this tonight is a home run. Yeehaw, this look is hot. This look is yee hot. Yee yee. And next up, our self-proclaimed queen of demon twinks tonight. It's Spice. That title is from her Instagram post where she wrote that she's serving Queen of Demon Twinks, serving Collector Edition Final Form. And she here tonight is giving us a little she-devil by night on the runway. And I immediately love this look because A, I love a bad girl, and B, I think it was made even more interesting by how nice or good that Sugar's was next to Spice's tonight. And them doing a sort of opposites thing is of course not new, but Spice going full on Queen of Demons Eleganza and Sugar going full on Beautiful Blue Swan really took their opposites thing to a new level. Spice's look is absolutely hot. Oh, and speaking of Spice, where my barb's at, did y'all see that the queen has apparently finally picked her princess? Ice Spice, the reign of Princess Diana begins. And I'm not wondering how many of y'all just heard complete gibberish and all of that. Next up, it's Malaysia Babydoll Foxx. And girl, first we have to address the Foxx in the room. Y'all called me out, I saw the comments, all 500 of them, and I was wrong, okay? The ears that she was wearing in last week's look, and has worn before, are fox ears, not cat ears. I said they were cat ears, so thank y'all for letting me know. Tonight, though, there are no ears for me to confuse as the wrong animal. She's just in a gorgeous, gorgeous gown. And she did share the original inspiration for this look on Instagram, and she has recreated it in her own flavor in all red. I really love this color, the material, the tendrils. It's almost kind of evil, like a thorny garden type of thing for me. And this look still is, I think, giving that pageant perfection that Malaysia likes to bring to her drag, but in a slightly different iteration that is exciting to see. This look is hot. And we also have to talk about Miss Malaysia leaving the finale $10,000 richer. We had a really fun moment in the middle of the finale where Willow Pill was there giving her speech, looking drop dead gorgeous, and she introduces Cornbread to announce the winner of this year's Miss Congeniality, which she does in an original rap format, by the way. That was phenomenal. And Malaysia winning this title definitely made sense to me. I was thinking it would either be her or maybe Robin Fierce. But considering Malaysia was on the season longer, she of course had more time to develop relationships with her peers who ultimately cast the vote for this title. Some fans though were apparently not too happy about this. Cornbread tweeted this out. Let me explain something to y'all. Cast votes congeniality, not fans. So bitch, it don't matter who you think should win. Your favorite didn't win. So what? Get over it. That 10K is still clear. And next up, this is Little Bo Peep now. Feel old yet? It's Marcia. And trend alert, she is also in all red tonight. I think there were 3 or 4 different girls in all red, but her all red is all 60s. She is, as she says, giving a Mary Poppins, Audrey Hepburn kind of fantasy. And overall, I'll say this look is cute. Like that is the epitome of Marcia's drag, is cute. She's just this doe-eyed little lamb, like walking through the forest. And like stylistically, no, this is not something I would wear or something I even particularly like. But I will say I do appreciate the reference and I think she has done it well. And like for her and her brand, yes, I'm gonna give this look a hot. And next up, grab a fork, it's Salina EsTities. Girl, she is the queen of doing too much, but I will say she has refined doing too much in a really interesting and draggy way. And this look, as I see it, is basically her as a doll figurine on top of a cake. She's got her name on a ribbon on one arm, and then all these more abstract flower reference details on the front of her dress, and then she's got a fabric pattern kind of cascading down the bottom. And then when she turns around, you can actually see that there is a piece of her dress missing or made to look like that, with layers of cake on the inside. And side note, do y'all remember those viral videos that were going around a few years ago where everything that people would cut into would be cake? Cell phone? Cake. Can of soda? Cake. Drag queen? Cake. Let them eat EsTities. This look is hot. And next up, Halloween's early, it's Spooky LaDuca. So one of my critiques this season for Miss Spooky LaDuca was her spooky looks didn't necessarily go all the way. I just was thinking, wow, wouldn't this be so much cooler if she would have pushed the envelope a bit more? And here, I think she has done that. She's got what's supposed to be a rib cage on the front part of this gown made up of like gold crystals, and she's kind of giving a Nosferatu zombie vampire fantasy. And my favorite detail of the whole look is she leans her head down at the end of the runway and has her scalp cut open with an exposed brain. Like that is brilliant. In terms of redeeming some of her horror runways that maybe missed the mark a little bit on this season, I would give this look a hot. But for the finale main stage, the last moment where you can really leave an impression on the fans and give them something to bite onto, I'm not so sure this made a lot of sense. I would give this look a rot, but it's nice to see her having fun. And next up, getting into our final 4, we've got Anetra, who's leaping over women with BFAs. All these damn drag queens weaponizing their BFAs. Iconic Drag Race Tweets Hall of Fame. This look that Anetra is in, really beautiful. It's almost like a kimono, but also a gown. And I love the severity of those giant collar pieces and the black and the red and that gorgeous flower detailing on the corset. Everything about this is so beautiful and absolutely hot look from her. And for her solo, she does a performance to a quote unquote original song called Lotus. And I'm saying quote unquote original because the way the final 4 were talking about these songs and little confessional moments of the finale, it sounded like they were going to actually be singing in them. But as it turns out, they just had like the people trapped in the World of Wonder basement singing these songs, and that really threw me off. I did not like that. I know they did that last year, but I was hoping they wouldn't do it again this year, but they did. Guess what, Mimi? They did. And Angel's song, Lotus, is about growing, thriving, surviving, pushing through the mud in the bottom of the swamp and coming out a beautiful flower on top of the water. And her performance to this track, in terms of choreography, lip syncing, yada yada, I thought was very solid. It was, I will say though, a more refined performance from Anetra. Generally in her lip syncs goes like 1000% on the energy with all the different dance moves and choreo, but I think was saving some of that for the final lip sync. Plus this being a more serious number, I can understand that maybe you shouldn't want to go go balls to the wall on it. So like what Anetra did for this song, I would give a hot, but the track, yeah, I'm gonna give a rot. So like, let's meet in the middle here and just say this overall was like a warming. And next up, Luxx Noir London, who on the runway tonight is, and I think, one of the most understated and glamorous looks on the runway. This is such a gorgeous look. It's kind of reminding me actually of the look she created in the ball, but more refined and in like a soft pink. And I love the feathers coming off the top of her hair and of course around her waist. She looks so delicate yet glamorous, and I'm just really happy about this look. It's absolutely hot. And also we've got another trend alert, kind of giving Swan here. Her and Sugar. Is Luxx the lost triplet? Maybe so. But for her performance tonight, do I love Luxx Noir London? Yes. Did I enjoy her on Drag Race? Yes. Did I like this performance? No. But was that her fault? This track to me felt so generic. Any queen is gonna tell you that they're the queen of fashion, that they're the ones killing it on the runway, etc., etc. And like, yes, Luxx did do that all season, but where are those like funny, dry little comments and Drag Race references, and gagged him a little bit for sure in this track? Like, why is it all just about fashion this, fashion that? It was basically a recreation of like Milk's All Stars 3 Touch the Fashion Change Your Life, but like maybe produced a little bit better. And the other issue I took with this track was like, we know Luxx is an incredible vocalist, and why not just have her sing on this? Like, it didn't make any sense. Nothing was making sense. But again, I don't think that was her or any of the girls' fault that these tracks were kind of weird. What we saw visually from Luxx, hot. But what we heard auditorially, rat. And next up, Your Honor, she's gathering. It's Mistress Isabelle Brooks. And girl, if there's one thing Mistress is gonna do, it's serve a damn good runway. Oh my God, she looked untouchable tonight. I don't know what that material is. It's like holographic or something, but it was phenomenal. The way it played with the light, and then also had this like gold applique on the bottom of that mermaid skirt. Top tier drag for Mistress tonight. She's giving holographic, fully proportionized Barbie doll, and yeah, this look is hot. And for her performance, this is when things started to look up for me. She is giving us an homage to her time on Drag Race talking about Drag Race delusion and confusion. And is she patient zero or does she have the cure? Maybe both. She's giving us like a hot, sexy nurse costume, but all dragged up. And I really love what she did, specifically in the look when she did the reveal and has these like chap gloves. But aside from the look, I enjoyed Mistress's performance more than the previous two we've talked about because it started to feel a little more unique and custom to Mistress. Like, this was a thematic thing with her that ran through the season, and now here we are having it as a nice little end cap. And I did enjoy when she was lifted up by all the backup dancers. So overall, I would actually give her performance a high. I also wanted to highlight on Twitter when she was thanking the producers and the channel and everybody for making everything possible this season. She posted a photo where she had like 10 suitcases around her. It was a photo of her like going to Drag Race. And I think we can finally use this photo to set the 4 suitcase rumor to rest. There was, if you're not aware, talk about how the queens are only allowed like a certain number of suitcases to go into the season. And it was like 3 or 4, but I mean, clearly some people need 10. And finally, the reason for the season, the queen of the season, it's Sasha Colby. And her look, oh my God. This is a finale look worth looking at again, admiring, printing out, hanging on your wall. I mean, whatever, like, this is gorgeous fashion. It's an amazing reference to My Fair Lady Audrey Hepburn's look, but in all red. And that is maybe like a symbolic reference to, I don't know, the Scarlet Letter or something. Red is traditionally associated, right, with doing wrong or being an outcast or different, but also being bold and not afraid to be who you are. And that is, I think, so representative of not only the drag journey, but Sasha's journey that she has talked about in terms of her existing in like this current political climate. The metallic corsetry, the gloves, the tulle skirt, the flower tulle headpiece. This look is untouchable. Maybe the best thing that she's worn. I don't know. She's worn a lot of great things, so I'm hesitant to just say that, but I mean, this is damn good. This look is hot. And Sasha's solo tonight was the best of the 4. Coincidence? I don't know, but it was definitely the best in terms of performance and the actual song. And I think it was the best in terms of the actual song because the lyrics didn't try to do too much and the song itself didn't try to bounce back and forth between like empowerment and dubstep. She basically, for the entire duration of this track, was just repeating the letters G-O-D-D-E-S-S, which like is perfect for Sasha Colby, the goddess of drag. And she also interpreted that word goddess into her look, serving a full Medusa fantasy, and comes out in this giant trailing snake tail and then has these braids that kind of look like the Medusa hair snakes. And not only did she look amazing, sing and perform great, but they found really interesting ways to integrate her outfit into the choreo. Like when the dancers were pulling on her pigtails, I was freaking out because I was like, oh my god, what if she goes left and they pull right and they like snap? Oh, that was freaking me out. But it all went very smoothly and the risk there paid off. And of these 4 performances, this is the one I will go back and rewatch probably over and over and over, because this track, like her time on Drag Race and her effortless beauty, have me hypnotized. This was hot all around. And after we see our 4 performances, as well as some performances from Orville Peck and Jinx Monsoon, which were phenomenal by the way, we finally get to the lip sync between who RuPaul has selected as the final 2 who will be lip syncing for the title of America's Next Drag Superstar, Anetra and Sasha Colby. Big surprise, right? I mean, come on, who was surprised? Who was surprised? Not me. They lip synced to Knock on Wood by Amy Stewart, and this was, I think, a really fun lip sync from both of them that they interpreted completely differently. Anetra was doing a little bit of voguishing voguing, not being shady, just, you know, referencing the joke, mixed with some more serious moments, like where she's tearing her heart out of her chest, and that big red ribbon is kind of giving a little funny gag, but also a really serious, like, metaphorical meaning of blood and such. And then Sasha, on the other hand, is giving us full-on burlesque fantasy. Girl, there's layers and layers and layers of reveals coming off, and each one makes her more and more sexy. I also totally love that at the start of the lip sync, Sasha's just over there standing in this giant crazy look, giving final anime evil boss wearing like an entire chinchilla farm. And then by the end of it, she's basically wearing a bikini, rolling around on top of it, just like flipping her hair and like, girl, let me look at the material. Look at the material. I think both of these queens, though, did a great job in the lip sync, but Sasha, she took it all away. But don't forget, if you want to see my raw, uncut reaction to the best moments of this finale, I did post that over on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen. That's my members only website, and you can join and get access to that content by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And my final thoughts on the finale. Overall, I will say I had a lot of fun with it. I also thought the franchise did a great job of intermixing performances, looks, and guest stars coming in, and also did new things, like RuPaul gave Bob Mackie an award, Jinx did some live singing, Orville Peck did some live singing. I mean, it was just a fun, I think, variety show, and I enjoyed how I found new and creative ways to break up the monotony of like lip sync after lip sync after lip sync after lip sync. And I want to say I'm so proud and happy for all of the queens of this season. I mean, it's clear how much hard work went into every aspect of this finale from everyone involved, and I think everyone involved should be so proud of what they did. My only critique of the finale as a whole was like, yes, it was predictable. Like, did anyone genuinely think that we'd be seeing a final 2 lip sync from anyone besides Anetra and Sasha Colby? And did anyone really think that anyone besides Sasha was gonna be taking home the crown? I don't know. And that's not to say any one of our final 4 couldn't have carried the crown well. I'm just pointing out that the trajectory of the season, the editing, the storylining, and everything about what we saw really felt like the build-up for a Sasha Colby supremacy. And deservedly so. So this predictability in the finale is not really a critique, but rather just an observation. My only real critiques are to the Drag Race producers. If y'all are watching, please get rid of the prepared vocal tracks for these finale performances, unless they are kept really simple, like Sasha Colby's Goddess song. I mean, there's just some strange mismatched stuff going on, and the thing is, we know that the queens can most of the time sing decently, or at least rap. And we know that y'all have the capability to auto-tune them, produce songs really quickly, because we see Final Four verses and bigger, you know, girl group things all the time. Like, this is something that Drag Race does regularly. Why, for the finale, do we not just do that? Make it make sense. Plus, it would give the queens something that they felt was truly their own, that they could take on the road when they're touring this year. And really, looking at these 4 performances, it just felt like there was maybe some favoritism in the production and lyric writing, and like they're trying to control a narrative. Drag Race producers trying to control a narrative? Rue, I never. Anyways, not to be too critical on that, but I'm gonna be critical on that. And finally, let's talk hottest hats. On the runway and in the performance, yes, I'm gonna give it to Sasha Colby. And I also wanna extend to her a huge congratulations. She had a phenomenal run and absolutely deserves this crown. Here is what she had to say on Twitter about her crowning.
It has been the most incredible season to watch, to be around with these amazing queens here. The best of the best. It is such a privilege to be able to be on the show and to now have a platform to help everyone that looks like us not feel so scared about what's going on in the world
and to know that they still need to be doing drag, honey. Because we're not going anywhere, baby.
And I also asked my patrons to vote on their hottest hot, and yes, they have also chosen Sasha Colby. Thanks for watching. Love ya. Bye. So, I know what you're thinking. Nicki Minaj is the lesbian RuPaul.
Nicki is the lesbian version of RuPaul.
Finally, people are talking about this. Hi, Ugly. It's me, Sub Bussington, and welcome back to Hot or Rat. Today we're going to be reviewing the unaired runways from RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15. These are the looks that the eliminated queens would have worn on the runway if they were still a part of the season by the time the runway happened. And by the way, I collected these from the Drag Race fandom wiki, so shout out to all the moderators over there that run that website and have compiled all of these images nicely for us so that we can make a fun video like this. We got 46 looks to cover, randomly inserted into a tournament bracket. You'll be going through each pair of looks to determine who moves on to the next round, ultimately ending with the winner of Bus Driver's Ultimate Unaired Runways Tournament from Season 15 of RuPaul's Drag Race LaLaPaRuza Extravaganza. Hot or Rot Tournament. I think I said all the words. But before we jump into that, I do want to extend well wishes to Henny, Stacey Matthews, who actually was recently just in the hospital, which was originally announced via her Facebook page last week, where they wrote, "Yesterday, Stacey was admitted into the hospital. I'm asking everyone to please lift her name in prayer, and if you do not pray, I'm asking that you please send positive vibes her way. Thank you, Joe." And she did later update us that she was able to make it out of the hospital and thanked everyone for their positive vibes, and in some cases, donations to her Venmo account, which she shared on her social media, and I've linked here in the description of this video if you wanted to help her out too. Now let's see what our eliminated queens from Season 15 would have worn on the runway. First up, we've got Irene Dubois in her beautiful nightmare look and Robin Fierce in her puffer please look. And this is actually so funny that these two are paired up next to each other in the bracket. Again, randomly generated because they are both like plant looks. Robin's look is giving me rose garden, and she also is the gardener. I love the little tendrils and the hair that kind of look like thorns, and overall what she did with the puffer material is really unique, and the concept is campy and whimsical, a side of Robin that we didn't see a ton of on the runway, but is really refreshing here. Definitely a hot look. And Irene also giving us a thorny plant girl. She interpreted the beautiful nightmare fantasy to look like it appears to be the Venus flytrap, and she's got the little mouthpieces like as a collar and then coming off of her hips. Honestly, also a hot look. This is tough. I am gonna go with Robin Fierce's look here though. I just love the silhouette she created. And next up, we've got two looks from two different unused runway categories in Season 15. If you're unaware, sometimes Drag Race will, for example, ask queens to bring 16 runways and then only use 14 of those runways when they actually shoot the show. Loosey's was for monochromatic, and she's giving me like a little drum major meets Candyland pink fantasy. And Sugar's look is from the unused Check Yourself runway, who is giving us a little Dorothy in Kansas type of fantasy, but make it ho. And in this round, I'm gonna pick Loosey's look. I enjoy the more unique for her silhouette. I think it looks really put together and proportionized, which I think was a big thing that she did struggle with during the season, and she heard the critiques from the judges. And then obviously she shot this after the show would have aired and has applied some of the critiques that she was receiving about her looks. Sugar's is, you know, crop top and a skirt. We've seen a lot of that from her. I think both looks are hot, but I am gonna go with Loosey. Next up, we've got two looks from Ripper to Shreds. This is Amethyst, which they actually did show on the Drag Race reunion episode, which was great to see because again, the queens spend a lot of money on these looks, and if they're eliminated super early, the looks never really see the light of day. Or the fluorescent bulb of The Office in this case. And I think here conceptually, I would give Amethyst's look a hot, but we really only see this outfit in one position, and I have a feeling if it were on the runway, it could go one of two ways. It's either gonna move super well and be great with all those shred pieces, or it could look messy, which might be why she's sitting down. This was an easy decision for me though here. I'm gonna go with Robin's look. This is giving me like Britney Spears in her denim wedding. I love that she did denim for Ripper to Shreds, and the tie-dye of that blue and the white and the ombre and the crystals. It's a beautiful look from Robin. Next up, we have Aura's Drag Excellence runway, which, wow, oh my god. She's giving me a little like Maleficent with all those crazy feathers dripping down into the cape and the bedazzling, the sequining, the hair. She always has that hair right. And she's also giving us that color palette that she loves to tap into with those beiges and browns. It's really, I think, underused in the drag world because so much of it is about color and whoop, boop, boop, bow, bow, bow. I mean, just look at my videos. And this look is absolutely hot. The other look is Robin's Start Your Engines runway from the Ball episode. Again, the idea for this runway was to create RuPaul's iconic racer suit outfit that you see in all the episodes in their own unique style. And Robin absolutely did that here. The orange and the purple is really fun. Girl, she's matching those opposites of the color wheel perfectly. And I think it was a really smart use of the checks on those sleeves. Also a hot look. I've got to go with Aura's drag excellence look. That is phenomenal. Next up, we have another look from Aura. This was her unused monochromatic runway. The all red is really striking. I like conceptually with the little, I guess, devil or rabbit horns? Alien horns that she's got on her head. Definitely hot. Red hot. It's going up against Marcia's, sorry. I'm laughing because her other tie-dye look was nominated for the Golden Boot. And so I think she posted this to her socials as like an alternate or a makeup or a redo of the tie-dye runway. And it is much prettier and simpler. Like it didn't need an entire essay from her on what conceptually it should have been. It just is a jumper, a romper of tie-dye in pastel. I think for the runway though, it is a little too simple. I would give this like a warming up, and I'm gonna go with Aura's here in the bracket. And next we have Aura's Night of 1,000 Beyonce look, inspired by her 2018 Coachella performance, versus Irene's unused monochromatic look. And it is very difficult, I think, to evaluate a look that's on a mannequin, but this is what we had in the wiki. It's an interesting look, but I would love to see Irene's like full fantasy of this, because she really takes things, I think, to the next level with her makeup. Her hair. I do like what I see. I'm gonna give it a hot. I like Aura's more though. And that could be an easy decision again, because this is like professionally shot and she looks gorgeous. The hair, the costume. I mean, this looks really expensive. And I love how she managed to apply that like Aura Mayari futurism into the Beyonce Coachella look. Like she really took it, put it down, flipped it, reversed it, but also very clearly nailed the reference. Next we have Amethyst Puffer Please versus Jax's Start Your Engines look from the Ball. Amethyst, the puffiness of the body suit, I don't think is becoming. It's kind of giving like an odd shape. It's like a little green lumpy space princess for me. Gonna give it a rot. And Jax's look, I'm not in love with either. She really did, I think, make the Start Your Engines thing her own with her name across the chest, which I like. I think the yellow detailing on the black catsuit is really striking, but something about that just looks a little arts and craftsy to me. I have to give this look a rot too. That said, I do have to choose one for this bracket. I'm gonna go with Amethyst, marginally better there. And next we've got an illustration for Princess Poppy's Beautiful Nightmare runway, which I wanted to include because she infamously did not post any of her actual unaired runway looks. And whether they were created and not to her liking, or she just never did professional shoots in them, I'm not sure. But I did, in good spirits, just want to share some of her designs so that she could be a part of this video and have her ideas out there in the world, because now that she is, I think, not taking drag so seriously, it's so much fun. Like her Robin Glasscock look, amazing. The Ashley Tisdale things she did, amazing. I mean, she did a lot of fun stuff. This is a gorgeous look. What would it actually have looked like as a gown? Who knows? But it's up against Amethyst, my favorite ball look, which is from the Money Ball. So she's dressed like a pig, so be like a piggy bank. And conceptually, I like what she did with the shimmering scales, kind of looking like coins, kind of looking like a disco ball. And the pig nose is campy. It's fun. It's silly. And it is, I think, maybe not as polished as some of the other ball looks that we saw, but conceptually, I like that she took this to a fun place. I would give it like a warming up, and I would give Princess Poppy's look a hot, but since we actually have Amethyst look here to look at, I'm gonna go ahead and use hers in the bracket. And next up, two unused runways. The first is Amethyst Check Yourself, and the other is Robin's monochromatic look. Stunning, like, oh my God. Everyone was talking about how Irene was going to be the unaired runway girl of the season, and she absolutely is, don't get me wrong. But Robin is another one. Like, she had some great looks. This is gorgeous from Robin. The shape, the way it fits, the cut, the like rouging of the skirt, and the tightness of the catsuit. It's so beautiful. Definitely hot. Amethyst look, I would give a hot. This is a fun like performance look. Gonna go with Robin here in the bracket. And next we've got the glove runway from Malaysia Babydoll Foxx, and Aura's my favorite ball runway, which she chose the hairball for. Both phenomenal looks. And they actually did share Malaysia's in the reunion video as well. I love the hearts. Like she's wearing her heart on her sleeve. That's the joke. And of course, the other joke from that one community, that one gay community, you can have my heart if you can reach it. So maybe she was doing that. I also love the play of the sequins and the sheerness of the rest of the dress. It's really pretty. Definitely a hot look. Aura is also really amazing. I would love to see her actually walk the runway in this, because this is that hair that you could tell she'd be having a lot of fun doing little twirls and really giving a show. Absolutely hot. Tough decision here. I think I'm gonna have to choose Malaysia's, partly because we already have some of Aura's look in the next rounds, and partly because this is one of those looks, if it's not moving, what does it look like? Next up, we have a look from Irene that she said she originally planned to wear for the Metallica runway, but ended up using it for the premiere of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 15, and instead recreated another Metallica look for the Metallica runway. Kind of multi-purpose situation here. I'm glad she got to use it somewhere because wow, this is like top tier, crazy, alien, spooky, futuristic Irene drag. I love all the like spikes and the collar. Girl, this is drama. She's giving me, what's her name? Rita Rapunzel? Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers, kind of with all that drama in there. I love that. Really, really pretty, definitely hot. Loosey's look, kind of giving me e-girl. This is her unused Check Yourself runway. She's giving me like, she shops at Hot Topic. But maybe she's like the cool mom trying to be cool, so she's dressing like her daughter who shops at Hot Topic. Like her daughter is picking things out and she's like, ooh, this would look good on me too. And I do think she looks good. It looks put together. Like, let's definitely give her the credit there. I think it's a hot look from Loosey. But stylistically, I see all these different looks from Loosey, and sometimes I just don't know really who she is still. I'm gonna go with Irene's look here in the bracket. Next we have Aura's Start Your Engines look, in a beige and brown cat suit that's definitely doing the iconic RuPaul's racer suit in her own way for sure. That is her color palette. She owns it, she rocks it, she looks great in it. And I love also kind of the retro styling of it. It's very 70s, that kind of Farrah Fawcett-y type of thing. Like she could be in Charlie's Angels in this. Telling my children this was Charlie's Angels. At least one of them. Definitely hot. And this up against Sugar's Puffer Please look, which is okay to me in this photo. It's cute. Like I really honestly don't think I've ever seen a Sugar and Spice look that I didn't like or think could be applicable in some form or fashion, but I'm not really getting a ton of Puffer. I see it, of course, in the like giant Raver Girl inspired boot covers, and I love the detail of that outfit. I maybe would have liked to have seen more Puffer, or again, a different type of silhouette. I think still a really cute and hot look, but when you look at the catalog, some of the other queens did really crazy different silhouettes, and they did more similar types of look for most of the looks. So I'm gonna go with Aura. And next up, actually in the same category by random chance, we have Irene's tie-dye look, which she has taken into the like Rococo, if you will, inspired fantasy, which is something that the women of the established elite or royalty would have worn in like, I think the 18th century. Historians maybe correct me in the comments below. And you know, we've seen so many interpretations of this type of look on Drag Race over the years. And I love that Irene found a way to make it unique. Definitely hot. Spice's look over here. It's cute. Like it's not much more than cute. And I've got to give it a rot. It just feels a little, I want to show off my hot body, so I'm gonna put strips of fabric on it. Which like, yeah, girl, hot body, absolutely. I love that she can rock it. I could never. Next up we have Irene's Metallica look, which again was her second iteration of this runway versus Irene's, her favorite ball runway, which I'm guessing here was the ball. This is very like early Gaga, like her paparazzi type of silhouette that she would do with the Mickey Mouse type of glasses and kind of McQueen in some ways. I don't love the hip peplum pads, accessories, whatever you want to call those wings down there. Like it feels very those ball design challenges when they give the girls a bunch of materials and then they don't totally integrate the materials or transform them into a new look. They just kind of take them apart and put them onto like a corset. And it's a cute look, don't get me wrong. I also don't think the hair matches though. I'm gonna give it a rot, it's not my favorite. Irene's Metallica look though, phenomenal. She's kind of giving like a little, you know, Metallica hairband 80s fantasy here, which I so appreciate. Love the chaps, love the styling, the detail, and that signature Irene like tendril swoopy thing, alien thing she does. She's even integrated into the makeup. Great look from her, absolutely hot. It's gonna move to the next round. And next up we've got Princess Poppy's tie-dye look, which was seen in What You Packin' versus Sugar's favorite ball runway, which I believe was the Sugar Ball. Very appropriate. And it wasn't immediately apparent to me that there actually was candy inspiration here, but when you zoom in, you can see that she has detailed this corset with those candy hearts. Girl, she's your little Valentine. And now that this is very Y2K, Paris Hilton meets Bradstall meets Ariana Grande in a way with that short little skirt that's all blown out with the ruffles. I think it's really cute. Love the look, I think it's hot. And Princess Poppy's tie-dye look, I don't think it's anything we've never seen before. I'd give it a rot. So Sugar will move on. And next we have Irene's Puffer Please look, which was featured in the reunion episode, and Jax's tie-dye look. Did Jax and Sugar, did they make their looks in the same place? It's basically the same concept. I don't know what possessed them to both just throw like tie-dyed fabric strips all over their bodies, but go off, sis. Oh, no, correction. correction, this is her rip her to shreds look. So that makes a lot more sense. Still don't love it though. I just don't love strips of fabric like that. The hair doesn't make any sense for me with this. It's just too much going on. I don't like it. It's a rot. Irene's look, it's gorgeous, obviously. The gloves with the drama of that giant coat, and like what an interesting way to integrate that puffer material from a coat into a look that you would never think to do it in. This looks absolutely hot. And also, if you're new here, I want to point out that the little icon profile pictures on these unaired runway looks you're seeing are from my patrons who get exclusive patron benefits on my Patreon at patreon.com/BussyQueen, like the ability to vote in Honda's Tot polls, access to the Bussy Queen Discord server, access to exclusive videos, and of course, early access to my YouTube videos. And you can join them and help support my channel financially by clicking the link in the description of this video. See you there. And now we'll round out the left side of the bracket and then move over to the right. So very quickly, speed round, Robin versus Loosey. Robin here. Ooh, Robin versus Aura. Aura takes this for me. Aura versus Aura, her Beyonce look, stellar. It's gonna take that. I wish I could just delete this section of the bracket. We're gonna go with her Moneyball look. This is both from Amethyst. Ooh, Robin's monochromatic look versus Malaysia's glove look. Definitely the glove look. Both great though. Irene's original Metallica. Yeah, takes it there for me. And next, Irene's tie-dye versus Irene's second Metallica look. Gonna go with her tie-dye. So great.
I couldn't find look in your Apple Music library.
Scared the shit out of me. Stop. She always does that.
All songs shuffled.
No, oh my god. Girl, she's about to get unplugged. Next up in the bracket is Sugar Ball look versus Irene's Puffer Please. Definitely Irene. Robin's Puffer, Aura's Excellence. Obviously, that's so hard to beat. Aura's Beyonce versus Amethyst Moneyball. Yes, Aura. Malaysia versus Irene here. That look from Irene is really stellar. I've got to go with that. Irene versus Irene. Her Puffer versus her tie-dye. That's a tough choice. I'm gonna pick the Puffer Please look just because I feel like we have seen so much of the Rococo style done in different ways on Drag Race, and I feel like the Puffer one's more unique, and I really appreciate that. Aura's Drag Excellence versus her Beyonce. Her Excellence look, it's so good. Irene versus Irene, Metallica versus Puffer. We go with the Metallica. These two looks, I mean, both of them are so perfectly branded to the queens that are wearing them. Like, you look at these, you know exactly which queen this is, what her style, what her brand, like her taste, you totally get it. I think this is probably the toughest choice I'll make for this whole bracket. I'm leaning towards Aura. I've got to go with Aura's look. It's so intricate. It's very like Vegas costumey, all that. Yeah. Aura takes the left side of our bracket, and now we're gonna move into the right side. We have Irene's glove look versus Spice's Beyonce look, which is a look recreated from Beyonce's look she did for Diddy's 50th birthday in 2019, which feels very niche to me. I'm not sure if I should know like what she wore for that event, but I don't know, maybe I'm missing some piece of culture there, I'm not sure. I think Spice looks phenomenal here. This is so gorgeous from her. And exactly what I think she really needed to show the judges on Drag Race, because, oh my God, I just realized she's like standing at her apartment door, just like standing in front of the stairs. A true bedroom queen after my own heart. Never step outside if there's not a paycheck to collect. Bedroom queen motto. Spice gets a hot for me. Irene's look, while I appreciate the camp and what she was leaning into here, it's not my favorite. You know, Violet Chachki for the Met Gala a couple years ago wore, for the camp one, she actually wore a dress that had like a glove coming off the back of it, and the hand was the train of the dress. And that I think made a lot more sense than having the glove like grabbing you on the back, because this takes it to a very, almost looks like this should be in a horror movie or something. Like the Phantom of the Opera is really what I'm getting here. I like it in that sense. I'm not so sure about like the dress line, the solid black, solid red. Something there is just not totally cohesive. I'm gonna give it a warming up and go with Spice's look for the bracket. And next up we have Spice's unused Check Yourself runway, which I think she wore in some kind of press interview, versus Aura's gloves runway in all white. I love that the gloves are the focus of that look. It really catches your eye. And also, I think this would be so good in like a burlesque style performance. Obviously, I'm gonna give this to Aura's gloves look. I think it's absolutely hot, so conceptually fun and visually interesting. Spice's Check Yourself look here is kind of like a less hot version of the Start Your Engines look that she actually did wear for the ball. I'm gonna give it a warming up. It's just not like inspiring me to check myself. Next up we have Sugar's Beyonce look, which is a recreation of a look that she wore the year 2000, the Source Hip Hop Music Awards. And that is up against Malaysia's Drag Excellence look. I think the trumpet skirt is pretty. I love the amount of fabric that's touching the ground. I love the dramatic shawling, the caping. This is pageantry, girl. Nothing, I think, though, that is really branded in the fun and slightly campy, but gorgeous pageant realm that Malaysia really, I think, sold to us on the show and now continues to do after the show. Like, for example, with the fox ears on her looks that I love. We love a branded element. This to me is just kind of like any queen really could wear this dress, I think, and look pretty. It's hot, but spice? Sugar? This is really, I think, perfect for her because it's that sassy, fun, and flirty, very 2000s Brat style type of Christina Aguilera, very inspired fashion, blended all into what Sugar and Spice do so well. Really, really fun and unique for her, and that's what I'm gonna give to Sugar. And next up, I'll say it. We were robbed. We were robbed of seeing some of these looks from Aura. Girl, she spent the money. She spent the cash money on these runways. I mean, my God. And she looks damn good in these looks. She looks damn good in these looks. This look very obviously inspired by her heritage. I love the detailing on the front part of the skirt, the shawling, and like the rip her to shreds part of this runway is integrated into those shawl and cape elements. She's kind of like a tattered but beautifully and elegant time-worn warrior. And then that's up against Amethyst, and this is her Night of 1,000 Beyonce's look from the 2002 TRL interview. Not my favorite interpretation here. It is very, to her credit, obviously inspired by what Beyonce was wearing. It really wasn't a cute look in my opinion. It's not my favorite thing that Beyonce's worn, but that's what people were doing in the 2000s. Everything was denim. Denim this, denim that, denim, denim, denim. Hardly know him. Something I think is missing in the shaping of the actual dress. It needs to be longer, like cut a little longer. I don't know, it's a rot for me. Aura's gonna move on. Next up we have Robin's Beyonce runway, inspired by her dress from the 2014 On the Run tour. Really gorgeous, love the color, the monochromaticness, the billowing, the capes, everything is absolutely gorgeous. They're totally hot. And that is up against another Beyonce look from Princess Poppy, allegedly inspired by the 2004 Grammys. I don't know, this could have been cute on. A dress can look like one way on a mannequin or on the rack, and like a totally different thing when it's on your body. I'm getting like high school dance vibes from it though. I don't love it. Obviously Robin is gonna take this round for me. And next we have Irene Start Your Engines look, chef's kiss, against, oh my God, Aura's unused Check Yourself runway. This, these are good looks. So both totally hot. Aura, she has no right to look this good in these photos. She has no right to be serving the fashion and the eleganza that she's giving. These looks are insane from her. Gotta give it to Aura though. Like, totally love the look from Irene. And I really love specifically that she did that big wavy natural, you know, kind of beachy blonde hair. Again, very giving that Charlie's Angels type of fantasy for me. And next up we have Sugar's Start Your Engine look versus Amethyst tie-dye look. Amethyst here, she's giving very like flower power. I don't love this. I'm a little confused by like the red shoe as well with it. It's just not my favorite thing. I'm gonna give it a raw. And Sugar's look, I'll say also not my favorite thing. Spice's interpretation of this same runway, and I am having to make the comparison, right? Because they are twins and like they look so similar. And I'm just really thinking like, okay, well, Spice's I think was maybe interpreted a little bit better, but I do like that Sugar here is kind of giving me Amy Poehler in Mean Girls, like the mom when she's, you know, doing that one scene, the dog is biting the things. I'm liking it more and more the more I look at it because I'm seeing the camp and I'm seeing the references. And you know what? I do like it. Tracksuits are in. That's hot. Sugar's gonna move on here. Amethyst, I'm so sorry, that's gonna be a rot. And now let's go ahead and round out the second half of the bracket. We got Spice's Beyonce look versus Aura's glove look. I'm gonna go with Spice. Wow, Aura's Rip Her to Shreds, Sugar's Beyonce. Gotta go with Aura. Oof, Robin and Aura. That look from Aura is so interesting. I've never seen anything like that. We got Spice's Beyonce look versus Aura's Rip Her to Shreds. And I'm gonna give it to Spice here because it was so different from her. And she looks so damn good. Aura's Check Yourself unused versus Sugar's Start Your Engines. I'm gonna give it to Aura. Next is Spice and Aura. I'm gonna give this one to Spice. That means for me, Spice did win the second half of the bracket. Which, yeah, I think that's right. If this had, for example, been up against a different look earlier on in the bracket, like maybe a different one of Aura's or a different one of Irene's, this could be a totally different ending here. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. In our final bracket, we have Aura's Drag Excellence, Spice's Beyonce look, which really could be a Drag Excellence look for her. I think it's really great. but Aura's gonna take it. The queen of unaired runways in Bussy Queen's Hot or Rat video is Aura Mayari for her drag excellence. Gorgeous, gorgeous gowns. But as always, I would love to know what y'all thought about these runways, which look got your hottest hot, and let me know in the comments which part of the bracket would have gone differently for you if you were the one here recording the video and clicking the buttons. Finally, let's talk hottest hots. For me, in the bracket by default, I'm gonna give it to Aura, who, yes, deserves it. But I did also ask my patrons to vote on their hottest hots, and they voted on their hottest hot without seeing the bracket set up, and they chose Irene Dubois in her Puffer Please look. See you later, love ya, bye.